He trotted to the car, opened the passenger door skillfully, and got in. Good morning. Zhou Yunxing was sitting in the car and saw Gu Bai coming out from a distance. He saw him walking out with a grumpy look on his face, but when he saw his car, he instantly looked proud, and he felt happy. Good morning, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to pick me up? Isn't this what a boyfriend is supposed to do? Zhou Yunxing smiled, started the car and drove towards the company. Just like that, the two of them went to work. Although they were at work, they were enjoying the sweetness of being in love all day. Gu Bai sat in the office outside. Although he had some work on hand, he was completely unable to devote himself to his work. Fortunately, Gu Bai's boss was similar. Zhou Yunxing was absent-minded the whole morning. Even when Dong Chong came in to report to him about work and schedule, Zhou Yunxing was absent-minded. From time to time, he would glance at Gu Bai on the other side of the glass to see what he was doing. He looked cute, confused, and raised his head from time to time to observe himself quietly. Once their eyes met, they would embarrassedly look away. Dong Chong was still diligently arranging the itinerary for his seemingly focused boss, but he didn't know that his boss was almost daydreaming, with his mind full of pink bubbles, and he didn't really listen to what he was saying. Boss. Dong Chong was asking Zhou Yunxing about his decision. He asked several times but got no response. Finally, he had to try to wake up a man who was deeply in love. What's the problem? There are some problems with the branch office in City A. Do you want to send someone over to handle it, or go and check it out yourself? City A, it seems that Gu Bai has never been there. Why not take this opportunity to take him there for a visit? I will go there in person, and my secretary will stay here to handle the relevant matters of the head office. This time I will bring Gu Bai with me. Book 2 tickets for me and Gu Bai to City A. Gu Bai. But he basically doesn't understand what's going on over there. Please prepare some information and give it to him today so that he can get familiar with it. You have to stay at the head office. After Dong Chong finished speaking, he stepped out and returned to his desk. He began to organize the relevant information about Company A in City that Gu Bai needed, made a document and printed it out. I walked to Gu Bai's desk with the documents, but saw that Gu Bai was holding the mouse, but his eyes were not on the screen, staring blankly at a place not far away. Dong Chong coughed lightly and tapped the desk with his slender fingers to remind Gu Bai to come back to his senses. Sister Dong, what's the matter? Gu Bai came back to his senses and looked up at Dong Chong. You are going on a business trip to City A with your boss this week. These are the materials you need to know. I have sorted them out. Please take a look at them as soon as possible. Dong Chong handed the information in his hand to Gu Bai, and added, don't be in a daze during work hours. After that, he turned and left. Chapter 33. Gu Bai looked at the information in his hand, still a little confused. Why did you take me on a business trip, such an important matter? City A, I heard it's quite fun. I hope I can have time to go around after I go there. You are not taking me on a business trip on the surface, but actually taking me on a public-funded tour. The more Gu Bai thought about it, the happier he became. He sat on the table and grinned foolishly at the documents in his hands. Dong Chong watched Gu Bai's expression from a distance and wondered if this kid was frightened silly. Lunchtime was approaching, and Gu Bai secretly glanced at Zhou Yunxing, who was sitting in the office, and finally sent a message to Zhou Yunxing. Do you have anything to do later? Let's have lunch together. After receiving the message, Zhou Yunxing looked up outside and happened to see Gu Bai looking at him. He couldn't help but smile and lowered his head to type a reply to Gu Bai's message. Let's go eat out together. Good. Gu Bai looked at the message on his phone and felt warm in his heart. He checked the time and planned to look at the information of the company in City A for a while before taking a lunch break. The time should be just right. When lunch break came, Dong Chong also prepared to go out for dinner. Xiao Bai, aren't you going to eat yet? I'll be there soon. Sister Dong, you go eat first. He was so enthusiastic about eating before, so why did he suddenly stay in the office for a while longer today? Dong Chong had a lot of questions in his mind, but he didn't ask any more questions. Okay, young man, you still have to eat at noon. Got it. Sister Dong, go eat quickly. Gu Bai waved his hand, urging Dong Chong to leave, and finally sent Dong Chong away. Gu Bai quickly stood up from his desk and went to Zhou Yunxing's office excitedly. Zhou Yunxing. It's time to eat. Someone who had been secretly observing Gu Bai in the office early in the morning pretended that his eyes had just moved away from the documents, and raised his head to look at Gu Bai, who was smiling like a spring flower, but still pretended to be serious. I call you boss in the company. Oh, boss Zhou. Gu Bai had entered with great enthusiasm, but it was like a bucket of cold water was poured on him, instantly extinguishing his enthusiasm. Be good, Secretary Gu. Zhou Yunxing couldn't help laughing when he saw Gu Bai's cute expression. He stood up from the chair, put his arm around Gu Bai's shoulders, rubbed the corner of his mouth, and asked softly, "What do you want to eat?" Gu Bai also realized that this person was probably teasing him, so he couldn't hold it in any longer and enthusiastically recommended to Zhou Yunxing the new restaurant he had recently taken a fancy to. My little fans went to that restaurant and said it was delicious, let's go eat together. Okay. You lead the way. Gu Bai jumped up happily and walked along happily. Zhou Yunxing sighed helplessly behind him, and a feeling of taking care of a baby arose spontaneously. They soon arrived at the restaurant. While waiting for the food, Gu Bai asked Zhou Yunxing, "Why did you think of taking me with you on this business trip? I don't know much about many things over there, and I'm afraid I'll hold you back if I go." Zhou Yunxing looked at Gu Bai's aggrieved expression and smiled. Just familiarize yourself with the basics, and I'll take care of the rest. Little idiot, I was thinking of taking you out for a trip, why did you feel so wronged? When you're free, I'll take a look at the guide to City A and other things. This time, I'll take you on a good trip. Wow, what about your job? Of course the work will be handled, you don't have to worry about that. At this time, the dishes were basically all served. Gu Bai couldn't wait to reach out his chopsticks, but he didn't put them in his own mouth. Instead, he fed them to Zhou Yunxing. Zhou Yunxing was stunned, but still obediently put his mouth close to it. Good boy. Gu Bai also imitated Zhou Yunxing and said this. Although he was a little depressed, his people were still spoiled. After finishing the meal, the two returned to the company together, but Gu Bai slipped away in the middle of the company, saying that he was going to the bathroom. Zhou Yunxing knew that Gu Bai just didn't want their business to be discovered by people in the company. He frowned and sighed softly, not knowing what to say, but feeling sorry for his child. After all, who doesn't want to be able to confidently and proudly hold the hand of his or her significant other, tell everyone that this person is mine, announce to the whole world that the two of them are together, and receive blessings from all their friends. But now he can't do it. When Zhou Yunxing returned to the office, Gu Bai had not arrived yet, so he went into his office first. After a while, he saw Gu Bai walking in from outside. Their eyes met, and they smiled at each other silently, and sat at the table to start their afternoon work. Gu Bai still did some work as usual. In his free time, he took out the materials Dong Chong gave him and reviewed the relevant knowledge. From time to time, he would secretly look at the recommended attractions in City A. Zhou Yunxing had a meeting to attend in the afternoon. He didn't stay in the office for long before he and Dong Chong went out to attend the meeting. Soon, Gu Bai was the only one left in the office. An afternoon passed and Zhou Yunxing did not come back to the office. It seemed that he was very busy. Gu Bai was packing up his things slowly after get off work when his cell phone rang again. I drove my car straight home after get off work. The keys are on my desk. It was a message from Zhou Yunxing. Gu Bai quickly packed up his things, went to the office to get his keys, took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot, and drove back home. After arriving home, I remembered that Zhou Yunxing's car was here. I didn't know if Zhou Yunxing would come here tonight. If he came, should I prepare some food or soup or something? As he was thinking, Gu Bai suddenly realized how he could be so much like Zhou Yunxing's mistress, driving Zhou Yunxing's car, thinking at home whether Zhou Yunxing would come in the evening and what he needed to prepare. The more Gu Bai thought about it, the more she felt like she was being kept by someone. But the truth was, she was working for Zhou Yunxing and paying off Zhou Yunxing's debts. She was basically a slave. She was probably the worst off, working for her boyfriend and not even paying for food. Finally, I decided to send a message to Zhou Yunxing to confirm, so that I wouldn't be waiting at home like a shrew, but Zhou Yunxing had no intention of coming at all. Are you coming to pick up the car tonight? Gu Bai thought about it and decided not to make it too obvious, otherwise she would be seen as even more of a nagging woman. I'll be there soon. Zhou Yunxing quickly replied to Gu Bai. Okay, I'll wait for you. Have you eaten? I ate a little for socializing. Socializing, it seems that I didn't eat well. It's time for me to show my skills. What should I cook for him? Gu Bai began to think, and finally took out his mobile phone and decided to Baidu. After searching on Baidu, there are many different opinions. From north to south, from east to west, there are all kinds of tastes and grades. Gu Bai is also confused. Looking at a highly praised answer, what to make depends on your boyfriend's taste. After all, everyone's taste is different. Gu Bai suddenly realized that he had no idea what Zhou Yongxing's taste was like. During the several meals, he was so focused on the rice in his own bowl that he just ate without paying attention to what Zhou Yongxing ate. In addition, every time he ate, he was in a high-end restaurant and he didn't know how to cook. Just when he was having trouble figuring out what to do, he saw an answer on his phone. Cola chicken wings, simple and delicious, make them for your boyfriend right away. Gu Bai's eyes lit up instantly. Cola chicken wings are delicious just thinking about it, and the method is also simple, so it's you. Gu Bai quickly followed the recipe on his phone, went downstairs to the community supermarket, returned home with a large bag of vegetables, and began to wash and process the ingredients according to the steps on his phone. Clumsy Gu Bai looked at the frozen chicken wings and began to wonder if he should wait until the ice was thawed before cooking. So he poured a basin of hot water from the kettle and threw the frozen chicken wings in. Sure enough, the ice melted quickly, but the chicken wings seemed to be almost cooked. On second thought, it shouldn't be a big problem since they had to be cooked in the end anyway, so I clumsily started to make a few crooked cuts on the chicken wings, carefully chopped the onions and ginger, and put the chicken wings into the pot. The water on the chicken wings caused the hot oil in the pot to jump out. Gu Bai screamed in pain as he was burned while holding the spatula. Seeing that one side was about to be burnt, Gu Bai turned it over with an exaggerated movement. The hot oil in the pot started a new round of boiling. Gu Bai was badly burned when the sound of the door opening was heard. Gu Bai. Zhou Yongxing opened the door happily. He thought Gu Bai would be sitting in the living room waiting for him, but he didn't see him. Instead, he heard a strange noise coming from the kitchen. You're back. Wait a minute. I'm cooking. Cooking. Zhou Yongxing was a little overwhelmed. After all, Gu Bai was the type who couldn't cook at all. It was basically a good thing that he didn't burn the kitchen. But now, the sound of sizzling oil came from the kitchen. Yes, I was afraid you weren't full, so I made you cola chicken wings. Cola chicken wings. Can you do it? I checked the tutorial and it seems pretty simple. When Zhou Yongxing walked into the kitchen, he saw someone with his arms stretched out, holding a spatula in both hands, stir-frying a few chicken wings in the pan from a distance. He went straight up and took the spatula from Gu Bai's hand, calmly turned the chicken wings in the pan, and checked the degree of frying. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw several drops of oil on the back of Gu Bai's white hand, and there was a red circle around the oil drops. He pulled Gu Bai's hand and frowned to check it. What's wrong? Is it hot? There was a little oil splash. Rinse it with cold water first, and I'll apply some medicine on you later. Gu Bai's hand was held by Zhou Yongxing's hand, pulled under the faucet, and the water was turned on to rinse. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing with a frown. His hand was held by a warm big hand and washed by cool water, but he felt warm in his heart. Okay, go play in the living room, I'll do it. Can you cook? Gu Bai was a little surprised. After all, coming from a family like Zhou Yongxing, he was a prince born with a silver spoon in his mouth. How could he possibly cook by himself? I learned a little bit on my own when I was abroad. You also know how to make cola chicken wings. Yeah, I can order simple dishes. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's admiring expression, smiling like a flower in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. Go to the living room and play for a while, it will be ready soon. Okay. Seeing that he no longer needed to worry about this, Gu Bai skipped to the living room, turned on the TV skillfully, crossed his legs like an old man, and started watching a funny variety show. Chapter 34. Gu Bai sat on the sofa in the living room, watching the show and giggling. Zhou Yongxing secretly glanced at Gu Bai in the living room while cooking, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It has been a long time since I had this feeling. There is someone at home waiting for me to come home. I can cook with him and wash dishes with him. While I am busy in the kitchen, I can still hear the sound of the TV and his laughter coming from the living room. It feels very warm. Maybe this is the real feeling of home. Chicken wings are ready. Zhou Yunxing brought out the chicken wings. Gu Bai jumped up from the sofa and ran to the dining table. He drooled at the sight of the golden chicken wings. I didn't make it very salty, so eat less salt at night. You don't want to eat. Eat. I'll eat with you. Zhou Yunxing brought the bowl and chopsticks and handed them to Gu Bai. Gu Bai picked up a piece and started to eat it, completely ignoring Zhou Yunxing who was looking at him. When he finished eating, he looked up and saw that there was only a chicken wing bone in Zhou Yunxing's bowl. Why did you only eat so little? I ate all the food I bought for you. I made this specially for you, as long as you like it. I bought this and made it for you because you didn't have enough to eat at night. I came back after eating, don't worry. That's good. Gu Bai wiped his hands contentedly after hearing this, smiled at Zhou Yunxing, and gave him a thumbs up. It's delicious, you can open a store now. I'll open a shop for you and cook only for you. Here we go again. The sudden attack of sweet words has killed me. Gu Bai's ears turned red quietly, but he still pretended that nothing had happened. He stood up, picked up the plates and bowls and prepared to go to the kitchen to clean up. Wait a moment. Gu Bai stopped and turned to look at Zhou Yunxing in confusion, only to see Zhou Yunxing stretch out his hand and wipe the corner of Gu Bai's mouth, and when he withdrew his hand, he deliberately slid it slowly across his lips. There's dirt on your mouth. Let me wipe it for you. Oh, just wipe the corner of your mouth. Do you really think I don't know that you touched my lips on purpose? Zhou Yunxing stood at the kitchen door, watching Gu Bai wash the dishes. Finally, he couldn't help but go over to help. They solved the task of washing the dishes together, and by the way, let Zhou Yunxing take advantage of the situation. Okay, go back now. After washing the dishes, Gu Bai checked the time and it was already late. He rushed Zhou Yunxing to the door and urged him to go back quickly. Zhou Yunxing was helplessly pushed back to the door by someone with red ears. Then I'm leaving. Yeah, let's go, it's getting late. Before you leave. Before Zhou Yunxing finished speaking, Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yunxing in confusion, and was suddenly hugged, and then his head was held down. Zhou Yunxing's face instantly enlarged in front of him, and his lips were kissed. Just when Gu Bai felt that the air was about to run out, Zhou Yunxing finally let go of Gu Bai and rubbed Gu Bai's hair. Remember to breathe. Gu Bai was too shy to say much, but he secretly looked up at Zhou Yunxing, who seemed to be blushing too. I'm leaving, go to bed early. Good night, be safe. Well, good night. After seeing Zhou Yunxing off, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief and went into the bathroom to take a shower, but he couldn't help but think of Zhou Yunxing and the kiss just now. It was the first time that Zhou Yunxing hugged me so tightly. I felt like my whole body was being swallowed by him, but he kissed me so gently that I felt reluctant to let him go in the end. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Gu Bai took a shower, quickly changed into pajamas, and got into bed, having a good sleep. Tomorrow will be another beautiful day. The time to go to and from get off work on time every day passed quickly. Gu Bai was going on a business trip this weekend, and he collected some travel information about City A on the internet every night. He even sent a message on social software to ask fans, wanting everyone to recommend where in City A is more fun, hoping to arrange this funded trip. Gu Bai opened the social software and saw quite a few comments, so he clicked on one. Wow, is Xiao Bai coming to City A? When? People from City A are looking for a chance encounter. If you come to City A, you must go to the scenic spot. The most famous scenic spot in City A is Chensha Scenic Area, you must go. You should also go to experience the local folk museum. You must go to the desert. The sunrise is super beautiful. Yes, City A is a city on the edge of the desert. I have never been to the desert. I only remember that when I was in school in the past, I occasionally read geography magazines and saw some pictures and introductions of the desert. That is the impression I have of the desert. It seems to be a desperate place full of stories. The cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting Gu Bai's thoughts. It was Zhou Yunxing calling. Gu Bai picked up the phone and lay down on the bed. Hello. What are you doing? Pack your luggage and check out the attractions in City A. Don't worry, I'll take you out to play. I'm afraid you're too busy to arrange it. I can quickly sort out the company's affairs there. One day will be enough. Then I can take you there to play for a few days before coming back. Have you been there before? Listening to Zhou Yunxing's tone, it seemed as if he was very familiar with the place. I've been there a few times, all for work, but I'm familiar with the place. Then you take me to play. Of course. How are you packing? The weather over there is different from here. Remember to bring some long-sleeved shirts and long pants. Don't just bring summer clothes. Yeah, I know. I spent a lot of time looking it up today. Looking forward to it. Zhou Yongxing chuckled softly over there. Thinking of Gu Bai's expectant look with stars in his eyes, he felt very fond of him. Yes, this is our first trip. Don't worry, I'm here. Just pack your luggage and go to sleep. I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. Okay, good night. Good night. See you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Gu Bai became even more excited. When he thought about going on a trip alone with Zhou Yongxing, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep. Thinking about the conversation he had just had with Zhou Yongxing, he rolled around on the bed excitedly. Finally, Gu Bai sat up from the bed, packed a suitcase, took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, Gu Bai woke up early and checked the time on his phone. He actually woke up dozens of minutes earlier than the alarm clock, which was unprecedented. He wanted to catch up on some sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep when he closed his eyes. His mind was full of images of his travels, and he couldn't calm down at all. Finally, he decided to get up. After washing up, I looked at the time and couldn't help but send a message to Zhou Yongxing. Are you up? As soon as he locked his phone, Zhou Yongxing quickly replied to Gu Bai. Got up early, just woke up. I've been awake for a while. Have you had breakfast? No, what do you want to eat? Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing's message and thought about it. His mind was blank, but he suddenly remembered Zhou Yongxing who had just made chicken wings for him a few days ago. He quickly edited the text message and sent it. I want to eat what you cook. Naughty face. Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll buy the ingredients and cook it for you. Make what you like to eat. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Gu Bai rushed to the kitchen immediately. He always felt that he should do something, but he already had a very clear understanding of his cooking skills. After thinking for a long time, he decided to cook some simple porridge so that it wouldn't be considered as doing nothing. Follow the steps on Baidu, put all the necessary ingredients in, press the porridge button on the rice cooker, and you're done. All you have to do next is wait. Gu Bai finished his breakfast and quietly slipped back to his room. Standing in front of the wardrobe, he began to worry about what to wear. It was really a huge problem. When Gu Bai was sitting on the bed, thinking about the fashion articles on his phone, Zhou Yongxing had already opened the door of Gu Bai's house, carrying a large bag of various things in his hand. After putting them in the kitchen, he saw the porridge cooking in the pot, but no sign of Gu Bai, and finally walked towards the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, what caught Zhou Yongxing's eyes was a naked Gu Bai, who was only wearing a pair of underwear. He was standing in front of the closet, holding a shirt in his hand and gesturing to himself. Gu Bai was startled when he saw the uninvited guest who suddenly broke in, but he reacted quickly and grabbed the shirt in his hand to cover his chest. Why did you come in without knocking? Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's blushing face. Her fair skin seemed to be shy as well, and it also turned a little pink. Her slender legs were stretched straight in front of Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing had to admit that some inappropriate content for children had popped up in his mind, and his eyes darkened. I didn't see you when I came in. Please put on your clothes first. Zhou Yongxing suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, looked away, left Gu Bai's room, and closed the door. After all, it was early in the morning and he had to catch a flight. It was not good to indulge in lust in the daytime, and it would be even worse if he missed the flight. After Zhou Yongxing regained consciousness, he decided to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast first. For this breakfast, Zhou Yongxing brought all the coffee machines in his home to prepare this breakfast for Gu Bai. After taking out the coffee machine and the coffee beans he brought with him, he processed the ingredients, heated up the bread, and decided to make breakfast. After all, he made the most. When Zhou Yongxing was diligently frying eggs and ham in the kitchen, Gu Bai had already put on a casual outfit and crawled out of the bedroom slowly. His mind was full of his naked body being seen by Zhou Yongxing. Would he dislike his poor figure? Was he too thin? He lacked exercise and had almost no muscles. At this moment, Gu Bai deeply experienced what it meant to regret not having enough meat when you need it. When Zhou Yongxing saw him naked, he really wished he was a muscular man so that he could proudly show off his muscles to Zhou Yongxing, instead of being as skinny as a monkey, covering his chest. While Gu Bai was still immersed in his own sadness, the fragrance from the kitchen had already wafted out. The aroma of cured sausages filled the house. Gu Bai came to the kitchen and saw several small vegetables and fruits on the plate. The bread in the bread maker had been heated up, and the sausages were still being fried in the pan. It smells so good. When Zhou Yongxing heard Gu Bai coming over, he turned around and looked at Gu Bai. The blush on his face had faded away, and he sniffed the fragrance in the room with satisfaction. Is it ready? Open the porridge and let it cool down. It's ready. You can eat the bread. There's jam and butter on the table. You can choose. I'll be ready soon. Gu Bai opened the lid of the rice cooker step by step, nodded with satisfaction when looking at his porridge, and after scooping out 2 bowls, he took a piece of bread and started wandering around in the kitchen. Chapter 35. Zhou Yongxing also quickened his pace. After all, he had Gu Bai as his supervisor. He kept a piece of bread around him and soon prepared breakfast. After the prepared breakfast was served on the table, Gu Bai sat down at the table contentedly and spread jam on the bread in his hand. Zhou Yongxing went to the kitchen, took out the coffee machine and coffee beans, put in the coffee beans and returned to the table. Gu Bai was looking back for him. Why don't you come and eat? Make you a cup of coffee, real quick. Gu Bai tilted his body, glanced into the kitchen, and saw the coffee machine working. You even brought the coffee machine. It's not too heavy. Anyway, the driver has to make a complete set for you. Zhou Yongxing said as he stood beside the dining table, picked up a piece of bread and spread butter on it, looked at the jam bread in Gu Bai's hand, and smiled. It seemed that he did not bring the wrong thing. How about strawberry jam? It's delicious. Where did you buy it? I brought it back from Italy, but I don't like it. I thought you might like it, so I brought it to you. I like it very much. It's delicious. That's good. Zhou Yongxing sat down next to Gu Bai and saw that there was food on the corners of Gu Bai's mouth again. The red jam on the corners of his mouth made him look even cuter. Zhou Yongxing stretched out his fingers to wipe the corners of Gu Bai's mouth. When he took his fingers back, he put them directly to his mouth, ate the jam on his fingers, and nodded after eating. It tastes really good. What are you doing? Don't you mind the dirt? Gu Bai's fair face turned red again. Zhou Yongxing found that he liked teasing Gu Bai more and more. He loved to see his cheeks and ears turn red when he was teased. Zhou Yongxing ate the bread in his hand, took the bowl and drank some of Gu Bai's porridge, then nodded in appreciation. The porridge is pretty good. Of course, don't you see who made it? Seeing Gu Bai's proud and complacent look, Zhou Yongxing couldn't help but smile, but he couldn't bear to destroy the kid's self-confidence, so he nodded and agreed, praising Gu Bai. Zhou Yongxing poured coffee for Gu Bai, turned around and went back to the kitchen, but heard Gu Bai's screams coming from the dining table. It's so bitter. Zhou Yongxing, why is it so bitter? Zhou Yongxing returned to the dining table with something in his hand. Looking at Gu Bai's wrinkled face, he felt both amused and distressed. He reached out and rubbed Gu Bai's hair, then took Gu Bai's coffee cup. Don't drink yet. I've got you some sugar and milk. After it was prepared, a cup of latte was pushed back in front of Gu Bai. Drink it, it won't be bitter now. Gu Bai nodded, ate the eggs fried by Zhou Yongxing, picked up the cup and took a sip, then let out a long sigh of comfort. It feels so good. Zhou Yongxing smiled, drank the coffee in his hand, and kneaded the tender flesh on the back of Gu Bai's neck. Gu Bai stretched his body like a cat, with a look of enjoyment on his face. After the meal, it was almost time. Zhou Yongxing carried Gu Bai's suitcase, pulled Gu Bai downstairs, and drove to the airport. On the plane, Gu Bai sat obediently next to Zhou Yongxing. Seeing Zhou Yongxing handling things with ease, he suddenly felt like a bumpkin. After all, it was the first time in his life that he sat in first class. Gu Bai realized that flying could be so comfortable. Damn capitalists. How long will it take to get there? Gu Bai turned his head and looked out the window. The plane had already reached above the clouds, the sky was even bluer, and looking down, there were only soft, white clouds. It takes 5 hours to get there. Won't you feel bored? Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai and tucked the blanket in for him. It's okay. I have you here. Gu Bai turned around and looked at Zhou Yongxing, who had a gentle face. How is the company going now? It's a minor issue. I'll take them for a walk when I get there. There will be social events, so you still have to be more careful at the dinner table. My assistant has already started handling it. I thought you only had one sister Dong who could help you. How is that possible? I have 2 assistants, but they don't go to the head office often. They mainly do things for me in secret. I haven't even seen him. Gu Bai pouted, and suddenly felt that Zhou Yongxing was hiding a lot of things from her, and she didn't know Zhou Yongxing at all. You saw it this time, why are you still angry? I know absolutely nothing about you. Zhou Yongxing smiled, with an understanding expression on his face, and looked at Gu Bai lovingly. From now on my life will be all about you, so you have to watch me carefully and find out some things about me that you don't know. Yeah, Gu Bai nodded and leaned on Zhou Yongxing's broad shoulders. His eyelids began to droop, but he forced himself to open his eyes. If you're sleepy, take a nap first. I'll call you when we get there. Zhou Yongxing touched Gu Bai's soft hair and smoothed it for him. Gu Bai opened his eyes and shook his head. No, if I sleep now, I won't be able to sleep at night. Then just rest for an hour. Zhou Yongxing smiled helplessly, took out a U-shaped pillow, put it on Gu Bai's neck, and adjusted Gu Bai's head. Okay then. Gu Bai yawned and finally slowly closed his eyes. Seeing that Gu Bai had fallen asleep, Zhou Yongxing wrapped the blanket around him tightly to make sure that no air could leak in. Only then did he feel relieved and took out his computer to start working. Time passed quickly, and an hour passed. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai who was sleeping completely unconscious. He stared at Gu Bai for a while. The more he looked, the more he liked him. He was reluctant to wake Gu Bai up. The flight attendant came over and wanted to ask if he needed an airplane meal, but before he could open his mouth, Zhou Yongxing frowned and made a gesture to keep quiet. The flight attendant looked at Gu Bai who was sleeping beside Zhou Yongxing, closed her mouth with a look of understanding, smiled and nodded, turned and left. However, Zhou Yongxing could feel her gaze not far away. Several stewardesses looked at them with a smile on their faces. Although it was inappropriate for them to discuss passengers, they were a handsome same-sex couple after all, and everyone wanted to gossip about them. Zhou Yongxing did not feel unhappy at all. Instead, he wanted the whole world to know that this well-behaved and lovely man belonged to him alone. It would be best if everyone knew it to avoid being blind. Gu Bai was in his sleep and vaguely heard the broadcast on the plane. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Yongxing staring at him. The broadcast was also announcing lunch. Soon, the flight attendant brought lunch, which was pasta, juice, and a nice little cake. Are you awake? How was your sleep? Gu Bai knew something was wrong as soon as he saw the situation. Zhou Yongxing definitely did not call him on time, but Zhou Yongxing did not seem to blame himself at all and was still smiling. Gu Bai was so angry that he grabbed Zhou Yongxing's hand and revealed the watch on his wrist. What time is it? Didn't you agree to wake me up in an hour? Zhou Yongxing looked at the angry Gu Bai, and grabbed Gu Bai's hand, squeezed his soft palm, and explained with a smile, seeing that you were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you up. Besides, you would have nothing to do when you wake up, so you might as well sleep a little longer. After saying that, Zhou Yongxing handed a cup of warm water to Gu Bai, indicating that he should moisten his throat. I won't be able to sleep at night. Gu Bai gulped down the water but still complained angrily. It's okay, I'm here tonight. Zhou Yongxing smiled dully, his voice became even sexier, and he winked at Gu Bai mischievously. I don't want you. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing, turned his head shyly, and pretended to mutter angrily, but Zhou Yongxing continued to move closer and questioned. Say what? Nothing, just lunch. Gu Bai pushed away Zhou Yongxing who was approaching him, his ears red, and picked up the fork to stir the noodles on the plate. The plane landed quickly. Zhou Yongxing pulled the suitcase with one hand and Gu Bai with the other. When they got out of the airport, the assistant was already waiting at the door. After unloading their luggage, Zhou Yongxing pulled Gu Bai into the back seat. How's the situation here? Guang and I have almost dealt with it. I think it will be faster if you come. That's good. The hotel has been booked, right? Yes, everything is ready as you ordered. Gu Bai sat aside and listened to Zhou Yongxing arranging the work. He was so serious that it seemed as if he was a different person from the one on the plane just now. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. Zhou Yongxing also looked at Gu Bai, then reached out and held Gu Bai's hand. The hotel was located on the top floor, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows one could see the panoramic view of City A. Gu Bai was touring the room, while his assistant was reporting the situation here to Zhou Yongxing in the reception room. Gu Bai followed and wanted to listen, at least he could help Zhou Yongxing a little. After all, he came here as a secretary and couldn't just play around. Seeing Gu Bai coming over, Zhou Yongxing pulled Gu Bai over and asked him to sit next to him. Gu Bai listened carefully to Ah Cheng's report. Combining it with Dong Cheng's report that he had read before, he almost understood some of it. He knew that the situation here had almost stabilized, and the rest was basically negotiations with partners. Looking at Zhou Yongxing with a serious face, he still loves to frown as always. The outline of his face has become more stern because of the serious expression. There is an aura around him that keeps strangers away. His eyes are fixed on the report book in his hand. From time to time, he will ask Ah Cheng, who is not far away, nod and continue to look at the report. Today, Gu Bai finally realized what it meant that a man who works hard is the most handsome, because he felt that at this moment, Zhou Yongxing, who was working hard, was particularly handsome. After Ah Cheng finished his report, he left the room, leaving only Zhou Yongxing and Gu Bai. Putting down the information in his hand, Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai, who was playing with his phone, smiled and touched Gu Bai's head. Is it boring to wait? No, I'm looking at the guide here. We will have a dinner party tonight. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, just go around. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I want to go with you. Good. At the dinner party in the evening, Gu Bai and Ah Cheng, as Zhou Yongxing's assistants, appeared at the dinner party. The dinner was held in a hotel and the guests were local officials of different levels. Zhou Yongxing was chatting and laughing at the table, and he and several officials talked about a lot of things while drinking and exchanging cups. Gu Bai was just responsible for eating attentively beside him, and he did not relax his ears and listen to their conversation attentively. Suddenly he heard the topic shift to himself. Who is this person next to Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yongxing knew that the fat and strong young leader was referring to Gu Bai, but he pretended to be different and introduced Ah Cheng to him. Oh, this is my personal assistant, Ah Cheng. Who is the other one? It was obvious that he didn't want to let Gu Bai go. Gu Bai just raised his head and smiled at the official. When he saw the man's eyes, he felt goosebumps. His eyes were full of greasy desire, which was not concealed at all. Zhou Yongxing frowned unhappily, but still had to introduce Gu Bai. This is the youngest of my family. This time he came with me to see the world. It's half traveling and half studying official business. Thank you, Director Wang, for your concern. When the fat Director Wang heard what Zhou Yongxing said, he had to suppress the evil thoughts in his mind. After all, he was someone else's family member, and it would not be fun to anger Zhou Yongxing. I see. He looks so young and talented. He will become a great man in the future. Thank you for the compliment, Director Wang. Zhou Yongxing smiled and thanked Director Wang on behalf of Gu Bai. The topic finally shifted away from Gu Bai and continued to talk about other interesting stories. After the meal, Gu Bai didn't say a word and got through it safely. Perhaps the only failure was that Gu Bai accidentally drank a glass of fruit wine, the kind that you don't feel anything when you drink it, but has a strong aftertaste after drinking it. When Gu Bai finished drinking the juice, his head was already dizzy and confused. Fortunately, Gu Bai was a good drinker and did not make a noise. He just stood there staring at the table in a daze. Finally, when leaving, Zhou Yongxing discovered that something was wrong with Gu Bai. He arranged for Ah Cheng to send a leader away, and he hugged Gu Bai to the parking lot and returned to the car, asking the driver to drive directly back to the hotel. Gu Bai felt even more dizzy in the car, and his face was very hot. It was a bit hot in the car, so he pulled the collar of his shirt and complained to Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing, it's so hot. I'll open the window. Zhou Yongxing shook his head helplessly, looking at the drunk little white rabbit pulling at his collar uncomfortably. The driver had consciously lowered the back window. Zhou Yongxing reached out and unbuttoned 2 buttons of Gu Bai's shirt, revealing his red collarbone. Gu Bai probably felt a little more comfortable, so he leaned on Zhou Yongxing's shoulder and said nothing more. Zhou Yongxing just breathed a sigh of relief. It was already difficult for him to control himself seeing Gu Bai like this. Fortunately, Gu Bai was obedient, otherwise he might have been killed. Just as he thought of this, Gu Bai began to become restless. He turned sideways and hugged Zhou Yongxing, resting his chin on Zhou Yongxing's shoulder, pouting slightly, and his hand reached out to Zhou Yongxing's cheek and pinched it. Zhou Yongxing, so pretty, hiccup. Zhou Yongxing had no choice but to pull Gu Bai's hand off his face. Chapter 36. Half of Gu Bai's body was hanging on Zhou Yongxing. His hands, which had just been taken off, soon became restless again and touched Zhou Yongxing's face again. Zhou Yongxing had no choice but to let Gu Bai ravage him. Looking at Gu Bai's dazed eyes, he laughed softly in his throat. The driver in the front heard the movement behind but didn't dare to look. When he heard the president laugh, he was very surprised in his heart, but his face remained well trained and showed no reaction. Zhou Yongxing was halfway up to Gu Bai, and Gu Bai was lying on top of Zhou Yongxing. His claws had already reached out to Zhou Yongxing's hairstyle, and he was soon caught and turned into a Super Saiyan, with his hair standing up to the sky. Gu Bai looked at the work of art he had created and nodded with satisfaction. As if tired from playing, Gu Bai leaned on Zhou Yongxing, looked up at Zhou Yongxing's hair, and chuckled a few times. Zhou Yongxing tapped Gu Bai's head gently with a doting tone. "Look at what you've done. You drink even though you can't drink. Now I'm the one suffering." Helplessly, he raised his hand to smooth the standing hair on his head. At the end, he pinched Gu Bai's hot cheek as if in revenge. "Looks great, Super Saiyan." Gu Bai smiled, as if he was doing it on purpose, but also as if he was really drunk. When they arrived at the hotel parking lot, Zhou Yongxing pulled Gu Bai into the elevator. Gu Bai was still a little dizzy and walked crookedly. The driver looked at Gu Bai and wanted to come up to lend a hand, but Zhou Yongxing just waved his hand, indicating that the driver could go back, then entered the elevator and closed the door. The elevator was rising slowly. Gu Bai felt a little dizzy and his legs were a little weak. He naturally put his arms around Zhou Yongxing's neck and put all his weight on him. Zhou Yongxing's nose was filled with the smell of Gu Bai's hair shampoo, a very fresh smell of verbena, which made people feel very comfortable and couldn't help wanting more. Zhou Yongxing hugged Gu Bai's waist, feeling Gu Bai's thin body through 2 layers of shirts, and feeling Gu Bai's body temperature rising due to alcohol, and gradually became a little distracted. The hotel suite was on a very high floor, and it took some time to go up from the underground garage. Gu Bai had already drunk some wine, and felt a little uncomfortable. After being in the elevator for so long, feeling the abnormal gravity, his stomach began to feel uncomfortable, and finally it began to churn. However, he still had the last bit of rationality left, and told himself that this was an elevator. Finally, the elevator reached the floor of the suite. The elevator door opened and then came the door of the top floor suite. Zhou Yongxing hugged Gu Bai distractedly and opened the door with one hand. As soon as he entered the suite, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, his stomach started churning and he couldn't suppress it anymore. Vomit. Zhou Yongxing was just immersed in the good mood of close contact with Gu Bai, but the next second, his good mood was gone instantly, because Gu Bai, this little bastard, vomited all over himself at the entrance, holding his shoulders and vomiting without any scruples. Zhou Yongxing began to feel overwhelmed. The child whom he thought was adorable just now, vomited all over himself the next second because of a glass of fruit wine. His suit was filled with the smell of alcohol and food. He hugged Gu Bai, let Gu Bai vomit in the entrance hall, patted Gu Bai's back gently, and helped Gu Bai calm down. Okay, just spit it out." Zhou Yongxing, who was originally a little irritated, frowned when he saw Gu Bai vomiting in pain. His eyes were filled with a layer of mist and bloodshot because of the discomfort. Even his eyelashes were covered with a layer of water droplets. Seeing Gu Bai in such pain, Zhou Yongxing lost his temper for a moment. He gently touched Gu Bai's bulging spine and comforted him. After Gu Bai finished vomiting, Zhou Yongxing took off his clothes and threw them on the ground. He helped Gu Bai take off his shoes and socks naked, picked up Gu Bai and walked into the suite. He put Gu Bai on the small sofa and picked up the phone for room service. "Hello, the suite needs to be cleaned. There is vomit and dirty clothes at the entrance. Please deal with it. Bring some hangover soup. The hangover soup is on the cabinet in the entrance. You can leave after you deal with it." After notifying the room service, Zhou Yongxing went straight into the bathroom and turned on the faucet of the bathtub, then came back to look at Gu Bai who was curled up on the sofa. Zhou Yongxing came closer and touched Gu Bai's head, and gently called Gu Bai's name. Gu Bai responded to Zhou Yongxing in a daze, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Yongxing's face. Gu Bai smiled, reached out and touched Zhou Yongxing's face, and pinched it. "Zhou Yongxing, you look so beautiful if you smile more." Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhou Yongxing couldn't help laughing when he heard Gu Bai muttering in a low voice. He was sure that Gu Bai had not completely lost his mind and was not very drunk. Then Gu Bai's hand slid down the neck to Zhou Yongxing's naked upper body, and began to grope Zhou Yongxing's muscles, sliding down along the lines of the muscles. Zhou Yongxing pulled down Gu Bai's evil hand and pressed it on the sofa. Gu Bai grinned evilly when he saw this. What a great figure, and the touch is nice too, As Gu Bai spoke, he commented on Zhou Yongxing's figure with a look of aftertaste. Zhou Yongxing leaned down, and finally knocked on Gu Bai's head, smiling and scolding Gu Bai, "You little bastard." After saying that, Zhou Yongxing turned and went to the bathroom, tried the water temperature in the bathtub, and after making sure it was just right, he picked up the bathrobe and put it on himself, then came back and picked up Gu Bai and went into the bathroom. Soon the room service aunt knocked on the door. After entering, she just announced that room service had arrived. Then she started to clean up the dirt in the entrance hall and placed the hangover soup in the thermos on the cabinet. Looking at Gu Bai, who squinted his eyes, Zhou Yongxing pinched his face and said in a hoarse voice, "Xiao Bai, it's time to take a bath." Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing in confusion, then laughed, hugged Zhou Yongxing, and dragged him to jump into the bathtub. Zhou Yongxing quickly stood beside the bathtub and grabbed Gu Bai, but he didn't expect that he was barefoot, and his feet slipped, and both of them fell into the bathtub. The bathroom in the top floor suite was very large, and the bathtub was the size of a small hot spring. The entire bathroom was filled with steam. Zhou Yongxing quickly supported the bathtub and put one hand around Gu Bai's waist to prevent both of them from choking on water, but their clothes were still soaked in the water and got thoroughly wet. Zhou Yongxing was fine, as he was only wearing a bathrobe, and now that it was wet he just had to throw it aside. Gu Bai was wearing a formal suit, which was now all wet and stuck to his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, Zhou Yongxing couldn't help but look at Shitu's shirt. The white shirt was very transparent after he tried it on, which reminded Zhou Yongxing of Gu Bai's body that he saw in the morning. Zhou Yongxing's eyes darkened and his throat felt a little tight. Finally, he slowly put Gu Bai into the warm water, stood up, pulled out a clean bathrobe, put it on again and tied it up. "Xiao Bai, take off your clothes and wash up. I'll get you some hangover soup." Gu Bai was put in the water by Zhou Yongxing. After hearing what Zhou Yongxing said, he realized that he had done something stupid. He looked down at his toes and finally decided to take off his clothes first. It was very uncomfortable to get wet and stick to his body. Zhou Yongxing came out of the bathroom, patted his face, breathed in the fresh air, and calmed himself down. All the dirt at the entrance had been cleaned up, and there was a thermos of hangover soup on the cabinet. After mentioning the sobering soup, Zhou Yongxing took out a glass, poured a cup of the soup and went to the bathroom. After entering, he found Gu Bai sitting naked in the bathtub in a daze, with wet hair hanging down on his cheeks. He looked much more sober than before and no longer drunk as before. Zhou Yongxing walked to the bathtub, sat on the edge of it, and handed the cup to Gu Bai's mouth. "Xiao Bai, drink some hangover soup. You will feel much better after drinking it. How do you feel now?" Gu Bai opened his mouth obediently and drank a cup of sobering soup. His head still felt a little painful, so he nodded gently. "Yeah, it's not that uncomfortable anymore." Gu Bai still looked a little dazed. He sat in the bathtub with his legs hugged. Zhou Yongxing sat on the edge of the bathtub, pinching the flesh on the back of Gu Bai's neck. "Does your head hurt?" "A little bit." Gu Bai nodded, raised his head and looked at Zhou Yongxing with misty eyes. Zhou Yongxing smiled helplessly, but looking at Gu Bai's pitiful appearance, he softened his heart. He squatted down, touched Gu Bai's face and said, "Then wash yourself quickly, dry yourself, put on your bathrobe and come out. I'll give you a massage." After that, Zhou Yongxing rubbed Gu Bai's head, stood up and walked out. Gu Bai took a shower in the bathroom, tied on his bathrobe and walked out. He came to the bedroom and saw Zhou Yongxing sitting on the sofa looking at the report in his hand. When he heard the noise, he looked up at Gu Bai. "Come over here when you're done washing and sit over here." Gu Bai sat down, and Zhou Yongxing came over with a hair dryer. Just like before, he quietly dried Gu Bai's hair. Zhou Yongxing put down the hair dryer and placed his hand on Gu Bai's scalp. "I didn't know it was wine today, I thought it was juice." Gu Bai remembered what he had done today and explained awkwardly that he didn't want Zhou Yongxing to think that he did it on purpose, so he drank even though he couldn't. There was no way. Firstly, Gu Bai didn't realize that what he drank was actually alcohol. Secondly, before he came here, he was a person who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. No one in the dormitory could do better than him. But who would have known that Gu Bai here was such a weakling that a small glass of fruit wine could make him drunk and unconscious? Zhou Yongxing pressed the acupuncture points on Gu Bai's scalp. As Gu Bai spoke, he could clearly feel the resonance in Gu Bai's brain due to talking, and his fingers were numb. I know, that drink was strong, I wasn't paying attention to you, my problem. Gu Bai shook his head and continued, you won't be angry, will you? I vomited all over you. I almost got angry, you little bastard. Then why aren't you angry? Why are you giving me a massage? Gu Bai raised his head and looked at Zhou Yongxing's expression and found that he was smiling. Because it's you. Zhou Yongxing straightened Gu Bai's restless head, continued massaging, and finally said this. Oh, so that's it. Gu Bai felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. He touched Zhou Yongxing's arm, pulled down his hands that were massaging, and hugged Zhou Yongxing's waist. Looking down at Gu Bai who was holding him, Zhou Yongxing sat down and hugged Gu Bai. He could smell the fragrance of Gu Bai who had just finished taking a shower, and he touched Gu Bai's fluffy hair. How do you feel now? Much better. Gu Bai lay on Zhou Yongxing's shoulder and responded with a muffled voice. When Zhou Yongxing heard it, he directly picked up Gu Bai sideways. Gu Bai was startled when he was suddenly picked up in Zhou Yongxing's arms. What are you going to do? As an adult man, Gu Bai hadn't had anyone hug him like this for a long time. He was suspended in the air, feeling a little panicked, and he put his arms directly around Zhou Yongxing's neck. Go to bed, don't catch a cold, you have to work with me tomorrow. Good. After putting Gu Bai on the bed and covering him with a quilt, Zhou Yongxing went to the bathroom to take a shower, then came back and got on the bed. Gu Bai was probably so tired that he had fallen asleep. Zhou Yongxing reached out and touched Gu Bai's face, smiled, lay down gently, hugged Gu Bai and fell asleep. The next day, Zhou Yongxing got up very early, took care of himself, ordered breakfast, prepared Gu Bai's clothes, and then went to the bedroom to wake up the sleeping Gu Bai. After taking care of everything, Zhou Yongxing took Gu Bai out of the hotel. They first went to the company building and held a meeting to deal with things. Then they went to different places. Gu Bai just followed Zhou Yongxing obediently, without saying much, and just silently watched Zhou Yongxing working hard. After a day of running around, Zhou Yongxing was a little tired. Sitting in the car, he pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes, thinking about something. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching him, followed by a pair of warm hands, and there was some warmth on his temples. Gu Bai knelt on the car seat, looked at Zhou Yongxing with a tired face, moved closer, stretched out his hands and wanted to give Zhou Yongxing a massage, hoping to make Zhou Yongxing less tired. Zhou Yongxing opened his eyes and turned his head, and saw Gu Bai, whose face was full of worry. He was giving him a scalp massage seriously. He smiled, grabbed Gu Bai in his arms, and rubbed Gu Bai's head. Are you tired after following me around all day? I'm fine, you're more tired. Gu Bai shook his head, raised his head from Zhou Yongxing's arms, and looked at Zhou Yongxing's face. I've finished everything. I'll take you to have fun tomorrow. Really? Where are you going? Don't worry, I've arranged everything. It must be a fun place and you'll like it. Zhou Yongxing held Gu Bai in his arms and looked at Gu Bai's expectant expression. He felt that he had been busy all day, running around, just to finish the work within one day, which was also meaningful. In an instant, the feeling of fatigue was not as strong as before. After returning to the hotel, Gu Bai took a shower first. Sitting on the bed, he felt bored, so he took out his cell phone and opened a game. Soon Zhou Yongxing came out of the bathroom. Gu Bai looked away from the screen and towards the direction of the bathroom. Zhou Yongxing was wearing a bathrobe with only a pair of underwear underneath. The belt of the bathrobe was not fastened, and he had not even wiped the water off his body. His strong muscles looked even sexier against the backdrop of the water droplets. Gu Bai swallowed silently, admired in his heart, and started to imagine different things in his mind. Finally, he lowered his head silently, wanting to continue playing the game, using the game to cleanse his sinful heart, but he saw that the phone screen had turned black and white, and he had already died. Chapter 37. Zhou Yongxing walked up to Gu Bai and leaned in to look at Gu Bai's phone. What are you playing? Played a game. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing, raised the phone in his hand, and showed the game interface to Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing looked at the screen. He had never played it before, so he didn't know what it meant. Are you tired? We'll set off tomorrow after you've had enough sleep. There's no rush. Gu Bai lost the game naturally, closed the game, turned around and looked at Zhou Yongxing, and their eyes met in the air. Fortunately, I'm not particularly tired. Looking at Gu Bai's face, Zhou Yongxing liked him more and more. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss Gu Bai's lips. It was different from the past. It was just a very light and gentle kiss, but Gu Bai couldn't resist it more than ever. Okay, let's go to bed. Zhou Yongxing left Gu Bai's lips, crawled into the bed, and flattened the pillow for Gu Bai. Looking at Zhou Yongxing lying next to him and thinking of the kiss just now, Gu Bai felt more and more that something was wrong with him. He silently recited a few great compassion mantras in his heart to calm himself down. But after lying down, he felt uncomfortable no matter how he fell asleep. He kept tossing and turning, adjusting his posture. After that kiss, Zhou Yongxing's heart was already a little restless and his breathing became unstable. After lying down, he wisely chose to sleep with his back to Gu Bai. However, the child was restless and kept moving. He tossed and turned, which made Zhou Yongxing angry. Gu Bai himself was not aware of his problem at all. In the end, Zhou Yongxing had no choice but to turn around and pull Gu Bai into his arms. He hugged Gu Bai's waist and rested his head near the back of Gu Bai's head, smelling the fragrance of Gu Bai's body after taking a shower. Don't move, just go to sleep. Gu Bai was suddenly hugged by Zhou Yongxing, and he could feel the warmth of Zhou Yongxing's chest from behind. In fact, even if Zhou Yongxing didn't speak, Gu Bai didn't dare to move anymore, because Gu Bai clearly felt that there was a foreign object behind him, and it was impossible for Gu Bai not to know what it was. Gu Bai was held obediently, not daring to move again, closing his eyes, wanting to fall asleep quickly so that he wouldn't care about the people behind him. After a busy day, Gu Bai fell asleep quickly, his breathing became less tense, and his breath became much more stable. Zhou Yongxing also slowly calmed down. It was a dreamless night. When Gu Bai woke up, only the residual warmth of Zhou Yongxing was left around him, lingering on the quilt. Gu Bai turned over and lay on the bed. His nose was filled with the scent of Zhou Yongxing, which was still as pleasant as before. No, why am I behaving like a pervert? Gu Bai sat up from the bed like a carp, rubbed his hair, and finally got out of bed. When I left the bedroom, I heard Zhou Yongxing busying himself with something in the kitchen. When I walked over, I smelled the fragrance. Zhou Yongxing was stirring the noodles cooking in the pot. Are you awake? The noodles will be ready soon. Let's eat, pack up and leave. Good. Go wash up first, and it will be ready when you come out. Gu Bai went to the bathroom to wash up, and came out to have noodles with Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing had already packed all the things they needed to take in advance, and also arranged for Ah Cheng to put some other things in the trunk of the car. This time, Zhou Yongxing did not let the driver drive, but drove himself. The car changed from a business sedan to a handsome off-road vehicle. Gu Bai sat in the co-pilot, and the two went out alone. The destination was a famous scenic spot in the suburbs. A city was originally a city on the edge of the desert, so many people came to a city to see the desert and camp in the desert. This time, Zhou Yongxing planned to take Gu Bai to camp in the desert. Gu Bai was also very excited. After all, he had never seen the grandeur of the desert with his own eyes, no matter which world he was in. Gu Bai kept talking excitedly along the way, looking at the ever-changing scenery outside, his face full of excitement and anticipation. Zhou Yongxing felt warm in his heart as he looked at Gu Bai. It felt like he hadn't had this feeling for many years, with someone traveling with him and chattering in his ear on the way. The 1 or 2 hour drive passed quickly, and the scenery outside the window changed from modern skyscrapers to endless desert, with some small houses appearing from time to time. Finally, Zhou Yongxing parked the car in front of one of the small houses. A middle-aged man with a sexy beard quickly came out. He smiled and bumped fists with Zhou Yongxing. It seemed that he was a good friend of Zhou Yongxing. Old Zhou, I haven't seen you for many years. Do you remember me? I'm here to play for 2 days. This is my little friend, Gu Bai. Zhou Yongxing reached out and took Gu Bai's hand, and brought him to his side, introducing him to him as Brother Chen, my old classmate. Hello, Brother Chen. Gu Bai greeted him obediently. Brother Chen looked Gu Bai up and down with curiosity, and his smile became more and more strange. Hello, how old are you? You don't look very old. I'm 20 years old. You are so young, you are capable, are you old enough to eat young grass? Brother Chen gave Zhou Yongxing a punch on the shoulder with a wicked smile, and Zhou Yongxing took it easily. Stop it, did you check the location for me? I must show you the best place. I'll take you there later. That's fine, let's go. Zhou Yongxing took out all the things from the trunk of his own car, opened the trunk of Brother Chen's car parked nearby, and put all the things in. Gu Bai watched Zhou Yongxing moving things, so he naturally started to take things as well, putting some necessities in the trunk. Should we change cars? Well, drive his car in, and we'll leave our car here with him. Gu Bai nodded and got into the car with Zhou Yongxing. The car stopped at the destination after a while. Zhou Yongxing said that this was the camping spot they had selected in advance, and they could go play after setting up camp. Gu Bai nodded. He didn't know how to set up camp either, so he could only follow Zhou Yongxing's instructions. Zhou Yongxing had probably been here before, so he was very skilled. He patiently taught Gu Bai, and the tent was quickly set up. It's finally done. It was so hard. It's okay, I can teach you, it's not difficult. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai with his hands on his waist, turned his neck, smiled and walked up to touch Gu Bai's hair. Now we can have fun without worry. Gu Bai had already set his eyes on the tourist center not far away. It looked like there would be a lot of people there. When he was still at home a few days ago, Gu Bai really wanted to come here to play and did a lot of homework. Come on, let's go over there. Grabbing Zhou Yongxing's hand, Gu Bai pointed to a scenic spot not far away, smiled like a child traveling for the first time, and pulled Zhou Yongxing towards that direction. As Zhou Yongxing was pulled away by Gu Bai, the worries in his heart slowly disappeared. It seemed that he had not chosen the wrong place, and Gu Bai really liked this place. When they arrived at the place, it was so crowded that it didn't seem like a desert at all. There was no sense of desolation at all, but rather it was lively and full of atmosphere. As soon as Gu Bai arrived, he was attracted by the ethnic minority dance performance not far away, and he quickly pulled Zhou Yongxing to the vicinity of the stage. Passionate music was playing on the speakers. The dancers on the stage were wearing ethnic minority costumes and dancing cheerfully. Gu Bai watched the performance with two shallow dimples on the corners of his mouth. Zhou Yongxing tilted his head to look at Gu Bai's smile, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a beautiful arc. After the dance ended, the actors on the stage saluted to the audience, and Gu Bai clapped along with the people around him. Once again, Gu Bai felt that the enthusiasm and joy of ethnic minority dances were more contagious than any dance he had seen before, and could make everyone laugh. Gu Bai looked up at Zhou Yongxing and found that he was smiling at him, so he also gave Zhou Yongxing a nice smile and tightened his hand. Zhou Yongxing, look over there. Have you ever ridden a camel? Gu Bai's eyes were attracted by a group of camels not far away. There were many children surrounding the camels. The children were excitedly surrounding the camels. The camels were also staring blankly at the group of children in front of them, smacking their mouths and chewing the food in their mouths. Want to go check it out? No, there are only kids over there, I would be embarrassed as an adult. Gu Bai was still a little conflicted when he looked at the children surrounding the camels. After all, he really wanted to get close to the camels. But when he thought about himself jumping around a few camels like those children, it was really embarrassing. He was already an adult of 20 years old. Go if you want to. You are my friend too. Zhou Yongxing looked at the desire in Gu Bai's eyes, pulled Gu Bai and headed towards the camel. Gu Bai finally came to the side of the camels. The person standing next to them should be the manager of these camels. He was wearing ethnic minority clothing and his face showed the vicissitudes of life in the desert for many years. When he saw Zhou Yongxing and Gu Bai coming to see the camels, he just smiled and nodded at them. It was a very simple and sincere smile. Can I touch it? Gu Bai asked the man. After all, the man's owner was here and he couldn't move around casually. Sure, she's very well behaved. Her name is Chi-Chi's. Gu Bai slowly stretched out his hand and touched Chi-Chi's head. He felt the furry texture in his hand and his expression was a little cautious, yet a little nervous and excited. He found that Chi-Chi did not resist his touch, so he stroked it gently with confidence. Chi-Chi also looked like he was enjoying it, feeling Gu Bai's touch. She's so good. Gu Bai gently touched Chi Qi's head, turned around and looked at Zhou Yunxing with a smile. Can you help me take a picture? Take a picture of me and touch my body. Okay. Zhou Yunxing smiled dotingly, took out his mobile phone from his coat pocket, walked a little further away, and filmed the interaction between Gu Bai and Luotuo. Zhou Yunxing, come quickly. What's wrong? Zhou Yunxing put away his phone and walked towards Gu Bai. Gu Bai pointed at Chi excitedly and said to Zhou Yunxing, look, Chi has such long eyelashes. She is a great beauty. Camels have very long eyelashes to protect themselves from the wind and sand. So cute. Gu Bai moved closer to look at Chi. Zhou Yunxing was about to pull him away and tell him not to get so close, but Chi cooperated by sticking out his tongue and licking Gu Bai's face. Gu Bai was startled and jumped up instantly. Zhou Yunxing hugged Gu Bai from behind, and looking at Gu Bai's ugly expression, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yunxing laughing at him, and pushed Zhou Yunxing away in anger, then pulled up his t-shirt and wiped his face. I have to say, camels have really bad breath, it really stinks. The camel owner standing nearby also laughed when he saw this. Chi likes you very much. Zhou Yunxing came up and hugged Gu Bai, touched Gu Bai's face, and couldn't help laughing again. Chi likes you too much, you should be happy. It stinks. Gu Bai wrinkled his nose, and got angry when he thought of Zhou Yunxing laughing at him. You're still laughing at me. Don't laugh anymore. Zhou Yunxing hugged Gu Bai and comforted him, but the smile on his face could not be wiped off. Would you like to try riding a camel? Can I ride it? Gu Bai was eager to try. After all, he had never tried riding a horse or a camel, and looked at Zhou Yunxing expectantly. Zhou Yun turned to look at the camel owner. Can Chi ride it? My wife wants to try. Gu Bai's face turned red when he heard the word lover coming out of Zhou Yunxing's mouth. After all, Zhou Yunxing had never introduced himself like this to others, and he had always been by his side as a junior in the family. Sure, Chi likes her too. Under the guidance of his master, Zhou Yunxing helped Gu Bai and successfully sat on the camel. After Gu Bai sat on it, he looked at Zhou Yunxing, who was much shorter than him, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his head. Zhou Yunxing looked at him with such smugness that he carried himself too long, and just smiled, letting him do whatever he wanted. Gu Bai sat on the camel, and Zhou Yunxing led the camel and walked slowly. Gu Bai carefully stabilized his body. When the children around saw this, they quickly gathered around and looked at Gu Bai on the camel with longing. I want to ride it, too. Brother, can you help me lead the camel? I want to ride it too. A little boy walked up to Zhou Yunxing and looked at him pleadingly, hoping that he could help him so that he could ride a camel. Zhou Yunxing was just about to refuse the child when suddenly a little girl who was taller than the little boy came over, took the little boy's hand, apologized to Zhou Yunxing, and then turned to explain to the little boy. No, only adults can ride camels. You are still a child. But I have this brother holding my hand. The little boy obviously did not want to give up. These two brothers are husband and wife, and the older brother can only lead the camel for the younger brother. Gu Bai was watching the conversation between the brother and sister on the camel. His face turned red as he listened. Looking at Zhou Yunxing, who was laughing happily, he wanted to get off, but he didn't dare to jump down by himself. Zhou Yunxing, come here for a moment. Zhou Yunxing was still listening to the two children talking. When he heard Gu Bai calling him, he moved closer to Gu Bai. Take it back. I won't ride it anymore. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, that's too embarrassing, let's go play something else. Zhou Yunxing looked at Gu Bai's slightly red face, nodded slightly, and slowly led the camel back to the owner of the camel caravan. Chapter 38. After what happened just now, Gu Bai began to pay attention to the distance he kept from Zhou Yunxing, always feeling that it was not good to do so in public. So the proper distance is good for him and Zhou Yunxing. After all, he and Zhou Shengelin have not divorced yet. If they are so close to each other, it will have a bad impact. As a person who surfs the internet every day, he knows how much the internet can blow things up. It's okay for him, after all, he has been scolded. But Zhou Yunxing is different. He has done nothing excessive. If he is discovered this time, Zhou Yunxing will definitely be affected. He doesn't want the people he cares about to be tainted by any stains. Zhou Yunxing initially thought that the other party's concession was just a coincidence, but after Gu Bai dodged his hand 3 or 4 times, Zhou Yunxing finally realized that something was wrong with Gu Bai. However, it was difficult for him to ask him the reason in such a crowded place, so when Gu Bai stopped, he asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Gu Bai looked back in surprise and said with a smile, "No, I'm fine." Gu Bai looked at the other party with some confusion, wondering why Zhou Yunxing suddenly asked such a question. "What's wrong?" "It's okay," Zhou Yunxing said, then reached out and held Gu Bai's hand, using great strength to not allow him to escape. On the way, Gu Bai tried twice to get something, but failed to pull it out. "Please put it down for a while, otherwise how can I get it?" "What do you want?" Gu Bai hadn't figured out what to take, so he made up an excuse, "The tissue in my pocket. I think I'm about to have a runny nose." He thought Zhou Yunxing would let go after hearing what he said, but he didn't let go at all. Instead, he came closer and reached for his trouser pocket. Gu Bai was startled and shouted, "What are you doing?" The man who held out his hand was completely unaware and said as a matter of course, "Didn't you say you wanted a tissue?" Gu Bai stammered, "No need, I can do it myself." Then he took out a tissue from his pocket and pretended to wipe his nose, but there was actually nothing in it. Zhou Yunxing looked quietly at the person in front of him, without him being able to see. Not far away, they arrived at their destination, the desert cable car. This was the project that Gu Bai wanted to experience the most before coming here, so he was a little excited when he saw it. Seeing his eager expression, Zhou Yunxing let go of his hand without anyone noticing. Gu Bai, whose hand was released, was no longer restrained behind him and walked over quickly. The cable cars here are divided into single and double. Zhou Yunxing thought that the two of them must take the double cable car, but the person next to him was once again beyond his expectations. Gu Bai chose the single one. Zhou Yunxing was also unhappy now, but he did not show it. Instead, he asked as usual, "There are 2 of us, shouldn't we do it for 2?" In fact, he wanted to ask what Gu Bai was thinking. He wanted to know. "The single one is bigger, the double one is smaller, it's uncomfortable for 2 of us to squeeze together." Gu Bai took the things handed over by the staff and said to Zhou Yunxing, "Here, it's yours, anyway, the single one and us are next to each other." Seeing that Zhou Yunxing didn't say anything and his face was calm, Gu Bai put away his smile and said to him in a gentle voice, "Don't mind, then you choose first, left or right. You see, the ticket has been bought and it can't be refunded." Zhou Yunxing couldn't bear to see Gu Bai's expression, so he put away his dissatisfaction and ruffled his hair. "I'll forgive you this time, but if you do this again next time, I'll tie you up under the cable car." PFF'd. Gu Bai's composure instantly broke down when he heard what he said. As expected, as long as Zhou Yunxing's mood improved, he couldn't be serious anymore. In the end, the 2 of them sat on the left and right. The cable car in the desert is not very high, and it doesn't even look amazing, but it is a different experience after sitting on it. The yellow sand spreads under your feet, and the wind blows up a piece of sand. In the distance, you can see camels moving forward slowly on the horizon, and you can even hear the dang-dang bells coming from the merchants, which are melodious and continuous. Gu Bai was in the middle of the yellow sand, unable to see what was beyond the horizon. It could be a crowded tribe or a vast desert. He suddenly thought of his and Zhou Yunxing's future. The road ahead of them was full of fog. It was unknown whether it was Yongkong Avenue or a bottomless abyss. So should they keep going like this, or stop before it's too late and leave their bodies intact? Gu Bai had never felt more like a mayfly flying through the desert than at this moment. He was so small that he could only accept the strong wind and was helpless. What Gu Bai didn't know was that while he was filled with emotion at the sight of this magnificent scenery, he had always been someone else's scenery. That someone else was not someone else, but Zhou Yunxing. Zhou Yunxing had never taken his eyes off Gu Bai since he got on the cable car. He watched Gu Bai's every move, a smile, a turn of his head. He could feel Gu Bai's emotions, but he couldn't feel what Gu Bai was thinking. For example, now, Gu Bai had a calm face, but he couldn't understand the furrow in the middle of his brows. Zhou Yunxing knew his current mood, but he couldn't guess what he was thinking. "What are you frowning about? One journey, 2 experiences, each with its own thoughts." After taking the cable car, they did not continue to wander around, but returned to the tent they had camped in before. A person's mood can really change at any time, and it affects the whole person's state. For example, now that Gu Bai thinks of those things, it seems that he has no mood to play. Gu Bai sat in the tent and saw Zhou Yongxing coming over with a glass of water in his hand. This man looked good no matter where he was. He rested his chin on his knees and stared at the other's beautiful face. Sure enough, looking at handsome men and beautiful women made eating more enjoyable. Things that were pleasing to the eye always made people happy. Water. Zhou Yongxing handed it over, then sat next to him, unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. As his sexy throat rolled, the water in the bottle was decreasing. Gu Bai tilted his head and continued to look at him. You are really good looking. He smiled and revealed his white teeth. Zhou Yongxing liked to see him laugh. What are you laughing at? You look good. Zhou Yongxing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, put down the water bottle, walked into the tent, and closed the curtain by the way. Why did you draw the curtain? It's not bright anymore and it's stuffy. Gu Bai didn't know what the other party was doing. Zhou Yongxing did not answer him. Instead, he sat in front of him, stared into Gu Bai's eyes, and asked the question he wanted to ask at the beginning. Gu Bai, what are you thinking about? He couldn't stand looking into Zhou Yongxing's eyes. They all said that a person's thoughts could be seen through their eyes, so he subconsciously wanted to avoid him. Gu Bai didn't want Zhou Yongxing to know his thoughts because he felt guilty. What are you talking about? Zhou Yongxing, why are you so serious all of a sudden? I thought I did something wrong. Gu Bai, what are you worried about? Something is wrong with you today. No, you're overthinking it. I'm very happy today. Gu Bai lowered his head and said easily. Zhou Yongxing lifted the man's chin and forced him to look into his eyes. Look into my eyes and tell me, Gu Bai, what are you thinking about? Gu Bai didn't say anything, pursed his lips, and his eyes were slightly red. Zhou Yongxing continued, you are not only lying to me, you are also lying to yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Bai's eyes turned red and tears kept rolling in his eyes, threatening to fall. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Yongxing hugged him in his arms. Gu Bai buried his head in his shoulder, not moving. He didn't want to think about anything else. He just hoped that he could grow old with Zhou Yongxing. After a while, Gu Bai's trembling voice came to my ears. Zhou Yongxing, I'm actually a little scared. I'm afraid that you will be scolded because of me, because I will become a bad person. Your life should be clean. It's okay. Zhou Yongxing gently rubbed his hair. But I don't want to. I don't want you to get involved in any stains, including rumors. He raised his head, revealing red eyes, and continued as he looked at her, so I hesitated just now. I was wondering if it was right for us to be together in the first place, but there was no end in sight for the road ahead. He didn't know if they would have a good ending. Gu Bai lowered his head and looked at the pattern beneath him, but he couldn't see it clearly. Gu Bai, from the moment I confessed to you, I no longer care about anything except you, do you know that? I don't know what the road ahead is like, but as long as you are willing, I can move all the stones on the road. Even if the road ends, I can build a bridge with no end. As long as you are willing, Gu Bai. Zhou Yongxing held the other person's face, held his own face, and wiped away the remaining tears of the other person. If you want. The two people's breaths intertwined, their noses rubbed against each other, as if they couldn't live without each other. Naturally, their lips pressed together, just a light touch at first, and then someone started to make it more urgent, chasing, lingering and drunken. The sun in the desert rose early, and Gu Bai woke up early. He found that Zhou Yongxing was lying sideways, supporting his head, and staring at him. What are you looking at, so early in the morning? You are beautiful. After seeing you, I don't want to see anything else. Gu Bai's ears secretly turned red, but he didn't show it on his face. In short, as long as I don't show shyness, I won't be the shy one. Unfortunately, Gu Bai really underestimated Zhou Yongxing's thick skin. Zhou Yongxing didn't think that the love words he said would make people shy. Instead, he thought it was normal. They were together, so it was natural to express love. Okay, get up quickly, the sun is shining on your butt. Gu Bai sat up from his sleeping bag, took the clothes that Zhou Yongxing had prepared the night before, and put them on himself. Seeing this, Zhou Yongxing also got up, put on his clothes, and opened the tent. It was a windless day today. Looking at the yellow sand in front of him and the sun in the sky, he squinted his eyes slightly, frowned, turned around and walked to the side of the car, and took out a hat and sunglasses from the car. Gu Bai had already followed behind him and came over to look at what Zhou Yunxing was holding with a curious look on his face. I thought we didn't have any. I plan to buy some at the scenic spot later. I have prepared everything we might need, don't worry. Gu Bai nodded, imitating the behavior of some leaders, holding his chin, looking at Gu Bai with appreciation, nodding, and muttering, well, you did a good job, keep up the hard work. Zhou Yunxing felt like laughing when he looked at Gu Bai. Perhaps it was because Gu Bai was still a child in his eyes. Now he looked like a child imitating an adult's way of speaking, which was a bit funny. However, he still agreed with Gu Bai's praise. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your appreciation. I will definitely work harder. Not bad, the young man has a bright future. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yunxing cooperating with him and couldn't help laughing. He continued to encourage Zhou Yunxing and, like a little old man, stretched out his hand and patted Gu Bai on the shoulder. Boss Gu is still addicted to acting. Don't you want to eat breakfast? I want to eat. I'm starving. We'll stay in the tent for one night, then stay at a hotel in the scenic area tonight and return tomorrow. Zhou Yunxing turned around to pack his things and told Gu Bai about his itinerary. So shall we pack up our things now and drive to the hotel in the scenic area? Yeah, I've asked Brother Chen to book a room over there in advance. The environment is also very good. You will like it. Gu Bai nodded, and started to pack up the tent with Zhou Yunxing. Soon all the things were packed and put into the trunk, and Zhou Yunxing drove towards the hotel in the scenic area. The hotel that Zhou Yunxing booked was the largest hotel in the entire scenic area, and the price was naturally high. Gu Bai had never imagined that such a modern and high-end hotel could be built in the desert. The hotel was very large, unlike the star-rated hotels in the city, which were all high-rise buildings. Hotels in the desert did not need high-rise buildings, because the desert was vast and boundless, and the climate conditions were not as good as in the city, so naturally there was no need for stacked floors. Therefore, the entire hotel is very large, from the suite area to the leisure area. The entire layout is very aesthetic, unlike the city hotels, which are narrow and tall buildings and can also be priced high. In Gu Bai's opinion, for the same money, this hotel is more comfortable than those in the city. Zhou Yunxing booked the best suite, and naturally checked in smoothly. Listening to the hotel staff introducing the entire hotel, Gu Bai realized the grandeur of this hotel. The entire hotel layout was initially designed by a famous designer. From the most basic guest room facilities to restaurants, amusement, leisure and other facilities, everything is available. Gu Bai listened carefully and followed Zhou Yunxing into the suite. The suite was just like a hotel in the city, with everything it should have. Gu Bai walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the vast desert outside the glass. His mood instantly brightened up a lot. The sunlight was at just the right angle, shining in through the floor-to-ceiling window, and the temperature of the sunlight was just comfortable. After Zhou Yunxing and Gu Bai put away their luggage, they planned to go to the hotel restaurant to have breakfast first. After all, Gu Bai started to feel hungry early and wanted to eat. After going downstairs and following the guidance of the hotel staff, Zhou Yunxing quickly brought Gu Bai to the restaurant. Now was a comfortable time for breakfast. There were many varieties of breakfast in the restaurant, basically from south to north, from domestic to foreign, all kinds of food were available, which could try to satisfy everyone's taste. Gu Bai quickly selected several breakfast items, which were basically his favorite breakfast snacks. Zhou Yunxing chose a simple Western breakfast, which was a cup of black coffee with a sandwich and some snacks. While eating, Gu Bai found a brochure of the scenic spot somewhere in the restaurant, so he took one and studied the attractions in the scenic spot. At the same time, he could also take a look at the structure and layout of the entire hotel. While eating the shrimp dumplings on the plate, Gu Bai was looking at the contents of the brochure. Suddenly, he saw a page introducing the sandboarding project. Gu Bai's eyes lit up instantly. Gu Bai has never had any resistance to such thrilling projects. Before he swallowed the shrimp dumplings in his mouth, he raised the brochure and showed it to Zhou Yunxing. Looking at Gu Bai, who had food stuffed in his mouth, unable to speak, but eager to talk to him, Zhou Yunxing laughed and looked in the direction of Gu Bai's finger, which was an introduction to the sand sliding project. Gu Bai chewed the food in his mouth quickly, swallowed it, and said excitedly, Zhou Yunxing, let's go play this, sand sliding, it's fun. You want to play? Yeah, it feels exciting. Okay, I'll go play with you today. Zhou Yunxing smiled and watched Gu Bai nod happily. Suddenly, Gu Bai burped. It was probably because he ate too hastily just now and choked himself. He couldn't stop eating, one after another. Gu Bai was extremely embarrassed. He tried hard to hold the burp back by breathing, but he could only hold it back halfway. Zhou Yunxing smiled as he watched Gu Bai burping and handed him the hot milk he had poured for him. Drink some milk to calm it down, eat slowly, and don't be so excited. Gu Bai took the cup and slowly swallowed the milk, then nodded. His face and ears turned red because of the hiccups, and it was unclear if it was due to choking or shyness. Gu Bai drank half the cup of milk slowly, and the hiccups were suppressed. After breakfast, Gu Bai couldn't wait to go to the sand dunes for sandboarding. Zhou Yunxing had no choice but to drive the car, looking at the navigation on his mobile phone, and took Gu Bai to the sandboarding place. When we got there, there were already many people at the sandboarding site, some of whom were sliding down from the top of the sand dune. Gu Bai watched as some girls who were not very brave were screaming as they slid down from such a high sand dune. There was a small cable car on the side of the sand dune, which was provided to tourists to help people who slid down quickly return to the top. After all, it was a bit strenuous to walk back from such a long sand dune. There was a small gathering point for staff at the foot of the sand dune, and the equipment needed for sandboarding was also rented from the staff. Zhou Yunxing led Gu Bai to the gathering point, paid for the rental equipment, and took the ticket to go on the cable car to prepare for sandboarding. Zhou Yunxing took Gu Bai to the top of the sand dune on the cable car. Looking at the long sand sliding track, Gu Bai became more and more eager to try it. There were many staff members responsible for distributing sand sliding boards on the top of the sand dune. The two found a female staff member, handed in their tickets, and then received 2 sand sliding boards. "Excuse me, can 2 of us skate together?" Chapter 39. The staff smiled at them and said, "Sure, this place supports 2-person skiing. We just need to change the skiing gear when the time comes." While Gu Bai was asking, a girl happened to be in front of him. She was dealing with another staff member and was hesitant because of fear. The girl held the slide tightly, her face was nervous, and she kept saying she was afraid. When the staff member wanted to push her down, she immediately screamed and regretted it. The 2 of them hesitated for more than half an hour and didn't go down. Will it be easy for 2 people to flip over? I think it's quite dangerous for 1 person. Gu Bai stared at the landslide in front of him. Looking at the pictures on the internet, he thought it was just like that, a small slope, and he could just slide down. But when he was there, he realized that the small slope was not a small slope, and sand sliding was not as simple as he thought. Looking down from the top of the slope, he realized what high meant. The female staff member said to them enthusiastically, "It won't overturn, don't worry. As long as you follow our requirements, there will be no problem. Moreover, the safety index of our project is very high. Don't worry." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl who had just gone down also got off, accompanied by the sound of the monkeys on both sides of the river crying. Everyone around laughed, and some tourists began to tease the people around them. "Then help us get the double board." "Okay." After Zhou Yunxing finished talking to the staff, he turned around and saw Gu Bai staring at the long ramp. He reached out and touched Gu Bai's head. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "I'm not scared." Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yunxing's smiling face, and unwilling to be outdone, he snatched the double board handed over by the staff and walked towards the sand sliding spot very heroically. Zhou Yunxing looked at Gu Bai's little expression and couldn't help but smile. He followed Gu Bai silently, waiting for Gu Bai to choose the sand sliding spot he wanted. "Little brother, just slide over here. This is the best location and the path is easy to control. It's not difficult." Seeing Gu Bai looking around to survey the sand sliding spot, a female staff member pointed to a place in front of her and called Gu Bai. "Here. Is it the kind that's not easy to roll over?" Gu Bai looked at the young lady who was speaking, and then at the sand sliding spot in front of him where there were already many traces of sand sliding, and he began to believe what the young lady said. "Don't worry, it's not easy for children to fall here. As long as they follow the movements and techniques we taught, there will be no problem." The young lady smiled even brighter after listening to Gu Bai's words. "But there are 2 of us, so it's okay." Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yunxing who was following behind him, and looked at the young lady with some concern, hoping to get a reply. "Ah, this should be no problem. But in fact, most of us here are adults with children. It shouldn't be a big problem for you two adults. The young lady looked at Zhou Yongxing beside Gu Bai. She probably didn't expect that two grown men would skate together, but she quickly understood the relationship between them. Okay, let's do it here. Gu Bai turned to look at Zhou Yongxing, asking for his opinion with his eyes. Zhou Yongxing just smiled faintly, nodded and said, "You choose, I have no objection." Soon under the guidance of the young lady, Gu Bai took Zhou Yongxing to the sand sliding spot. Listening carefully to the young lady's instructions, the two sat on the sand sliding board. Zhou Yongxing grabbed the sandboard and sat down quickly, leaving the empty seat in front of him. He looked up at Gu Bai and motioned for him to sit down. Gu Bai hesitated for a moment, but finally sat down obediently. Zhou Yongxing hugged Gu Bai towards him to prevent Gu Bai from being too far away from him. He took the sunglasses handed to him by the young lady next to him and put them on Gu Bai. Gu Bai turned around and saw the young lady next to him with a big smile on her face, looking like they were definitely supporting each other. Feeling the warmth of the chest behind her, she began to feel extremely shy when she thought about how intimate their actions were in public, and her ears slowly began to turn red. Zhou Yongxing, who was sitting behind Gu Bai, naturally took everything in. He chuckled softly and deliberately leaned close to Gu Bai's ear, as if whispering, "Are you seated? Get ready and we'll set off." Gu Bai could hear Zhou Yongxing's sexy and deep voice next to his ears. He could even feel Zhou Yongxing's breath when he spoke, blowing on his ears, which made him feel a little itchy, but he couldn't escape. Gu Bai nodded and heard Zhou Yongxing say, asking him to hold on tighter. The sandboard began to move. At the beginning, the speed was very slow and Zhou Yongxing was still adjusting. Soon, the sandboard was on the right track and the speed gradually increased. As the slope increased, the sandboard moved faster and faster. The desert scenery in front of Gu Bai's eyes had become blurred. The crowd gathered at the bottom of the sand dunes seemed to be getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. As the sandboard slid down quickly, all the scenery in front of him became blurred. There was only the desert. The sun shone on the earth, as if it was shining with thousands of points of light. The sound of wind whistling past his ears, Gu Bai felt as if he was isolated from the world. There was only him and Zhou Yongxing in an independent space. The descent was very fast and the wind was very strong, but he was in Zhou Yongxing's arms, feeling Zhou Yongxing's breath, with Zhou Yongxing's warm chest and quickened heartbeat behind him. Gu Bai, who was a little scared at first, suddenly felt that sandboarding was not scary at all. Instead, he liked this feeling very much. The world had nothing to do with him. All he had was Zhou Yongxing, who sat behind him to protect him and gave him all his love. Sandboarding is an instantaneous and exciting sport. It is very fast and takes very short time. Gu Bai and Zhou Yongxing quickly slid from the top of the sand dune to the bottom. Gu Bai's rapidly beating heart had not yet calmed down. He gently leaned on Zhou Yongxing's chest. Zhou Yongxing let go of his hand holding the skateboard, and hugged Gu Bai forward, looking at Gu Bai who had not yet recovered. Is it fun? It's fun and exciting. Seeing Gu Bai's unsatisfied look, Zhou Yongxing pulled Gu Bai to his feet, holding their sandboard in one hand and walking with Gu Bai in the other. It was obvious that Gu Bai had not yet recovered from the rapid stimulation, and even his legs felt a little weak. He was led by Zhou Yongxing and slowly walked towards the cable car. Sitting on the cable car, Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing and the sand slide in the other direction. The slide was steeper and higher than the one they had just played. Gu Bai was eager to try it again. Let's play it again. What? Not satisfied yet? Yeah, I want to go over there to play. Gu Bai pointed to the sand dunes not far away, which were obviously higher than the previous sand dunes. Zhou Yongxing smiled, looked at Gu Bai's excited expression, and rubbed Gu Bai's head helplessly. You want to pick something more exciting? Are you not afraid now? Don't be afraid. You are here with me. Nothing will happen. Gu Bai had an innocent expression on his face. He blinked his eyes and looked at Zhou Yongxing, trying to get Zhou Yongxing to agree to him by acting coquettishly. There was no way. Gu Bai had already said that according to Zhou Yongxing's personality, she would never refuse Gu Bai's small request. What's more, Gu Bai started to seduce and act like a spoiled child. Zhou Yongxing could not resist it anymore. In the end, after getting off the cable car, he took Gu Bai's hand and walked towards the higher sand dune. Only when he stood on the sand dune did Gu Bai realize how high it was. The people around him seemed to be veterans, preparing to sandboard very skillfully. Some masters could even sandboard while standing, just like surfing, freely and easily. Even on such a steep sand dune, they were not afraid at all, but were very adept at it. They are all so amazing. They are all veterans. They are different from you who are playing for the first time. You'd better just sit still. Zhou Yongxing stretched out his hand and scratched Gu Bai's cheek, seeing through Gu Bai's inner thoughts. Zhou Yongxing took Gu Bai to a safer sandboarding spot on the sand dunes, put down the sandboard, and sat down first. He also reserved a seat in front of him for Gu Bai as before, and let Gu Bai sit in front of him. This time, Gu Bai sat down consciously, sticking close to Zhou Yongxing, like a cat that found a sense of security. Zhou Yongxing smiled and adjusted Gu Bai's sitting position, telling Gu Bai to hold on tight. Gu Bai nodded obediently, held the skateboard tightly with both hands, and got into position according to Zhou Yongxing's instructions. Get ready to slide. Gu Bai nodded nervously, leaning tightly against Zhou Yongxing, not daring to slack off at all. Zhou Yongxing controlled the sandboard and began to move forward, gradually entering the downslope of the sand dune. On the steeper sand dunes, the speed and excitement were naturally different from the previous sand dunes. Gu Bai felt the faster speed and the sound of the wind in his ears became louder and louder. He felt as if he was about to fly. Feeling in Zhou Yongxing's arms, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Gu Bai suddenly found that sandboarding was not difficult at all. Under Zhou Yongxing's protection, he didn't have to worry at all. Zhou Yongxing would help him complete everything. He just had to enjoy it. Thinking about it, his hands holding the sandboard gradually relaxed. Suddenly, Gu Bai felt a little bumpy. Zhou Yongxing quickly said to hold on tight behind him. The sandboard was obviously not as quiet as before, and even became a little disobedient. However, the sandboard soon regained stability under Zhou Yongxing's adjustment and continued to dive down at high speed. Seeing that the sandboard was about to approach the foot of the sand dunes, Gu Bai could not contain his excitement after a trip. He could not help but loosen his hands and stretch them into the air, wanting to feel the fast wind passing through his fingers, and he let out an excited cry. Gu Bai didn't expect that the speed would be so fast in the last section. He thought it was already in a safe range, but he didn't expect that his big movement would cause the sandboard to lose its original balance. Zhou Yongxing didn't expect Gu Bai to do this at the end. A sandboard moving at high speed is not so easy to control. After the skateboard lost control, it soon showed signs of flipping over. Zhou Yongxing frowned and tried his best to fix the skateboard. He used both his hands and feet, but in the end he still couldn't save it perfectly. Zhou Yongxing quickly tried to slow down the skateboard, then let go of his hands and hugged Gu Bai tightly in his arms. Gu Bai was also shocked. He never thought that he would end up in this situation in the last bit of the journey because of his own mischief. He was hugged by Zhou Yongxing and almost his entire body was protected by Zhou Yongxing, but he still couldn't avoid falling. Although Zhou Yongxing had slowed down the skateboard as quickly as possible, the two of them still inevitably fell on the sand dune. Gu Bai only felt a tumble and found himself in Zhou Yongxing's arms. The only sounds in his ears were Zhou Yongxing's breathing and heartbeat, but his whole body was wrapped in warmth. After stopping, Zhou Yongxing sat up holding Gu Bai, with a worried look on his face. After letting go of Gu Bai, he quickly checked Gu Bai up and down to see if he was injured. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Gu Bai just stared blankly at Zhou Yongxing, who was worried, and shook his head gently to indicate that he was fine. Zhou Yongxing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Bai was fine, and pulled Gu Bai up. After standing up, Zhou Yongxing felt something was wrong, so he touched his pants. Gu Bai also found the problem quickly. Seeing his shocked expression, Zhou Yongxing said, "Zhou Yongxing, there's a hole in your pants." After hearing what the other party said, Zhou Yongxing touched it carefully and really felt a cut, which was not small. Ha 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 ha, oh my god, I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha. After being surprised, Gu Bai started laughing up to the sky and couldn't stop at all. Zhou Yongxing was left standing there at a loss. No, shouldn't other people rush over to help cover up when they see their boyfriend in such an embarrassing situation? No one is like him, almost dying of laughter. Zhou Yongxing thought, this boyfriend of his is probably a fake, and it's all in vain. At this time, the boyfriend who had suffered in vain finally reacted and wanted to help him. He smiled and helped the other person block it, and took off his sun protection clothes and handed it to him. Ha 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 ha, Zhou Yongxing, I can't seem to stop, what should I do? Gu Bai, who couldn't stand it anymore, looked away, hoping to divert his attention. After all, he was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. But after finally adjusting my mood, I failed again when I turned back. Puff. Zhou Yongxing's face turned black, with Gu Bai's white sun protection jacket wrapped around his waist, and he said, if you keep laughing, everyone will probably know. Stop laughing, ah. After saying that, he turned his back to the other person, his shoulders shaking. It really isn't over yet. Before Gu Bai could adjust his mood again, the world in front of his eyes spun, causing him to scream and get scared. When the surrounding scene stopped again, he was actually on Zhou Yongxing's back. Gu Bai looked puzzled and held the other person's neck tightly, afraid that he would fall. What are you doing? Put me down. My pants died heroically for you. You have to take over their responsibility and help me cover my body. Zhou Yongxing carried him on his back and started to walk up. Gu Bai was afraid that he would accidentally fall down from here, and it would be easy for both of them to roll down together. Put me down quickly, it's dangerous. Are you questioning me? After Zhou Yongxing finished speaking, he jumped up, and Gu Bai instantly hugged the other's neck again. What are you doing? I'm telling you, put me down quickly, there are a lot of people watching us. Gu Bai looked around. Regardless of what Gu Bai said, Zhou Yongxing had no intention of letting go and kept moving forward steadily. It's not like I'm going to take away a piece of your flesh. Are you shy? What the hell, why should I be embarrassed as a grown man? He just didn't want to be the object of other people's whispers, and he didn't want Zhou Yongxing to be the one. But it's no big deal. In their little world, there's no need to consider other people's gossip. He wants their little life, with each other and him, and the sky will always be blue, that's enough. Oh, I'm so tired. Zhou Yongxing laughed when he heard this. It's not painful to talk while standing, but will it be tiring to lie down? Gu Bai also laughed foolishly. His shoulders were broad and he took steady steps. The road ahead was long and he could only see the horizon under the sky through the other person's ears. If you're not tired anymore, just carry me on your back. When you're tired, I'll get off and carry you. We'll carry each other like this for the rest of our lives, until we both can't carry each other anymore and lie down on the bed. After Gu Bai finished speaking, he smiled foolishly and rested his chin on the other's shoulder, enjoying the slight swaying at this moment. I should record what you said, so that when you regret not carrying me, I can play it for you. Zhou Yongxing tilted his head slightly, and the tip of his ear touched the cheek of the person on him. I am a good young man, I never lie to anyone. A good young man is a good kid who stands by and watches his boyfriends joke when his pants get torn, is that right? Ha 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 ha. The other party started again. Zhou Yongxing wanted to throw the thing on his back away. The child was too annoying. When they reached the top of the mountain, Gu Bai asked the staff for a towel to cover Zhou Yongxing's body, then covered his eyes helplessly. The person in front of him seemed even more ridiculous. They chose to go back to the hotel because it was too hot. The hotel is located in a flat area, with 3 floors stacked up in a circle. It doesn't look luxurious, but the interior is comparable to a 5-star hotel in the city, high-end, with a small balcony and swimming pool. After taking a shower, Gu Bai lay on the tatami mat beside him and read a book placed casually on the desk. It was quite interesting. He was reading it with great interest when Zhou Yongxing, who had just finished taking a shower, came over and took the book from him. Then Zhou Yongxing's face entered Gu Bai's sight. What are you doing? Want to go swimming? Ah, I don't know how to go. After saying that, he reached out to take back the book and continue reading. It's more comfortable to stay in the room on a hot day. In the end, he didn't get the book back, but was taken to the swimming pool by someone. Looking at the ripples on the water, Gu Bai thought of his experience when he went to the beach that year. When he was still young, 12 years old, his mother bought him and his younger brother a swimming ring. There were many people there, and the 2 adults were paying attention to his younger brother, so when he was accidentally flipped into the sea by the waves, no one noticed. He used all his strength to wave in the water, and his mouth was invaded by the ruthless sea water mouthful after mouthful when he wanted to call for help. He thought he was going to die there. But he was lucky to have a careful adult by his side, so he was able to save his life, otherwise he would have become a water ghost long ago. So when he saw the shaking water again, he was always instinctively afraid. Chapter 40. Xiao Bai. Zhou Yongxing saw Gu Bai staring blankly at the swimming pool, but his eyes seemed to pass through the swimming pool and see somewhere farther, and there was no light in his eyes. Ah, but I can't swim. Gu Bai looked a little embarrassed. He looked at the sparkling water and was a little hesitant, wondering if the water would swallow him up like before. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's frightened expression, reached out and rubbed Gu Bai's hair, and finally stopped at Gu Bai's cheek, stroking it gently, looking into Gu Bai's eyes tenderly and said, "I'm here, it's okay." Gu Bai raised his head and saw the determined light in Zhou Yongxing's eyes. He felt as if his heart had calmed down again. Looking at the water in the swimming pool again, it seemed that there was no longer the oppressive feeling as before. With Zhou Yongxing around, it seemed that even if the sky fell, it would not be a big deal, because Zhou Yongxing would definitely be able to protect him. Grabbing Zhou Yongxing's hand that was stroking his cheek, Gu Bai nodded, indicating that he was willing to try swimming. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai and smiled, "Don't worry, I will protect you." Holding Gu Bai's hand, he took Gu Bai to the room to find the prepared swimming trunks. After handing them to Gu Bai, he went to another bathroom to change clothes, leaving the bedroom space to Gu Bai. Gu Bai changed his clothes and casually draped a bath towel around himself. When he went out, he saw Zhou Yongxing doing warm-up exercises, with all his muscles exposed to the sun. Zhou Yongxing's figure could almost be a lingerie model on TV, with a perfect inverted triangle figure. Gu Bai had no idea how Zhou Yongxing managed to maintain such a good figure despite being so busy at work. Zhou Yongxing felt the gaze coming from behind, stopped what he was doing, turned around, and saw Gu Bai wrapped in a bath towel, with his white legs exposed to the air. The sun shining on them seemed to be glowing. Zhou Yongxing narrowed his eyes, smiled and stretched out his hand to Gu Bai. Seeing Zhou Yongxing reaching out his hand to him not far away, Gu Bai walked over obediently, held Zhou Yongxing's hand, and was unexpectedly pulled into his arms by Zhou Yongxing. Even through a bath towel, Gu Bai could feel Zhou Yongxing's strong muscles. "Do some warm-up first, and just follow me." Zhou Yongxing reached out and patted Gu Bai's waist, then let go of Gu Bai. Looking at Gu Bai's panicked look, he found him so cute that he really wanted to grab him and bully him. Gu Bai was not annoyed at being touched. He rubbed his hands on the side of his waist that had been patted, watched Zhou Yongxing's warm-up movements, and began to imitate him. The two of them stood under the sun, naked in only swimming trunks, and quietly did the warm-up movements. It's just that Gu Bai himself is not good at sports, and he can't keep up with Zhou Yongxing's warm-up movements. Naturally, Gu Bai also became lazy. Like the students taking physical education classes in school, he followed the teacher but added water to the movements and just did a few general gestures and thought it was done. Gu Bai was slacking off with his eyes squinting, but his nonchalant look was seen by Zhou Yongxing, who turned his head secretly. Gu Bai himself did not notice that his hands were waving in the air and his legs were moving casually. Zhou Yongxing stopped his movements, turned around, grabbed Gu Bai's waist and pressed down, and hooked his feet around Gu Bai's legs, allowing Gu Bai to open his lunge wider. "You don't want to warm up properly. I'll teach you myself." Gu Bai was like a primary school student who had been caught, his ears turned red with shame and anger. Zhou Yongxing was almost pressed against him, with his face only a few centimeters away from his chest. He could almost feel the heat from his chest and the beating of his heart, and his hot and dry hands were on his waist. "I know I was wrong, and I will do it seriously." Gu Bai stretched out his hand to push Zhou Yongxing away. Seeing Zhou Yongxing's teasing expression, he had to pretend to be angry and said, "It's because your movements are too difficult. I can't keep up." "Is it too difficult? Okay, then, I'll change to an easier one. Make sure to warm up well." Zhou Yongxing reached out and pinched Gu Bai's face. This time, he chose to stand on the same level as Gu Bai, and while doing the movements, he knew what Gu Bai should do. After finishing the warm-up, Gu Bai's body, which had been feeling a little cold, now warmed up, and he felt that all the muscles and bones in his body had stretched a lot. "Xiao Bai, you lack exercise. Look at your legs, you don't have much muscle. The same goes for your arms. If you take a picture of your arms, people would believe you are a little girl. Exercise more to keep your body healthy." Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's figure, shook his head, and naggled like a patriarch, lecturing Gu Bai. When Gu Bai heard Zhou Yongxing say that he looked like a little girl, he was naturally dissatisfied. After all, he had always defined himself as a macho man, so how could he accept being called a little girl? You're the one who acts like a little girl. You're waiting for me to go to the gym and come back to scare you to death. Seeing Gu Bai's angry expression, Zhou Yongxing suppressed his laughter and responded to Gu Bai's words with a serious expression. Okay, I'll wait for you to scare me when you come back from the gym. When you go back, I'll go get you a membership card. I don't want you to apply for a card for me. I have my own money. Okay, you have money, so when are you going to compensate me for the repair costs of my car? Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's smug look and couldn't help but want to confront him. It was really interesting to see Gu Bai's angry and frustrated look. I have no money. You are the boss and you have to support me. When Gu Bai thought about the fact that he had been working for Zhou Yongxing for free and all his salary went to Zhou Yongxing, he began to feel heartbroken. It turned out that the root cause of his poverty was this man. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's resentful expression, but saw that he had to submit to him. Zhou Yongxing felt like laughing. He was so cute that he wanted him to pay off his debt with his body right now. Okay, I'll support you, and you won't have to make money for the rest of your life, okay? That's more like it. I reluctantly agreed. Gu Bai raised his head slightly and said proudly, okay, now you can take me swimming. Yes, sir. Zhou Yongxing smiled, stretched out his hand and held Gu Bai's, and walked towards the swimming pool. When Gu Bai stood by the swimming pool, he looked at the water in the pool swaying back and forth. Under the sunlight, the rippling waves were wandering in his eyes, and he still felt a little inexplicably flustered in his heart. Zhou Yongxing, will you protect me? Of course, I will protect you for the rest of my life. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing's face and gradually felt relieved. Looking at the swimming pool in front of him, he was not so scared anymore. Zhou Yongxing followed the ladder and went into the water first. He looked at Gu Bai standing on the shore and stretched out his hand, signaling him not to be afraid and just go into the water. Gu Bai looked at the water in front of him and Zhou Yongxing in the water, and tentatively stretched out his foot to touch the water. The water in the hotel swimming pool was kept at a constant temperature, but it was still slightly lower than body temperature. When he touched the cool water, Gu Bai couldn't help but retract his foot, and his toes curled up reflexively. Get some water to wet yourself first, so you will feel better when you go into the water. Zhou Yongxing was standing in the pool and saw Gu Bai was a little cold because of the water and shrank back in fear, so he gave some instructions. After hearing what Zhou Yongxing said, Gu Bai squatted down and wet himself with water, then slowly went down the stairs and into the water. Zhou Yongxing stood beside the stairs and stretched out his hands to protect Gu Bai's sides to prevent him from slipping and falling. After Gu Bai came down, the water in the shallow area was not deep, and Gu Bai was able to stand in it. Standing in the water, feeling the water wrapping around his body, Gu Bai's heart began to panic, as if he had thought of things that happened many years ago, as if he was still the drowning child, struggling helplessly in the water. Gu Bai couldn't help but his breathing became heavy, and his legs began to feel weak. Seeing that Gu Bai's expression was a little strange, Zhou Yongxing quickly reached out and put his arm around Gu Bai's waist, pulling Gu Bai to his side. Gu Bai was suddenly hugged, his body pressed against Zhou Yongxing's, feeling Zhou Yongxing's warm body temperature. He was no longer just surrounded by cold water, he also had a heat source. Gu Bai naturally stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhou Yongxing tightly, as if he had found his only life-saving wood. He held on tightly and was unwilling to let go. Gu Bai suddenly felt as if he had returned to the sea of the past. He was surrounded by cold water, which wrapped around him and made it impossible for him to breathe. However, something seemed different. This time, someone reached out to him, hugged him, pulled him out of the waves of the bottomless abyss, and gave him warmth. Gu Bai's originally heavy breathing slowly calmed down, and his eyes gradually became bright. He found that his whole body was instinctively hanging on Zhou Yongxing. In front of him was Zhou Yongxing's slender neck, and all the air he exhaled from his nose brushed on Zhou Yongxing's neck. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Yongxing looked down at Gu Bai, his tone anxious and concerned. Gu Bai felt a lot more at ease when he felt the sound coming from Zhou Yongxing's chest, and shook his head gently. I'm fine, I'm just a little scared for my first time swimming. Zhou Yongxing raised his hand and touched Gu Bai's slightly wet hair. He patted Gu Bai's back comfortingly and asked gently, "Are you still swimming? If you are scared, we won't swim and we'll do something else." "I'm fine. You taught me how to swim. It's a good opportunity to help me overcome my fear." Gu Bai raised his head and looked at Zhou Yongxing's worried face. He reached out and pressed Zhou Yongxing's frowning brows. "Don't frown every day. Frowning will make you age quickly. Then I won't be able to catch up with you." Listening to what Gu Bai said, Zhou Yongxing relaxed his frown and laughed. He pushed some of the wet hair that was hanging in front of Gu Bai's eyes, revealing Gu Bai's sparkling eyes with some water droplets hanging on her eyelashes. The corners of her mouth were curved, and she was smiling with 2 dimples on the sides. "Okay, then try your best to catch up with me, little Bai." Gu Bai let go of Zhou Yongxing, wanting him to teach him how to swim. "Okay, Coach Zhou, you can teach me how to swim now. If you don't teach me, I won't pay you." "Okay, remember to pay once you've taught me." Zhou Yongxing smiled, thought for a moment, and decided to start with the basics first. "Let's have a breath-holding competition first. It's very simple. If you can't hold on any longer, just stand up on your own." Gu Bai nodded and listened to Zhou Yongxing talking about the techniques of holding breath. After writing them down carefully one by one, Gu Bai said that he understood it all. Zhou Yongxing counted to 3, 2, 1, and the 2 of them sank into the water together. Seeing Gu Bai's eyes tightly closed, his little face wrinkled because of holding his breath. Zhou Yongxing held his breath easily and observed Gu Bai's expression. After a while, bubbles began to come out of Gu Bai's mouth because he ran out of air. He soon struggled to stand up and breathe deeply on the water. Seeing this, Zhou Yongxing also stood up from underwater, looked at Gu Bai whose face turned red, and laughed. "Xiao Bai, your lung capacity is too small, remember the skills I taught you." Gu Bai was somewhat unwilling to admit defeat. After all, he was almost exhausted from holding it in, while Zhou Yongxing still looked calm and composed. In comparison, he was simply too weak. However, admitting defeat was definitely not in Gu Bai's dictionary. Today, he had to hold it in longer than Zhou Yongxing to show off his masculinity. "Let's compete again. I will definitely win this time." Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing unconvinced. Zhou Yongxing held back the urge to laugh when he heard this. He nodded, accepted the challenge from Gu Bai, and soon started the second round of breath-holding competition. Obviously, after Gu Bai's hard persistence, he still couldn't beat Zhou Yongxing, and he surfaced early. Zhou Yongxing came out unscathed. In contrast, Gu Bai felt so embarrassed. Gu Bai hated it in his heart. But he could only hate his own lungs. After the second round, Zhou Yongxing thought Gu Bai would give up, but unexpectedly, Gu Bai yelled and insisted on continuing the competition. Zhou Yongxing reluctantly agreed. "Okay, this is the last game. If you lose, you have to learn to swim." Gu Bai nodded heavily, took a deep breath, held it in his mouth, and sank to the surface. In fact, this time Gu Bai had obviously held it longer than before, but Zhou Yongxing was too devilish. Gu Bai felt that he could no longer hold it, and the people around him still didn't move at all. Gu Bai couldn't help it and looked at Zhou Yongxing with a frown, only to see that the other party still looked very normal. He was really angry. He struggled in the water for a while, stretched out his hand towards Zhou Yongxing, and soon touched Zhou Yongxing's shoulder. Gu Bai grabbed Zhou Yongxing's shoulder and swam over. The breath in his mouth became more unstable because of his struggle, and he had already spit out a lot of bubbles. Gu Bai grasped the last bit of breath. Zhou Yongxing felt Gu Bai approaching and opened his eyes, only to see Gu Bai's face wrinkled like a little bun in front of him, and then his lips were kissed by Gu Bai. Gu Bai acted like a cheater. After touching Zhou Yongxing's lips, he pried open Zhou Yongxing's lips. All the air that Zhou Yongxing had been holding in his mouth was plundered by Gu Bai. Zhou Yongxing reacted quickly and took the initiative to hug Gu Bai, and there was a burst of burning and looting in Gu Bai's mouth. Gu Bai, who originally just wanted to play tricks, was caught by Zhou Yongxing in the water. However, he did not expect that Zhou Yongxing would be like a gangster and would not let him go at all. His body was surrounded by water, wrapped in it, but was hugged by a hot body, his waist was warm, and his lips were warm. When the last bit of breath was exhausted, Zhou Yongxing stood up holding Gu Bai, floated to the surface, released Gu Bai's lips, and the two hugged each other, breathing deeply on the water. It was the first time that Gu Bai saw Zhou Yongxing's face turn red after these 3 competitions, but the price was a bit high. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai with a smirk on his face, but Gu Bai refused to show weakness. He wiped his hair and pretended to be proud and said to Zhou Yongxing, "I won. You got up first." Seeing Gu Bai like this, who was taken advantage of but still refused to admit defeat, Zhou Yongxing smiled and raised his eyebrows helplessly. "You won this time. Actually, I don't mind you winning a few more times. You wish." How could Gu Bai not understand what Zhou Yongxing meant? He just wanted to take advantage of him a few more times. How could that be possible? It was completely his own mistake just now. He was just trying desperate measures. Zhou Yongxing couldn't help laughing. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing's smile, poked Zhou Yongxing's shoulder, and said to change the subject, "Okay, teach me how to swim quickly, stop laughing." Following Gu Bai's topic, Zhou Yongxing continued to teach Gu Bai how to swim. He lifted Gu Bai's belly with his hands to let Gu Bai float on the water, and guided Gu Bai's paddling and kicking movements. Gu Bai was held steadily by Zhou Yongxing, and he felt very safe and did not seem to be afraid of water at all. Seeing that Gu Bai's movements were becoming more and more standard and smooth, Zhou Yongxing began to try to let go of the hand that was supporting Gu Bai. When Gu Bai felt that Zhou Yongxing had let go of him, he would stop paddling in fear and reach out to grab Zhou Yongxing. There was no other way. Zhou Yongxing had to temporarily stop Gu Bai's movement practice and try to let Gu Bai adapt to the feeling of floating in the water. "Xiao Bai, let's try floating now. Hold on to the stairs with your hands and try to lift your feet off the bottom of the pool so that you can float in the water while holding your breath." Gu Bai nodded, and tried to float as Zhou Yongxing said. Although he was able to float successfully, he was always panicked and a little scared. Gu Bai didn't show it. Zhou Yongxing just saw that Gu Bai had easily completed the floating, so he began to want him to try swimming. "You can try swimming a short distance now. I'll take you to try." Zhou Yongxing hugged Gu Bai, held Gu Bai's hands, and then told Gu Bai some precautions when swimming, and asked him to hold his hands and try to bounce his legs to feel it. Under Zhou Yongxing's protection, Gu Bai soon became less afraid. When Zhou Yongxing really took Gu Bai to swim by himself, Gu Bai was still a little scared. Zhou Yongxing held Gu Bai's belly, and suddenly Gu Bai seemed to have found the trick. He swam out successfully and shouted excitedly, I know it, Zhou Yongxing, I know it." Chapter 41. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai, who was almost jumping for joy, and smiled dotingly, "Practice more, and you will become proficient slowly." Gu Bai nodded and continued to try to paddle and swim in the shallow water. Soon he was able to swim 1 or 2 laps in the deep water under the guidance of Zhou Yongxing. However, Zhou Yongxing was still worried about letting Gu Bai swim alone. Swimming is a very physically demanding activity. Soon Gu Bai was exhausted and just wanted to hang on Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing reluctantly wiped the wet hair that blocked Gu Bai's eyes to the back and carried Gu Bai to the pool. When they reached the stairs, Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai, who was almost asleep, patted Gu Bai's butt and said, "Let's get ashore, little white pig." Gu Bai let go of Zhou Yongxing, climbed up to the edge of the pool with his hands and feet, grabbed a bath towel and wrapped himself up, and turned around and said to Zhou Yongxing, "You are the pig." After saying that, Gu Bai wrapped himself in a bath towel and walked away from the swimming pool, which was a dangerous place. He went to the bathroom, closed the door, turned on the shower and planned to take a hot bath to warm himself up. Halfway through the bathroom door was pushed open, and Zhou Yongxing, who was only wearing swimming trunks, came in, squeezed next to Gu Bai, and sighed comfortably into the hot water. "What are you doing? Isn't there a bathroom over there?" Gu Bai was irritated by Zhou Yongxing's cold skin. But this shameless man was still holding him and wouldn't let go. He wanted to share half of his warmed-up body temperature with him, so he wanted to push the ice away angrily. "You take a shower over here, it's warmer." Zhou Yongxing hugged Gu Bai's waist, put his chin on Gu Bai's shoulder, and enjoyed the hot shower. From time to time, he rubbed Gu Bai's neck with his nose, and then he even acted like a hooligan. "Smells good." Gu Bai's face turned red because of Zhou Yongxing's teasing. He asked Zhou Yongxing to stay away from him, but he didn't want to let go. Instead, he felt that Zhou Yongxing smelled better, just like the smell he had smelled before, a faint but very tempting fragrance. I don't know who became addicted first, nor who took the initiative first, but naturally, the two of them slowly fell in love, their hot lips pressed together, and neither of them wanted to leave. Under the warm water, everything began to smoke, and the whole bathroom began to slowly heat up, becoming irresistible. After taking a shower, Gu Bai was extremely tired, as if his physical strength was exhausted. He almost fell asleep in the bathroom. Zhou Yongxing hugged Gu Bai and wrapped him tightly with a large bath towel. Gu Bai was also in Zhou Yongxing's arms, with drooping eyelids, not wanting to move a finger. Zhou Yongxing put pajamas on Gu Bai, and seeing that Gu Bai was about to fall asleep from exhaustion, he smiled, but he still couldn't let Gu Bai go to bed and sleep properly right away. You can go to bed soon. Once your hair is dry, go to bed. Gu Bai shook his head, saying that he didn't want to move anymore, he just wanted to lie down on the bed and have a good sleep, and he didn't want to blow dry his hair. Zhou Yongxing had no choice but to let Gu Bai sit on the bed, and took a hairdryer to blow dry Gu Bai's wet hair on the bed. Gu Bai actually dozed off while blowing his hair. Looking at Gu Bai's head pecking at rice, Zhou Yongxing turned down the wind and used very little hot air to dry Gu Bai's hair. Then he gently laid Gu Bai's body down, covered him with a quilt, closed the bedroom door, and let Gu Bai have a good rest. After all, he was really tired. After Gu Bai fell asleep, Zhou Yongxing went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. It must be said that the hotel facilities were really good. Some basic ingredients had been placed in the refrigerator. Zhou Yongxing looked at the ingredients and finally decided to cook some porridge first so that Gu Bai could eat it when he woke up. The hotel happened to be equipped with a ceramic electric cooker, so Zhou Yongxing quickly prepared the ingredients, put them in and cooked them slowly over low heat. Then he cooked something to eat with the ingredients in the kitchen. After playing for so long, it was impossible not to be hungry. Zhou Yongxing picked up a book and sat by the window, basking in the sun and reading. He didn't know how time passed. He just felt the sun slowly sliding down and the sunlight gradually became less dazzling. After a while, the sound of a door opening was heard from the bedroom. As soon as he woke up, Gu Bai saw the bedroom with drawn curtains. The light was dim. He didn't know how long he had slept, and there was no sign that Zhou Yongxing had slept beside him. He sat up, rubbed his hair, and decided to get up and go outside. He hoped that it was not dark yet, otherwise he would have wasted a lot of time. Gu Bai put on the slippers that Zhou Yongxing had placed beside the bed in advance, and when he walked out, he saw Zhou Yongxing sitting on the sofa beside the bed reading a book. A picture of peaceful times came into view. Gu Bai felt that Zhou Yongxing seemed to be more and more like his own family. Just by looking at such a picture, he felt a warm current in his heart and a sense of security. Are you awake? Are you hungry? Zhou Yongxing turned around and saw Gu Bai standing at the bedroom door. He put down the book in his hand, walked over, and reached out to help Gu Bai smooth his messy hair. I think I'm a little hungry. Hearing Zhou Yongxing ask him this, Gu Bai's stomach seemed to have heard it as well and began to growl as if in resistance. Gu Bai smiled at Zhou Yongxing embarrassedly. Zhou Yongxing casually scratched Gu Bai's nose bridge, and his doting eyes almost swallowed Gu Bai. He was completely different from the cold and serious president in the past. The image contrast was really big. If the employees in the company saw it, especially Dong Chong, who was oppressed by Zhou Yongxing for many years, their jaws would probably drop to the ground in shock. Go wash your face first and wake up. I've cooked porridge in advance. Come out and have some. Zhou Yongxing said, pushing Gu Bai to the bathroom door and heading to the kitchen. Gu Bai went into the bathroom and washed his face and brushed his teeth as usual, but he saw several strawberry marks on his neck. Not only his neck, but even his collarbone and chest were not spared when he opened his collar. Looking at these ambiguous marks on his body, Gu Bai's face turned red again. Thinking that he wanted to go out and play later, he became angry again. After washing up, Gu Bai walked angrily to the kitchen, stood next to Zhou Yongxing with an angry look on his face, and glared at Zhou Yongxing who was stirring the hot porridge in the pot. Zhou Yongxing didn't feel Gu Bai's anger at all, and looked at the porridge in the pot seriously, muttering, "Don't worry, I'll serve you a bowl and let it cool down before eating. It's too hot now. Zhou Yongxing, look at what you have done." When Zhou Yongxing heard Gu Bai calling him in an angry tone, he was still confused. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Isn't my image now that of a good man? Zhou Yongxing raised his head with a face full of question marks and looked at Gu Bai, only to see that Gu Bai had ripped open the collar of his pajamas towards him, revealing a large area of skin underneath. There were several red kiss marks on his fair skin. Looking at Gu Bai's angry face, he seemed to understand what Gu Bai was angry about. I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. I'll wear a high-necked shirt when I go out to protect myself from the wind and sand. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's angry face, stretched out his hand to pinch his puffy cheeks, took Gu Bai's hand that was pulling at his collar, and looked at Gu Bai with a submissive and obedient look, trying to win Gu Bai's forgiveness. Drink the porridge first. I'll make you anything else you want to eat. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing's unusually good attitude in admitting his mistake, so he couldn't continue to be angry. He had to follow Zhou Yongxing's words and step down. He took the bowl of porridge handed over by Zhou Yongxing and said smugly, "Since you behaved well this time, I will forgive you first. Don't make the same mistake again next time." Listening to Gu Bai's words, Zhou Yongxing nodded rapidly, thinking to himself, there will be a next time. That's right, if there is a next time, everything will be easy to talk about. Gu Bai sat at the dining table and drank his porridge slowly, watching Zhou Yongxing busying himself in the kitchen. It felt good. The porridge tasted good, the scenery was beautiful, and the people were nice too. The meal was finished quickly, and Zhou Yongxing also drank a lot of porridge with Gu Bai. Both of them were very full, so they finally decided to go downstairs for a walk to help digest the food. After going downstairs, the sky was already a little gray, and it was already a sign of dark. Gu Bai finally put on a windproof and sandproof jacket and zipped it up high to perfectly cover his neck. As soon as they arrived at the hotel lobby, Zhou Yongxing took Gu Bai to take a walk nearby. Gu Bai, like a genius, overheard the conversation of passers-by. They were a group of little girls, chattering about tonight's bonfire party. After hearing it, Gu Bai thought it was quite interesting and told Zhou Yongxing. "Zhou Yongxing, did you hear that? There's a bonfire party at the scenic spot tonight. Let's go and have fun too." "Bonfire party? Well, I heard there will be performances by ethnic minorities, and we can eat delicious food." Gu Bai really is a man with sharp ears, and he heard everything the girls were talking about. "Sure, go if you want to." Seeing Gu Bai's happy look, like a primary school student going out for a spring outing for the first time, Zhou Yongxing wanted to pinch Gu Bai's face. Then he thought about the bonfire party in the evening and suddenly had a good idea. Gu Bai should like it very much. "Do you want to change your clothes?" "Ah, but I just changed into clean clothes." Gu Bai was a little confused, thinking that the clothes I just changed into should not have any peculiar smell, so why did they suddenly ask me to change clothes? "I mean, do you want to try wearing the clothes of the ethnic minorities here? They are very unique." Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's puzzled expression, reached out and rubbed Gu Bai's stupid head, and pointed out his intention. "After all, when you come to a minority area, you must also experience the bonfire party with local characteristics. It would be a pity not to try it once." "Okay, I haven't worn it yet." Gu Bai nodded happily when he heard Zhou Yongxing's suggestion. It must be said that Zhou Yongxing's ideas have always been great, and every date can make Gu Bai very happy. Zhou Yongxing smiled, took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and made a call, probably to contact someone about the clothes. "Brother Chen, can you get 2 sets of ethnic minority clothes at the scenic spot? I want to bring Gu Bai to wear them once, and have some new experiences." I called Brother Chen. After all, Brother Chen was more familiar with this place, so there would be no problem in just calling and asking. When Brother Chen received Zhou Yongxing's call, he was driving to the scenic spot. After hearing what Zhou Yongxing said, he realized that Zhou Yongxing wanted to take Gu Bai to the bonfire party, so he told Zhou Yongxing that he would be there soon and that he would contact him in advance and take them both to change clothes after arriving. When Zhou Yongxing heard that Brother Chen was also coming, he told Gu Bai the news. Gu Bai was very happy to hear it and guessed that Brother Chen was probably coming to attend the bonfire party. "Then we will have Brother Chen to play with us, that's great." "What's good about it? It's just another light bulb." Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's heartless look and touched Gu Bai's brow helplessly. When he thought that Brother Chen would come later, there would be no room between him and Gu Bai, as if no one was around, and there was just one more light bulb. He was not happy at all. "It's good that Brother Chen is here, so that you can stop bullying me." Gu Bai grinned at Zhou Yunxing, revealing a row of white teeth. Seeing Gu Bai's gloating look, Zhou Yunxing wished he could seize the opportunity to execute Gu Bai on the spot. After contacting Brother Chen, Zhou Yunxing took Gu Bai for a walk nearby. When passing by the scenic spot, they saw a large vertical poster promoting tonight's bonfire party and performances. It seemed that there would be a segment where everyone would dance around the fire together, and the scenic spot had also begun to be decorated. As they walked, they noticed rows of small cars on the road. Each car was decorated with ethnic characteristics and had different signs on it. It looked like a small night market. The name of the things they sold was written on each car, and there were all kinds of food and toys. Gu Bai couldn't help but pull Zhou Yunxing over to take a look. They arrived at a stall selling cakes. Behind the car, there was a middle-aged man in ethnic costume, who was preparing things for the stall. When he saw Zhou Yunxing and Gu Bai coming over, he stood up with a smile and greeted them. "Are you here to visit the night market? It's still a little early now, and many stalls haven't opened yet. You can come later, and the bonfire party will start soon." "Okay, uncle, are you a local here?" Looking at the boss's simple smile, Gu Bai couldn't help but want to strike up a conversation so that he could learn more about the local customs. "Yes, I always come here to set up a stall at every bonfire party, just to let everyone taste our flatbreads, which are delicious and inexpensive. It can also be regarded as promoting the characteristics of our nation." "Handsome man, you will come later, you can try it. My wife is making it at home." "Okay, we'll be there in a moment." Gu Bai agreed readily, took Zhou Yunxing and the boss to say goodbye, and continued to walk around the bonfire party, watching groups of young people preparing for performances. Most of them looked like locals, and the firewood for the bonfire was almost ready. It was estimated that they would start after dark. The stage was also being built. Even though the spotlights looked cheap and there were no high-end lights like those in large venues, Gu Bai could feel the enthusiasm and sincerity of the people busy here. While walking around, Zhou Yunxing's phone rang at the right time. It was Brother Chen calling. Zhou Yunxing picked up the phone and said, "Brother Chen, are you here?" After the call, Zhou Yunxing took Gu Bai in another direction. Gu Bai was still a little confused. "What's wrong? Is Brother Chen here?" "Well, he's nearby, we can just go find him." Gu Bai nodded, and was led by Zhou Yunxing, walking along the road. Soon he saw a familiar car, and standing next to it was Brother Chen, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. Brother Chen Gu Bai saw him and greeted him happily, raising his hands and waving at Brother Chen from a distance. When Brother Chen heard the call, he shifted his eyes away from the phone, saw Gu Bai waving at him, and raised his hand to wave as well. "How is it? Did you have fun these past 2 days?" Brother Chen asked Gu Bai with a smile on his face after Zhou Yunxing and Gu Bai came closer, and stretched out his hand to bump fists with Zhou Yunxing. "It's fun, thanks to Brother Chen. I didn't do anything. It was basically all arranged by Zhou Yunxing. He is better at it than me." Brother Chen looked at Zhou Yunxing with a smile, only to see that Zhou Yunxing had a dark face. He knew with his toes that this man had a bad face because he was a light bulb, so he punched Zhou Yunxing on the shoulder. "Let's go, I'll take you to change clothes and say hello for you." With that, Brother Chen got in the car. Zhou Yunxing pulled Gu Bai to the back seat, and the car quickly drove away from the scenic area and came to a nearby gathering place for local people. After parking the car, Brother Chen brought Zhou Yunxing and Gu Bai to a family's door and rang the old-fashioned doorbell. Soon a woman opened the door. Seeing that it was Brother Chen, she enthusiastically invited the three of them in. The furnishings in the room are very old, but also very ethnic. There are even some beautiful handicrafts on the cabinets, as well as some old photos. You can see that the family is very happy. "Xiao Chen, I have prepared clothes for you. They are over there. You can take them to change." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Auntie. It's not hard at all. Our family should thank you, Xiao Chen, for helping our family so much." Aunt looked at Brother Chen with gratitude and smiled happily. Gu Bai was pulled by Zhou Yunxing and followed Brother Chen into another room. He took a look at the clothes and found that they were very simple ethnic costumes without any fancy things. This family was the first wave to be lifted out of poverty in our area. Now they live a good life by doing business in the scenic area and raising livestock on their own. Their 2 sons have gone to school. Brother Chen handed the clothes to the 2 of them while introducing the family. He then said that he was going out and asked the two of them to change their clothes. After changing clothes and saying goodbye to Auntie with Zhou Yongxing, Brother Chen also took away 2 cakes that Auntie had just made. Gu Bai was very happy eating them in the car. By the way, Brother Chen, what's your full name? I just follow Zhou Yongxing and call you Brother Chen. Gu Bai asked while eating a pancake in the car. Ah, my name is Brother Chen. Brother Chen scratched his head awkwardly, and looked at Gu Bai's surprised little face through the rearview mirror, feeling helpless. Gu Bai was a little surprised when he heard this. After all, he had always thought that Brother Chen was just a name given by Zhou Yongxing. He didn't expect that in such a big world, there would actually be someone who named his son Brother Chen. Chapter 42. It was not completely dark yet, but the lights were on. People gathered at the venue, most of them wearing the same clothes as Gu Bai and his friends. The girls were all dressed in youthful and beautiful styles. The colorful glass decorations seemed to be shining. The unique bright colors were colorful, full and rich, making people more energetic. The men around him were also very elegant. They wore local ethnic costumes, and they looked more like free sons on the grassland who were not afraid of constraints. Gu Bai was halfway through his walk when he suddenly leaned over to ask Zhou Yongxing, "Do I look good? Do I look more masculine? Do I look like a man waving a horsewhip on the grassland?" As he spoke, he sat and swung his whip, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing his white teeth slightly. Zhou Yongxing was dazzled by this smile for a moment, and was stunned for a moment, then he unconsciously followed the other person's smile and replied, "Masculine, the most masculine. If you let your imagination run wild, you can become as masculine as Brother Liu, and maybe you can pull out a weeping willow right now." Gu Bai pretended to hit someone, but his fist hit the shoulder without any force. In fact, Zhou Yongxing's naked teasing made Gu Bai smile even more brightly. This time, all 8 of them were exposed, which made the people around him even more itchy. He wanted to kiss him. At this moment, Zhou Yongxing's vision could no longer accommodate anything else. In his world, there was only Gu Bai's bright smile, like the precious warm sunshine in the cold winter, like the only starlight in the dark night. He shouted as if possessed by some strange force, "Gu Bai." Ah, the person in front turned around, his smile still on his face. In fact, he had nothing to do, he just wanted to call Gu Bai and see how he would answer him. After achieving his goal, he was satisfied and took the other's shoulder and walked forward. People in the venue gathered together in groups, spread out, with curiosity and eagerness on their faces, sharing their joy with people around them. You can even see bloggers holding live broadcast equipment, excitedly sharing all these new things with the audience in front of them. There are many locals among us. In fact, you can tell at a glance that they are more skilled and have an innate temperament that is unique to this special place. Otherwise, how can we say that the land and water nurture the people? Every word has its reason. There were many handsome men and beautiful women gathered here, but Zhou Yongxing and Gu Bai were the ones who could catch people's eyes even when standing in the crowd, and soon people came to chat with them. One of the 2 girls who came over had a red face and was hesitating to move forward while holding the arm of the other girl. She was whispering something to the other girl. On the other hand, the other girl with short hair had a look of disappointment on her face and she almost took a step forward but didn't. As a man who had lived for 20 years, Gu Bai certainly understood what was going on. He was not surprised, so he turned around and whispered to Zhou Yongxing beside him, "Guess whose contact information they will ask for when they come over?" Zhou, who was not involved in the matter, looked confused when faced with this sentence that had no beginning or end. What? Did you see the 2 girls over there?" Gu Bai looked at the 2 people who were still hesitating. Their eyes met. The girl blushed even more and lowered her eyes to hide her shyness. But she thought it was not polite to turn around directly. So she hesitated and bit her lip and shyly greeted Gu Bai. Seeing the other party waving, Gu Bai smiled and nodded slightly in response. It only took a few seconds, but the entire process was seen by Zhou Yongxing who was beside him. He was unhappy about it. People in love call him just to let themselves see him and the girl flirting from a distance. What a nonsense. Zhou Yongxing's face looked very grumpy, especially when he saw Gu Bai show. He was still smiling. Gu Bai on this end had no idea what Zhou Yongxing was thinking at the moment. He tried to kindly remind him, but when he turned around he saw Zhou Yongxing's dark face. This is what happened. Could it be that he was so angry and embarrassed because of the competition? What's wrong? You look so unhappy. Gu Bai looked around, but no one came to make Zhou Yongxing unhappy. Why did he suddenly have this expression? He looked like a firecracker about to explode, and it would explode at any moment. Zhou Yongxing looked over Gu Bai's shoulder and cast his eyes towards the other protagonist who had just exchanged glances. The girl who received his gaze instantly became excited, her eyes visibly brightened, and after looking at each other, she quickly turned her head and pulled up the girl next to her. But the owner of this side of the gaze did not look good. Do you know him? When Gu Bai heard this, he shook his head in confusion. Didn't we say we would see who she would approach? How could they possibly know each other? Zhou Yongxing got a denial from the other party, and his face became even more grim. Then why don't you say hello to her? Saying hello doesn't necessarily mean you'll chat me up. Gu Bai thought, is this person afraid that he will cheat? It's not that he is narcissistic, he is just very charming. So the shameless Gu Bai concluded that Zhou Yongxing was angry because he couldn't compare with him. Two people who were not on the same channel could actually communicate online. They had different ideas. One thought the other was flirting with a girl, and the other suspected the other was playing a trick. While bickering, they ignored the two girls who were walking over not far away. Hello. The girl's voice was not loud, and she looked timid because of shyness. Zhou Yongxing was still thinking about what happened just now. The sudden greeting made the two people not react. Gu Bai was fine, but Zhou Yongxing didn't retract his expression, frowned, and seemed impatient with the arrival of the two people. The girl was probably a little embarrassed. She touched her arm angrily and continued hesitantly, "Can I get to know you? My name is Zhang Nuo. My name is Lin Lingyi." The girl with short hair was more generous and cheerful, not at all stage frightened. Guests are welcome, so the two politely put aside the previous topic and greeted them with a smile. Zhou Yongxing still had a blank expression on her face, especially when Gu Bai was joking with them. "My name is Gu Bai." After he finished speaking, he saw that the person next to him didn't respond. He paused for a moment. In order to avoid embarrassment, he simply helped the other person to say, "He is Zhou Yongxing, my friend." "Are there only two of you?" Zhang Nuo asked when he saw Gu Bai was not as timid as before when he started talking to him. Gu Bai smiled and was about to start a conversation, but unexpectedly Zhou Yongxing directly grabbed his shoulder and said to Zhang Nuo and the others, "Yes, there are two of us." Blatant, self-righteous, and serious. Normally he is so cunning that it makes people angry. Hearing Zhou Yongxing say this, Zhang Nuo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in a slightly higher tone, "There are only two of us, can we join you?" At the bonfire party later, Zhou Yongxing was not happy. He had already mentioned two people, so why was he so tactless? The brief silence made the atmosphere a little strange. In order not to continue to make the atmosphere stalemate, Gu Bai quickly said, "Sure, if you don't mind." Zhang Nuoban's somewhat disappointed eyes suddenly brightened up. He smiled and turned to look at Lin Lingyi, who had short hair next to him, while the other person had a helpless look on his face. "Well, I think. Here it comes," Gu Bai thought, "the time to witness a miracle is now, the time to prove his charm has come." "Hello, may I ask?" At the critical moment, a strange voice was heard. Gu Bai turned his head and saw the man holding a selfie stick in his hand, facing Gu Bai and speaking excitedly. "You are Gu Bai, right? It's really Gu Bai. I'm your fan." The man switched the interface of the camera in his hand. Gu Bai's face appeared on the phone screen. The scrolling notes changed rapidly, indicating that the popularity in the live broadcast room was soaring at this time. "I'm live streaming. Is it convenient for you to show your face? My fans want to say hello to you," the man said and pointed his phone at Gu Bai. In fact, Gu Bai was completely confused by the man's series of actions. When he asked him if he could show his face, the camera was already pointed at him. Just based on this point, Gu Bai did not have a very good first impression of this anchor. "Good evening everyone, I'm Gu Bai." Gu Bai greeted on the phone, and the screen instantly became very hot. The male anchor saw that there were two girls and a man next to Gu Bai, and raised his phone to scan the surroundings, but this time he failed because Gu Bai grabbed the shaking camera and the live broadcast room suddenly went dark. "Aren't you going to broadcast me live? Why did you go somewhere else?" Gu Bai's smile didn't reach his eyes. He was completely annoyed with this male anchor. If he had been a little slower, Zhou Yongxing would have been photographed. Who can predict what will happen on the internet? Who knows how it will be spread? In the big tree of the internet, everyone is wearing a skin that they don't know each other, relying on the power of freedom of speech to attack others indiscriminately. Even after leaving the stage, the gossip still cannot be dissipated. He didn't want Zhou Yongxing to get stuck in this mess, at least not yet. The anchor was a considerate person. After realizing what Gu Bai meant, he immediately turned the live camera towards himself, and then stood next to Gu Bai. The two of them were in the same frame, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. But for a stranger who had only known him for less than a minute, no, it couldn't be said that they knew each other. Gu Bai was extremely bothered by the way this strange male anchor put his arm around her shoulder. Bother. But in front of the camera, he still tried his best to give enough face, forced a smile, and played along with the other party. As a result, the other party kept talking non-stop, so he interrupted the other party's storytelling. Who wants to hear the story about how he was scolded several times when he was a child in school? Ah, it's about to start over there. Sorry, I have to go over there. Gu Bai pretended to look regretful and said goodbye to the fans in the live broadcast room. In the absence of countless pairs of eyes from the internet, Gu Bai suppressed his smile. Not only Gu Bai, but Zhou Yongxing could no longer bear it. When the other party tried to ask for contact information, he directly stood in front of Gu Bai to prevent the two from communicating again. Excuse me, is there anything else? Zhou Yongxing asked impatiently. If Gu Bai hadn't just gestured to him, from the moment that pair of dirty hands touched Gu Bai, Zhou Yongxing wanted to pull away this greasy young man who came out of nowhere. Can I add a contact number for future convenience? No future, sorry. After saying that, he pulled Gu Bai away, leaving someone holding the phone at a loss. Fuck, why are you pretending so much? After the person left, the man spat and cursed inwardly. Hey, let me go first. Gu Bai was being pulled by him as they walked quickly to the main venue. He refused to let go no matter what, which gave him a headache. I guess, no, I'm 100% emotional. Wait, you forgot about those two guys. Aren't there just two of us? Why do you still care about other people? Zhou Yongxing said seriously. Seeing the other person like this, Gu Bai's intuition told him that the person in front of him was unhappy and needed to be coaxed. So I tried to say in a nice voice, no, I just forgot to say goodbye to them. It's rude to just walk away. I don't know him anyway. Zhou Yongxing answered without emotion. What you said is true and cannot be refuted. I know. Are you angry? No. Gu Bai tried to pull the other person's hand, but the person named Zhou who was not angry dodged him. Pull again, hide again. The man's mouth cannot be trusted either. Don't be angry, I promise I won't do this again next time. What's wrong? Ah, that's it. What? It's poisonous, isn't it? In a TV series, a girlfriend asks her boyfriend what he did wrong after he admitted his mistake. At this time, 90% of male compatriots don't know where they went wrong, they just know that they were wrong. At this moment, Gu Bai is one of the 90%. Shouldn't I be so close to that man? What else? I shouldn't have left you alone. Indeed, there is more. 100,000 whys. Is that a good question? He really didn't know what else had made Zhou Yongxing unhappy, so he grabbed the belt that he was about to go on, stammering and unable to explain why. At this time, the bonfire party officially began. The blazing fire in the center illuminated the place. Local men and women began to sing and dance skillfully. The loud singing attracted the eager tourists around to join in. The venue instantly became lively. There were also young men performing fire-breathing acrobatics. The enthusiasm was high and the joy was endless. The flickering firelight shone on their faces, and the expressions on their faces became unclear in the firelight. Gu Bai only knew that the other person's long eyelashes looked like a butterfly about to take off under the flickering light. Sorry. You can't do this anymore. My existence is a support, not a broken porcelain that you have to be on guard against all the time. He just wanted to give him a shoulder to lean on, but when he saw Gu Bai desperately trying to protect himself and had to endure the inexplicable close contact with others, Zhou Yongxing admitted that he was angry at that moment, but more of it was heartache. So Zhou Yongxing took this opportunity to speak his mind directly. Since we are together, aren't we ready to face everything together? Including anything. I have never regarded our relationship as a burden, so you don't have to be so cautious. He spoke slowly, and Gu Bai saw seriousness and determination in his eyes, without any falsehood, so genuine that he wanted to cry. Chapter 43. People caught up in the carnival will not care about the inadvertent details around them, just like now, they are having so much fun that they will not disturb the lovers who are looking at each other affectionately. Even if both parties are men, now emotions drive reason, and everyone's tolerance is infinitely magnified, as if everything is so natural. The atmosphere was just right, and Gu Bai took advantage of the confusing atmosphere and said to the man in front of him whose eyes reflected his shadow, "I was wrong." Obviously he had just spoken very seriously and his attitude was very serious, but facing Gu Bai's tone that sounded like he was acting like a spoiled child, Zhou Yongxing couldn't help but soften his expression. "But he is really under control. I'm really scared of you." His tense expression relaxed, the corners of his mouth raised, his face softened, and he hugged the person who was playing tricks in front of him tightly in his arms. Zhou Yongxing felt the body temperature of the person in his arms and murmured, "What should I do with you?" What should I do with you?" Gu Bai let out a pleasant laugh, and amid the noise, only Zhou Yongxing, who was leaning against his ear, could hear it. "What a heartless person. Never mind." Zhou Yongxing pulled people to the middle of the venue, mixed in with the crowd, and enjoyed the happy time with Gu Bai. After all, wasn't this the purpose of coming here? There was no need to lose the fun because of some miscellaneous mess. The laughter and joy continued, and the fire was still bright, dispelling the darkness for the dancing people. I wonder how many people's joy and sadness are contained in this story. They came back very late, and it was almost 1 a.m. when they arrived at the hotel, but the high spirits continued to surround them, stimulating their nerves and keeping them excited. So no one showed any signs of sleepiness. Gu Bai and the others were the same. They were still chatting on the way back, but once they calmed down and took a hot bath, their eyelids started to droop. I slept soundly that night, and in my dream, there were little elves jumping all over my body, chirping and singing. Sometimes they jumped onto my head, sometimes slid onto my legs, and finally turned into Zhou Yongxing on the ground. Gu Bai could feel the change in brightness outside. His biological clock told him that it was daybreak and time to get up. So he opened his eyes, only to find that the person sitting next to the bed was the dancing protagonist in his dream. It's pleasing to the eyes so early in the morning, and today will definitely be a good day, Gu Bai thought. What are you doing? Are you up so early? After rubbing his sleepy eyes, Gu Bai's vision finally became clear. Zhou Yongxing took the clothes from the other end, handed them to the other party, and said attentively, "It's late, look outside." Looking out the window, the sun was indeed shining brightly, which meant it was definitely not early morning. "Why did you spy on me sleeping?" The man at the head of the bed raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in a nonchalant manner, peeking. "Wasn't I looking openly? I even touched her." "Ah, where did you touch?" Gu Bai really didn't feel that Zhou Yongxing touched him. "I touched everything, even the places that shouldn't be touched." "How is it?" "What do you mean? Do you still expect me to praise you?" Gu Bai was so angry that he laughed. He took the clothes thrown on the bed and put them on while talking nonsense to this person. "Yes, praise me, my skills are great." "No, Zhou Yongxing, you are a hooligan. Hey. What are you looking at?" Gu Bai was getting up and putting on his pants when he looked up and saw Zhou Yongxing staring at him. He quickly pulled up his pants and stepped on the quilt to come over and beat him up. However, the bed was shaking, and after taking 2 steps over, he didn't hit the person, but he accidentally stepped on the edge and fell into Zhou Yongxing's arms in an instant. "You call him a scoundrel with your mouth, but your body is honestly moving towards him. You are not honest enough." After saying that, he hugged Gu Bai tightly and refused to let go. "Bah, Zhou Yongxing, you are so shameless. You're so dishonest, but I still forgive you. It's hard to say next time, so I hope you can be more honest next time and just say you like it. I'll let it go this time, but I'll still satisfy you." So a gangster named Zhou touched Gu Bai's butt without hesitation, righteously and openly. After a moment's pause, Gu Bai grabbed the man's neck and led him to the bed. Zhou Yongxing did not fight him, but let him make trouble. When Gu Bai pressed his whole body on him, he threatened, "I can't tell, you are so lewd. It's not like I haven't touched her before. I also." Zhou Yongxing made a mouth shape without saying it out loud, but Gu Bai understood it immediately and his ears began to turn red. How could he not know what the two of them had done? How shameless is this person to say this in broad daylight? You are so shameless, saying this in broad daylight. Which one? That's enough, I'm telling you. Gu Bai pretended to be serious, but he was actually very embarrassed and angry. He said, I want to touch you too. You've already touched me, so give it to me. When the firm muscles passed through his palms to his senses, Gu Bai could clearly feel his blood swelling. Zhou Yunxing's clothes were pulled off by him, revealing a large chest, and the sexy honey-colored skin was presented to his vision. Someone was infatuated with the touch and was in high spirits, but was caught by the evil hands. I don't mind if you keep touching me, but we might miss our bus back home today. Zhou Yunxing also felt something when he touched her, and what he said was not a lie. Gu Bai reacted quickly and retracted his hand, turning his eyes away, trying to hide his mistake. Tisk, it's just like that. After saying this, which he himself didn't believe, he turned around and slipped into the bathroom. Am I crazy? After closing the door, Gu Bai patted his face in the mirror and began to reflect on his words and deeds. He just needed to listen to a great compassion mantra to cleanse his noble soul. Sure enough, after spending too long with each other, even their thoughts became abnormal. When you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex. They just packed up simply. After all, the two of them didn't bring anything with them. Seeing Brother Chen standing by the car at the door, Gu Bai ran over to say hello. Brother Chen, why are you here? When Brother Chen saw that it was Gu Bai, he smiled and greeted him. Good morning, Gu Bai. I'm here to see you off. Zhou Yunxing also came over and nodded to the other party with a smile as a greeting. Yes, let's take Brother Chen's car to the airport. Okay, we can still chat on the way. The three people set off happily, and the journey ended here. They returned home with full of joy and memories. Ah, I'm finally back. Gu Bai threw himself onto the big bed he hadn't seen for a long time, enjoying the familiar smell. It tastes like home. Zhou Yunxing, who was leaning against the door frame, looked at the person on the bed and said helplessly, okay, get up, pack up and go out for dinner. They had not eaten since they came back, and now they realized that they were indeed a little hungry. After touching his stomach, Gu Bai sat on the edge of the bed and asked the other party. Where are we going to eat? Just follow me. When he was with Zhou Yunxing, he never had to worry about food. Every time he was taken out to eat, the food was top-notch. Following the other person out of the bedroom, Zhou Yunxing opened the refrigerator, took out a can of milk and handed it to Gu Bai. He drank the cool milk and made a satisfied sound. How are we going to get there? Do you want to drive or does Uncle Zhang come? Uncle Zhang sent my mother away today, so he can't come. Then shall we take a taxi? We couldn't let Zhou Yunxing go back and drive, Wenting Yuan is so far from here. Thinking of this, Gu Bai suddenly had an idea and immediately said, no need. I'll drive over, you come with me. Did you buy a car? Of course. Gu Bai said with a matter-of-fact expression. So when Gu Bai led Zhou Yunxing downstairs to the garage, he looked at him with appreciation. However, all this was shattered when Zhou Yunxing saw the black electric car in front of him. I'll give you a ride, get in. Gu Bai handed him a helmet, and Zhou Yunxing's disdain rose to another level. What are these ears above? Why do you still keep it? Can you buy something decent? Zhou Yunxing was disgusted to death and was disgusted openly. Gu Bai was unhappy. Why is it not decent? It used to accompany me to work every day. Now that I don't have a car, I still rely on it, and you are still not happy. It's good enough that I let you sit on it. Look at how delicate he is. This is the only means of transportation we have now. Do you want to take it or not? If not, take a taxi. I'll walk by myself. He was so angry. In the end, for the sake of a pleasant dinner for the two of them, Zhou Yunxing finally compromised. It was the first time in his life that he sat on something like this, and his friends would laugh until their teeth fell out if he told them about it. Gu Bai saw Zhou Yunxing wearing a cat ear helmet behind him from the rearview mirror, and his heart instantly burst into joy. He did it on purpose, and he was really cute. Gu Bai said that he had no regrets in his life to see the cute look of this tough guy. Hold me tight, don't blame me if you fall. Can this fall? Gu Bai teased him a lot along the way. When he stopped at the traffic light, he whispered in Zhou Yunxing's ear, look, that little kid is looking at you, and so is that old lady. Hey, someone is taking a picture of you, ha 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 ha. Your ears are so cute. Look, the guy on the motorcycle next to you is staring at you. Zhou Yunxing, who endured humiliation and hardship, finally arrived at their destination after going through all kinds of hardships, but his face was so black that it almost turned into a piece of charcoal. The culprit was standing nearby, asking knowingly with a look on his face that deserved a beating, "What's wrong?" "Ha ha ha, did you catch a cold? Are you carsick?" "Nothing, thank you. You're welcome, ha 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 ha." Having suffered a loss and feeling bitter in silence, Zhou Yongxing kept a heavy grudge against Gu Bai in his heart. They had been here before, it wasn't particularly fancy, but the food was very much to Gu Bai's liking, and he had been lingering over it before. Since he hadn't eaten since getting on the bus, he was starving. Gu Bai ate a lot, and he was full before he knew it. "I feel so full, Zhou Yongxing. You're responsible for the consequences. Don't call me. I can't help you. You are so heartless." They did not go home, but came to a square not far away. The square was quite large and it was busy at night. The aunties were dancing in groups, the more advanced middle-aged women were learning Latin, and there were people singing with speakers in the corner. All the sounds were mixed together and it was hard to make out what was going on. Fortunately, the place was empty and the sound was not particularly loud or deafening. The teenagers who had just finished school were skateboarding back and forth on the field, and the children who were signing balloons were clapping happily. "After traveling, I feel like I've returned to normal life." The two of them took a stroll around the square to help digest their food. "Are you happy?" "Over there. I'm happy. You won't believe it, but I've never traveled like this before." Zhou Yongxing could see the genuine happiness on Gu Bai's face. He is obviously a child from a well-off family, but he expressed a different kind of sadness. Zhou Yongxing held his hand and said, "Just be happy. I'll take you somewhere else next time. You can go wherever you want. Are you coming? Together?" "That's fine, haha." The two of them strolled around casually, and when the feeling of fullness was almost relieved, they drove back. That's right, it was still the familiar lightning, and it was still the familiar helmet. Gu Bai still didn't miss any opportunity to tease the other party, and he smiled all the way home. "Hey, why are you still holding this thing in the elevator?" Gu Bai noticed that the person next to him was holding a rabbit ear headband that a little girl had just given him in the square. Could it be that he really likes it? Gu Bai stared at Zhou Yongxing with wide eyes, a look of disbelief. "I forgot to throw it away and just kept holding it," the other party said casually. "He is pretending, he must be pretending, he must like it. It doesn't matter. There are many people who like this kind of thing. It's not shameful." Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Before I could ask Gu Bai what he meant, the elevator had already arrived. Throughout the entire evening, Gu Bai had an expression as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant to do so. Every time Zhou Yongxing wanted to speak, the other party would look as if he already knew the answer. While the other person was taking a shower, he didn't know that Zhou, who was outside, entered the bathroom with something in his hand. As the bathroom door slid open, Gu Bai was startled. Before he could react, the other person was already standing in front of the bathtub. When their eyes met, the atmosphere changed. "Are you okay? Actually, it's no big deal. They've done everything together. But it's still uncomfortable to be stared at while taking a shower." Without waiting for Gu Bai to ask further, Zhou Yongxing reached out and grabbed the back of Gu Bai's head, leaned over, and their lips touched each other. Gu Bai began to feel a little breathless, and the slight movement of winter stirred up ripples on the water surface. During the interval, Gu Bai's face turned red, and his eyes became more charming in the water vapor. Zhou Yongxing suddenly took out something from behind and put it on his head. "What?" Gu Bai asked in confusion. "Good boy. As expected, people at this time were easy to coax. Zhou Yongxing listened to everything he said, and was coaxed into saying every word for things that he would never say on normal days. So when Gu Bai woke up in the morning, he thought about those unspeakable scenes from yesterday and wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide. "What kind of dirty words did you say?" And the rabbit ears, he finally understood why Zhou Yongxing always brought them home. It turned out that he had planned it all along. He had not forgotten how someone put them in front of the mirror in the bathroom last night. The more Gu Bai recalled, the more he wanted to kick to death the man who was hugging him and sleeping. Chapter 44. Life went on as normal. After a few days of recklessness, Gu Bai returned to work. During the days when he disappeared with Zhou Yongxing, everything in the company remained the same. However, Dong Chong felt that it had been a long time since he saw Gu Bai return to work. The two of them seemed to have endless topics to talk about after a long separation. The process of sharing was always unusually pleasant, so he ignored the pair of inquiring eyes in the office. Zhou Yunxing had looked over to the next room several times. The two of them were chattering nonstop and didn't seem to be talking to him. Yesterday's behavior of coaxing the other party to say dirty words and wear rabbit ears made Gu Bai angry after he woke up. After driving him down early in the morning, he has not spoken to him since then. Why didn't he realize that Gu Bai had such a temper before? Originally, young Master Zhou felt a little guilty early in the morning, but after seeing the scene before him, the only remaining guilt disappeared completely without a trace. It's quite sour. So Mr. Zhou, who felt unhappy, picked up the phone in the office without hesitation and called the next door. The loud ringing of the phone in the space interrupted the interaction between the two people. Dong Chong picked up the phone and found that it was from the president's office. "Where's the document from this morning? Bring it here when it's ready." Although he was talking about work, his real interest was not in work. Dong Chong glanced at Gu Bai next to him and replied to the person on the other end of the phone with a smile. Dong Chong has gotten used to it. Her boss is really narrow-minded. She is already married and about to have a second child. What can happen between her and Gu Bai? Oh, disgusting, disgusting. She thought of her virtuous husband, and then she felt no envy at all. "I'll go over first. The work isn't finished yet." After Dong Chong complained in his heart, he said to Gu Bai next to him. "Okay, then you can go quickly. I'm sorry to have kept you so long." Gu Bai said apologetically, but Dong Chong on the opposite side smiled. He joked, "What's wrong with you? You've become so unfamiliar after going out for fun. What's the matter? Are you being so awkward?" "Sister Dong, don't say that. I should have thanked you for helping me in the company. I haven't had time to say thank you properly." All right. If you keep saying that, I'll get goosebumps. It's too formal to talk about this between friends. Okay, let's stop talking about it. If I don't go over, Mr. Zhou will get upset. Bye. Bye. Gu Bai smiled and said goodbye to the other party, and then returned to his original position. Today's workload was quite light, so he decided to take a break from his busy schedule. He found a movie, adjusted his posture, and started watching it, completely ignoring the glances secretly cast at him from a corner, and immersed himself in his own world accompanied by the soundtrack of the movie. The movie wasn't particularly long, just under 2 hours. When he was drinking water in the middle, the screen of his phone lit up. He hadn't intended to pick it up, but the words on the pop-up message interface immediately caught Gu Bai's attention. It was not the names of 4 people that appeared in the box at the same time, but he saw an extremely familiar picture background placed on the homepage. He immediately grabbed the phone and clicked on the page. A certain anchor was suspected of cheating on her husband and secretly met a strange man at night. Her husband turned out to be. Below is a photo of him and Zhou Yunxing at the bonfire party last time. It was obviously taken secretly. The two of them were very close, and Zhou Yunxing just happened to have his back to the camera, so only Gu Bai's face was clearly visible in the whole photo. If you look carefully, you can find that the person who took the photo specifically chose this angle to arouse people's imagination and create a lot of ambiguity. The whole article is told from the perspective of an outsider, but there were very few people present that day who knew them. But this person mentioned the Zhou family and the marriage, so he must be a local. Who is it? Is he being followed? That's impossible. The movie was still going on, but Gu Bai had no intention of watching it anymore. His mind was full of this matter. He hadn't dealt with his relationship with Zhou Shenggulan before it was exposed, which completely disrupted his steps. What are you doing? The sudden sound startled Gu Bai, who was not in the right state, and he subconsciously put his phone on the table. Zhou Yunxing stood at the door, watching the panicked movements of the person in front of him, and asked again, "What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Are you doing something bad secretly again?" Gu Bai adjusted his expression, stood up, and said nothing. "No, what bad things can I do?" Zhou Yunxing was a little surprised when he heard the other party's words. He was still in a bad mood this morning, but is he fine now? No need to coax him. So he raised the corner of his mouth, walked over, saw the movie still going on the desktop, and looked up at Gu Bai. "Tisk, you're blatantly slacking off at work. I'll deduct your salary." How could he say that he saw Gu Bai standing still in the office and thought something was wrong, so he couldn't help but come over to check it out? Well, he admitted that he wanted to talk to Gu Bai. The person who should have been still angry had forgotten the fact that he was upset because of what happened just now. Want to watch a movie? Zhou Yongxing leaned against the desk and suggested to Gu Bai. Want to go out and see a movie? They had never watched a movie together, so Zhou Yongxing was eager to try. Today. I haven't finished the work yet. How about next time? Gu Bai rejected him reluctantly. He didn't know how this matter on the internet would develop, so Gu Bai tried not to be too close to Zhou Yongxing. It turns out that what you fear will come true. Zhou Yongxing, who was not involved in the matter, was a little puzzled by his rejection. It was not that the rejection itself was strange, but that Gu Bai's reason was really unacceptable. You haven't finished your work yet and you're still secretly watching a porn movie. Gu Bai was a little out of his mind, hesitating. Yes. I regretted it right after I said it. What was that? I was a fool. So I quickly added, I have to go back early today. Let's do it another day. Okay, I'll listen to you and pay it off first. After saying that, he raised his hand to look at the watch. It was almost time to get off work at noon. Come with me to eat later. This was their daily routine, eating together, but today Gu Bai was very abnormal. He simply didn't eat. No, next time. I have something to do today. Can I ask for a leave? Something happened at home. Gu Bai made up an excuse. He had to think of a solution. Zhou Yongxing frowned slightly after being rejected again, but did not continue to ask. After all, everyone has their own personal space, and it belongs to Gu Bai, so Zhou Yongxing would not be so unreasonable as to squeeze in. Want me to take you there? It's okay, I'll go back by myself. I took a day off today, and I will definitely make it up. Zhou Yongxing laughed. It turned out that this person was afraid that he would deduct his salary. At noon, Gu Bai came back in a taxi by himself. Because Zhou Yongxing and Uncle Zhang came to pick him up in the morning, he did not ride his little lightning. On the way, he clicked on the post again. The number of reposts increased significantly, and the comments below continued to grow. Old things would always be mentioned on some occasions. Soon, he saw the group of Zhang Qi's fans coming out to call him a mistress. Let me tell you, it is true that it is difficult to change one's nature, and now you can see it clearly. No way, can someone explain this to me? Otherwise my house is going to collapse. Manually circle my brother. Wu, is this true? I don't believe it. Tisk tisk tisk, look at the back. Oh my god, I have one more concubine in my harem from now on. The comments below are mixed, and everyone is just waiting for things to develop with a spectator's mentality. Who is it? Bite. The elevator door opened. In fact, he came back mainly to temporarily distance himself from Zhou Yongxing. The angle in the photo was just right, and Zhou Yongxing's face was blocked. Gu Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. He held his phone and prepared to write a message to send, but he really didn't know what to say. It is true that he has some negative information about himself. When he came through, spit was flying everywhere, and 80% of it was directed at him. You could say he cheated on his wife, but Zhou Shengelin and he never took this marriage seriously. Without the marriage certificate, they were not even friends. There is no question of him being a mistress, as he has nothing to fear from his own shadow. So Gu Bai, who felt more and more that he was at a disadvantage, sent the message out anyway. After the operation, he lay on the sofa and let himself wander. He was considering whether to tell Zhou Yongxing about these bad things. The 2 times during the trip a few days ago were still vivid in his mind. Zhou Yongxing had said this more than once. If he continued to hide it this time, he would probably be really angry. After struggling for no less than 20 minutes, when Gu Bai finally made up his mind to send a message to Zhou Yongxing, someone came to visit. The doorbell kept ringing, and Gu Bai thought it was lunch break time. Zhou Yongxing came over and opened the door without thinking carefully. When he saw Zhou Shengelin's long-lost face, his already restless heart became even more irritated. If this person had not disagreed with the divorce and had been entangled like this, he wouldn't have been so worried about such a rotten thing. I've said it before, don't go too far. Perhaps he had heard the news, so he hurried over. He had not officially taken over the company yet, and there was an old fox in the company waiting for an opportunity. This was a critical moment and nothing could go wrong. Gu Bai sneered and said to the other party, if you had gone with me to get a divorce, you wouldn't be so busy looking for me to blame now. So, is it my fault that you got caught fooling around outside? Who dares to say it's your fault? You have a powerful background, and no one dares to expose your tricks. But I don't even have anyone to rely on, and they are specifically targeting me. What can I do? If you are in a hurry, go find them, don't find me. The Gu family doesn't care about his life or death. All they care about are the shares in his hands. It seems that in times of crisis, he has to rely on money to save his life. Give me the shares, and we'll go register for a divorce now. Zhou Shengelin wanted to get what he wanted before things got out of hand. Although he was interested in Gu Bai, it would be better to sell off a horse that could not be tamed as soon as possible instead of risking getting injured. No matter how stupid Gu Bai is, he would not give him the shares at this juncture. This is his biggest bargaining chip for negotiation. Everyone stared at what he had in his hand, ignoring the masks on their faces, revealing ugly greedy looks. Oh, you really have a good plan. Using this to cut off all ties with him, he would not have to explain to Zhou's father. But it was not certain for Gu Bai. All businessmen were bloodsuckers. Without this share, the Gu family might even want to kill him. Neither of them gave in. The current situation was that if the matter got out of hand, both parties would have their own version of events. Zhou Yongxing's company would be unstable, and Gu Bai would bear the stigma of cheating. So the main task now is to suppress the news. They both knew it well. In the end, they parted on bad terms, but Gu Bai knew that Zhou Shengelin would definitely take action. Buzz. The phone on the table vibrated, someone was calling. Hello. It's me. It was Zhou Yongxing. Gu Bai's tense nerves gradually relaxed after hearing the other person's voice. He always made him feel at ease for some reason. Why are you calling? What's the matter? Want to look back home today? No need to reply, what's wrong? I want to watch a movie. Didn't we agree on next time? It won't look good next time. Hearing this, Gu Bai couldn't help but complain in his heart, what kind of logic is this? Today. Right. Can't we do it next time? Gu Bai discussed with Zhou Yongxing. However, the person on the other end of the phone did not appreciate it today and was unexpectedly stubborn. No. I'll pick you up later. Hey, He was halfway through his words when the only response he got was a beep from the other end indicating that the call had been hung up. Well, it should be okay. Gu, who was not able to resist, quietly went to the room to look for a suitable mask and hat in case he needed to go out later. Zhou Yongxing said he would wait a moment, and he moved very quickly. Gu Bai just thought he came quickly, and didn't know that he was actually making the call downstairs, and the distance to get here was just up a flight of stairs. When are we going over? Have you chosen? What do you want to see? Holding the things he had just put together, Gu Bai asked Zhou Yongxing, who had just arrived. Go now, follow me. It was the first time for him to go out to see a movie with Zhou Yongxing. His mood, which had been annoyed by the noise online, was gradually getting better, and he always felt happy when he was with him. Since this is the first time for both of them, in order to keep each other in a good mood during the movie, Gu Bai plans to postpone this matter and find a suitable opportunity to tell Zhou Yongxing later. Are you not feeling well today? Why are you asking for leave suddenly? The person in the driver's seat suddenly asked. It's nothing serious. I'm just a little out of shape today. Gu Bai, I told you, remember to tell me if you have anything to say. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. I see. The two of them didn't say anything else, and the car returned to its previous silence. Gu Bai, feeling a little bored, leaned his head against the car window, his eyes drifting towards the receding scenery outside the window. There are few pedestrians at this time, but there are still many cars on the road, coming and going, and no one knows why they are rushing. The trees on the roadside don't seem to be as green as before. Time is slowly taking away his vitality, quietly dyeing it with a mature atmosphere. It turns out that time goes so fast. Gu Bai still remembers what the scenery outside the car window looked like when he was not with Zhou Yongxing. It seems that there has not been much change, but he can feel that everything is no longer the same. Chapter 45. When they arrived at the destination, Gu Bai put on his mask again. The cinema was across the road. As soon as he got off the car, Zhou Yongxing reached out and grabbed his hand. Gu Bai struggled quietly, but couldn't move. Zhou Yongxing held it tightly. Although there were not many people on the street, there were so many pairs of eyes that Gu Bai didn't know which pair was from the internet. They are at the center of the storm right now, and they are doing it so openly and without any hesitation, it is only a matter of time before they are discovered. Zhou Shengelin has not made any move yet, and the matter has not been suppressed. It is estimated that the situation is continuing to expand in full swing at this moment. Gu Bai was a little absent-minded. When crossing the road, he almost bumped into a little boy who was walking in the opposite direction. Fortunately, someone next to him pulled him back. He was able to concentrate a little more. Then he began to pay attention to the people around him. He was always observing if anyone around him was taking pictures with their mobile phones. Even if he saw someone holding a phone, he would subconsciously become nervous. The first time was just a coincidence, but as time went on, Zhou Yongxing naturally discovered that Gu Bai was unusual, especially after seeing him paying unusual attention to the people around him. He became more certain that Gu Bai was hiding something from him. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yongxing held the other person's hand and asked softly. "Ah, I'm fine." Gu Bai laughed twice and looked away, just like usual. Zhou Yongxing didn't ask anything, and the two walked into the cinema hand in hand. There were not many people watching the movie at this time, with only less than 10 people in the entire theater, so they chose the most suitable seat to sit down. Gu Bai held the popcorn in his hand, which was essential for watching a movie. The movie hadn't started yet, but various trailers and cheerful advertisements were playing. The dim and crowded environment made Gu Bai feel inexplicably safe, not to mention that Zhou Yongxing was sitting next to him, so the stone in his heart gradually became less heavy, which made him breathless. Zhou Yongxing seemed to have some realization, and turned his head to look at the person next to him. Gu Bai smiled, handed the popcorn in his hand to him, flipped it twice, and signaled him to try it quickly. At this time, the popcorn in his mouth was sweet, sweet all the way to the heart, and sweet bubbles popped up, making Gu Bai feel dizzy. No wonder young couples like to watch movies on dates, it feels really different. "Oh, I still don't know what we're looking at." Zhou Yongxing arranged the whole process, and he just followed behind him. Gu Bai was actually thinking that Zhou Yongxing was so forward, and he could have watched it in a private movie bar. He didn't know why he was so persistent today and wanted to come to the cinema to experience the customs. "You'll know when you see it." Zhou Yongxing didn't tell him, which made Gu Bai want to know even more. "You're always like this, uncle." As soon as he called out the name, Gu Bai felt a little regretful, because their relationship was no longer the same as before, and calling out such a name would bring out an indescribable ambiguity and interest. Not only Gu Bai, Zhou Yongxing was also stunned for a moment when he heard Gu Bai calling him, as if Gu Bai had never called him like that since they confirmed their relationship. So he started to feel playful, raised his lips and said to Gu Bai, "What did you call me just now?" Zhou Yongxing, "Scream again and I'll tell you." "I don't want to know, I'll see for myself." He wouldn't be fooled, and just wanted to take advantage of him. Although the other party did not ask him any further questions, Gu Bai inexplicably felt that he was taken advantage of. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was true. He became more and more entangled in this issue, and finally he even became entangled and annoyed. So he suddenly leaned close to Zhou Yongxing's ear and shouted through gritted teeth, "Old man." After saying that, he felt great and instantly thought he had gotten the upper hand. He sat in his seat feeling smug. Him hearing his words, Zhou Yongxing not only didn't care, but said calmly, "Aren't you the one who knows best whether I'm old or not? Yesterday in the bathroom, someone was crying and calling me. Who do you think it was?" Hey, we're watching a movie. If you keep talking about leaving, we're leaving." Gu Bai's face started to turn red from his ears to his eyes. When he thought of the madness of last night, Gu Bai felt ashamed and angry. He found that he could never get the upper hand over Zhou Yongxing. "Old fox." Gu Bai cursed in his heart. The movie begins with the hero and heroine standing by the lake, saying goodbye. The whole process revolves around the past of the hero and heroine. It is a very cliché plot, but based on the comedy experience in the middle, it is not so boring. Gu Bai never stopped talking. This was a habit he developed in his original world. Oh, he almost forgot that he didn't belong here. He was an illegal existence in this world. However, once the mind is open, it is not easy to stop. He is now at the critical juncture in this book. Gu Bai remembered that it was this calculation that started him on the road to disgrace and finally ended up with a tragic death. He was plotted against and was also exposed for cheating. Then Zhou Shengelin took advantage of the situation and coaxed Gu Bai to hand over his shares. Under the pretext of a temporary divorce, he resolutely dumped the original owner and enjoyed a good time with the beauty. On the other hand, Gu Bai was miserable because he lost his shares. His father slapped him in the face and broke off relations with this disappointing son without any hesitation. So the original owner instantly became homeless and penniless, sleeping on a bench in the park at night. It was as miserable as it could be. Suddenly a scream pulled Gu Bai back from his memories. His body trembled slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the big screen in front of him. The supporting actress was crying and hugging the man lying on the ground, feeling powerless and desperate. Gu Bai, who was somewhat out of touch, followed the subsequent plot and sorted out the details. It turned out that the male protagonist had a car accident, and on the way to the female protagonist's wedding, he wanted to see her one last time, but he didn't expect that the last meeting would become eternal. Here, the newlyweds were having a lively time, while on the other side, the lights in the operating room went out, and everything ended with the doctor shaking his head helplessly. This is a sad story. The film is almost over, and the heroine learns that the hero is dead. After knowing the truth, she can do nothing but burst into tears. She is at a loss as to what to do. So she can only hide her sadness in her memory and let it torment her for the rest of her life. The ending song sounded, Still by the Lake, but the two people at that time had become one person's scenery. The heroine was wearing a white skirt, the hem of her skirt fluttering in the wind, and at this time the hero also appeared in front of the camera wearing white clothes. The two were not surprised, but smiled at each other, holding hands and disappearing in the camera. Why did Zhou Yunxing choose this sad movie? My heart became heavy. If I disappeared one day, what would the other party's reaction be? Gu Bai thought. Completion. Why are you looking at this? It's not pretty. Zhou Yunxing nodded, agreeing with the other party's point of view. I think so too, it was Uncle Zhang who ordered it, I didn't know it before. If I had known, I would have chosen it myself. I wanted a sweet one, maybe the two of us could have some intimate contact and warm up our relationship. A scary one would be fine too, it would be best if I could scare Gu Bai into my arms. Gu Bai, who had no idea what young Master Zhou was thinking, stood up and prepared to leave with him. At this moment, there was a sigh behind him, so Gu Bai instinctively looked back, and the voice of the person behind him suddenly became louder. It's true, look. The four of them had gossipy expressions on their faces and were whispering timidly to each other. Oops. 90% of the time, he was recognized, and only then did he realize that he was wearing a mask. Zhou Yunxing next to him also turned around, looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" The four girls raised their voices to a higher level, and they couldn't stop smiling. One of them opened her mouth wide and immediately covered it with her hand. There is no way. Faced with this scene, Gu Bai had no choice but to greet the four girls who were looking over. Sure enough, as soon as he finished greeting, they came up to him and hurriedly asked, "You are Gu Bai, right? You are the anchor." Gu Bai's eyes were curved, and there was a faint dimple on his face, slightly revealing his white teeth, and he replied, "Yes, I am." The other girls screamed in low voices to express their excitement. At this time, Gu Bai made a gesture to the other people to keep quiet. He didn't want to attract other people's attention. Fortunately, the girl was very perceptive and immediately calmed down. She asked, "Is that your boyfriend next to you? He's so handsome." Looking at the four crazy faces in front of him, Gu Bai just wanted to cover his face. Am I not handsome? Handsome. You're all handsome. Before praising him, she also did not forget to praise his boyfriend. Gu Bai glanced at Zhou Yunxing, then said to the four girls, "This is a secret, don't tell it." The girl was very excited and couldn't wait to verify her guess. Is that true? Are you two together? Yes, I'm his boyfriend. Before Gu Bai could say anything, Zhou Yunxing took over the conversation without giving him any time to prepare. He admitted it directly without fear of the other party posting it online. But once the words are spoken, they are like spilled water. Gu Bai has no way to get the water back from the ground. So he nodded and admitted it. Now the four people in front were even more excited and were about to jump up. I knew it. You must keep up the good work and don't listen to the gossip on the internet. We have been on your side from the beginning. The Zhou guy is a piece of shit. You two must be together. The expressions on their faces were like those of old mothers, which made Gu Bai look helpless. After saying that, he still looked infatuated with Zhou Yunxing. He finally understood why so many girls like to look at handsome guys. Not only girls like them, but he also likes them. Zhou Yunxing is indeed very handsome. It's a pity that he doesn't act. From then on, the entertainment industry has lost a perfect male god in the hearts of 300 million girls. Thank you. We asked him out shopping today, and we have other things to do, so I'm sorry, we have to go. Zhou Yunxing looked regretful, which made them smile and wave their hands to tell him to go quickly, for fear that they would become a light bulb that delayed their good thing. Then we'll leave first. Please keep today's events confidential, Gu Bai said before leaving. Seeing them nodding, he was still worried. However, Zhou Yunxing on the side was very calm. He directly took his hand and walked towards the door. He heard someone say behind his back, "It's so sweet." Chapter 46. After what happened just now, they were now sitting by the window on the second floor of the afternoon tea restaurant. Gu Bai stared at Zhou Yunxing in front of him without moving, and the other party also stared at him intently. Neither of them spoke, and there was no other movement. There were 2 meals on the table. Gu Bai's meal had been eaten up by him, while Zhou Yunxing's meal was not touched at all. It was still the same as when it was served. While observing that the other party was hesitant to take action, Gu Bai, who was already 70% full, wanted to take the one in front of him for himself. However, Zhou Yunxing's expression was not right. He had a blank expression and looked indifferent, staring at Gu Bai. So Gu Bai felt uncomfortable being stared at by him, and he lost the intention to take the things. Gradually, it became a situation where the 2 of them wanted to look at each other. The atmosphere was subtle, and Gu Bai spoke first. "You shouldn't have paid attention to them just now. In fact, it's not Zhou Yunxing's fault, but if Zhou Yunxing hadn't said that at the time, then Gu Bai could have naturally said that Zhou Yunxing was his uncle, and it would be more legitimate for an uncle to accompany his nephew to watch movies and buy things. Once it's disrupted, I estimate that 80% of the internet will ferment tomorrow, and all kinds of irrelevant topics will come up. What should I do?" Gu Bai just kept looking at the handsome face in front of him, thinking about how to solve this problem. "Why? Aren't we together?" Zhou Yunxing answered Gu Bai's question calmly. Gu Bai didn't know how to answer him, but it wasn't that he was wrong, they were indeed together. "No. Then why don't you have anything to tell me?" "What?" Zhou Yunxing leaned forward, supported his arms on the table, and continued to say to Gu Bai, "Go back." He stood up after he finished speaking, and it seemed that he really intended to leave. "Ah, are you really leaving?" Gu Bai stared at the uneaten cakes on the table. "But you didn't eat this." Although it was a small piece, the price was ridiculously high. As a thrifty and good man, how could Gu Bai allow such a situation where something that cost a lot of money was wasted? "Please sit down first." After saying that, he dragged the plate opposite to himself and took a big bite with a spoon. It had a soft and glutinous texture and was very good. People would feel extremely satisfied when they eat something very delicious. Gu Bai was no exception. When he put the pastry in his mouth, his eyes almost squinted. "It melts in your mouth. You get what you pay for. No wonder it's so expensive. It's worth the price." Gu Bai rated this dessert in his mind. Zhou Yunxing just watched him eat. Sometimes he always felt that Gu Bai was like a careless little boy who was easily satisfied with a little nice thing. Just like at this moment, a piece of delicious cake could make him jump for joy and feel like a spring breeze. Suddenly Zhou Yunxing didn't want to compete with Gu Bai anymore. The other party always managed to disrupt his mood with unintentional actions. "Okay, let's go," he said after wiping his mouth after eating. Greedy ghost. It is easy to tell when a person is unusual, especially when the other person is familiar with him/her. So Gu Bai noticed that Zhou Yunxing was in a strange mood when he was in the coffee shop. There was silence throughout the whole process. Gu Bai also asked during the period, but Zhou Yunxing did not give a direct answer. He was really afraid of Zhou Yunxing's behavior. If he was not careful, he would not be able to feel the other person's thoughts, which made him feel full of crisis. This state continued until Gu Bai got home. In the elevator, the rapidly jumping numbers were just like Gu Bai's uneasy heart, which could not reach the bottom. Bite. After entering the house, Zhou Yunxing stood at the door with no intention of coming in. "Aren't you coming in?" "No." There was a brief silence, and the 2 fell into a speechless state. When Zhou Yunxing was about to leave, Gu Bai couldn't help but ask him to stay. "Wouldn't you like to sit for a while before leaving?" But when Zhou Yunxing sat in front of him, Gu Bai didn't know what to say. He slipped into the kitchen on the pretext of boiling water, thinking about how to coax her. He had never had a girlfriend, let alone a boyfriend. He had never had the experience of coaxing anyone. Gu Bai was so worried that his hair was about to fall out. As I was thinking, I opened my phone and suddenly recalled what happened when I watched the movie today. So I immediately opened the social software to check if there were any rumors flying around. However, Gu Bai, who had prepared himself to be the target of public criticism, was surprised to find that all the gossip about him had disappeared. What happened? How could Zhou Shengelin move so quickly? I just came to see him, even if I just returned, it is impossible that there is no post about the ban. So Gu Bai tried to search for himself in the search bar, and found that all the posts that came out were about his live broadcast. There was really nothing left about him and Zhou Yongxing, all the posts and tweets had disappeared. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of boiling water in the kettle drew Gu Bai's attention back, reminding him that there was someone sitting in the living room. He quickly turned off his phone and made 2 cups of tea for the 2 people. I felt so relaxed, as if the huge stone pressing on my heart suddenly lightened a lot. Are you unhappy? Gu Bai looked at the man in front of him who had no obvious expression, and finally asked. Are you angry? Zhou Yongxing leaned against the sofa, looked at Gu Bai, and asked again, don't you have anything to say to me? He really couldn't think of anything else, except hiding the accident on the internet from the other party. I asked for leave, or something. Tisk, Gu Bai, I've said it many times, but you didn't take it to heart at all. Zhou Yongxing got straight to the point and said, you never intended to tell me about those messy things on the internet, right? When he heard the 2 purples in online, Gu Bai could feel his body pause for a moment. Oh no. This was the first word that popped into his mind. He still remembered the last time Zhou Yongxing lost his temper during the trip, and it was more than once. As the saying goes, 3 times is the limit. Gu Bai thought that this time he was probably playing it vague and couldn't fool people anymore. I've already told you that it's just gossip. It can't be a big deal. I didn't take it to heart and I didn't tell anyone about it. Gu Bai tried his best to act less concerned and spoke casually. Then why did you ask for leave? Are you afraid that fans will see us walking together? Gu Bai, don't you put me at your side. He is not the kind of man who doesn't take responsibility. Such a small matter will not affect anything at all. Not to mention his reputation, he is a businessman and not in the entertainment industry, so he still does business. No, I just don't want you to care about these messy things and affect your life. I don't care about them myself. So just ignore them. You lied, you can't ignore it. If you didn't care you wouldn't make these decisions. Yes, Zhou Yongxing was right. He really couldn't ignore it, because as long as something was related to him, Zhou Yongxing would subconsciously feel anxious. But he didn't want to admit it. Don't deny me based on your own understanding. I said I don't want the bad things about me to affect you. For me, this is a minimum respect. After being exposed, Gu Bai didn't know why he became so excited, as if the other party had ruthlessly lifted the fig leaf he had been wearing, and he became furious. Think about it carefully. Zhou Yongxing had tried his best to control his temper. Finally, he got up and left after saying this. The door was opened and then closed again. The 2 sounds made Gu Bai's heart beat faster. The room became silent. The water dripping from the faucet in the kitchen fell and hit the metal sink, exploding at the bottom and breaking into countless small drops. Gu Bai sat there in a daze for more than an hour. During this time, he repeated in his mind what Zhou Yongxing had said before, over and over again. Finally, he put his hands on his ears and slowly covered his entire face. How did it become like this? An unnecessary quarrel ended up with the 2 of them parting on bad terms. Gu Bai wanted to pull Zhou Yongxing back and tell him that he didn't mean that. But he also felt that he was not wrong. Just as he was struggling with his headache, a phone rang in. He quickly picked up the phone, but when he saw Gu's father's name, he threw the phone back on the table. Don't want to answer. Gu Bai lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. It was white and clean. If you didn't look closely, it would seem very neat. His cell phone kept vibrating, like a death urge. After the phone rang for the 4th time, Gu Bai cursed inwardly and had to answer the call. You still remember to answer the phone. Get back here today. The voice was solid and powerful. Gu Bai could feel his father's anger through the phone. He probably knew. You You are really great. After saying this, Gu's father hung up the phone without hesitation, looking very angry. He threw his phone on the sofa and continued to stare at the wall. Why can't I have a better time these days? Why do all these things have to pile up and come to me on the same day? Gu Bai couldn't help but think in his heart. In the afternoon, Gu Bai went to Gu's house at a time other than dinner time, intending to leave immediately after talking. Looking at the situation, he couldn't stand staying for even a minute longer. There was nothing in this family that was worth him staying for, except for his mother Gu, who still cared about him. In the eyes of others, he was just a share of mobile in their hands. As soon as he entered the house, Gu Bai felt the low pressure in the whole house. Gu's father was sitting on the luxurious retro sofa in the living room, holding a high-end solid wood faucet cane in front of him. He stared at Gu Bai, who had just entered the door, and his sharp eyes seemed to penetrate Gu Bai. Mother Gu sat aside, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. She seemed anxious but helpless. Gu Bai, you're back, please sit down first. Mother Gu tried to break the current deadlock. But her uncle didn't want to give her face, and hit her twice with his cane, indicating that he didn't allow it. Chapter 47. Gu Zhongli came down from the stairs in slippers. When he saw me, he paused obviously. I don't know if it was my illusion. The last time we met was many years ago, and today should be our first meeting, so I can understand his surprise. But if I didn't come back today, he would probably forget that he has an older brother and I have a younger brother. Gu Zhongli didn't say hello to me, but looked away and shouted to his angry father, Dad. Well, Zhongli, are you going out? He clearly wanted to smash me in the face with the dragon-headed cane in the previous second, but at this moment, he instantly lost his temper because of the word dad, and his face was kind. It was really a beautiful scene of a loving father and a filial son. No, I went out after dinner. Why isn't the meal ready yet? Gu Zhongli looked indifferent and ignored his brother from beginning to end. Mother Gu stood up at this time and said quickly, it's almost done, it's almost done. Fortunately, he found a time slot that was not meal time. He did not expect that the meal time of the Gu family was not on point at all. They were obviously a family, but the atmosphere was weirder than any other family. In the middle of the meal, it was still Gu's mother who dragged Gu Bai to the dinner table. When Gu's father saw him sit down, he snorted and looked dissatisfied. Gu Zhongli only paid some attention to Gu Bai beside him at this time. He kept staring at him and finally asked, why did you come back? Even though he was a stranger, he should have some emotions at this time. As soon as he entered the door, he looked at his face and asked why he came back. Gu Zhongli almost told him that he was not welcome to go home and that he should not come back if he had nothing to do, as it was an eyesore. So Gu Bai, who was almost a stranger, did not get angry because of this. Instead, he smiled and turned to Gu Zhongli and said, I've been very busy recently, but Dad insisted that I come back. In the end, they were afraid that I would have contact with Gu's father, and accidentally gave me the property that should have been left to him. These people only care about their own interests. However, I still don't understand. They are both sons, and everyone is equal. Why can old man Gu favor one so obviously? It has been like this since he was a child. He didn't get anything that belonged to him, let alone things that didn't belong to him. In the end, the only thing he gave to Gu Bai was a marriage with the Zhou family, and from then on, he embarked on the beginning of his destruction. Is that so? Gu Zhongli seemed to be asking and answering his own question, while his father scolded him, eat. Did I ask you to come back and still wrong you? The table returned to its previous silence, with only the sound of dishes and chopsticks colliding. Gu Bai never picked up his bowl from beginning to end. Since you don't have anything important to do, I'll leave first and disturb your family. Gu Bai stood up, and after saying this, he raised his leg to hit the man. The three people at the table never expected Gu Bai to do this, and they were all stunned. Yes, your family, this family he is a part of. Stop right there. Father Gu was also angry now. He threw away his chopsticks and slammed his palm on the table. The loud noise scared Mother Gu, and she slapped her chest. Gu Zhongli also put down his bowl. On the surface, he looked solemn, but in fact, he was watching the show and hoped that the two would escalate. Gu Bai, don't think that you can do whatever you want now that you have grown wings. You are nothing here. This is the voice of a middle-aged superior. When did I say I wanted to stay at your Gu family? What do you want here? The loud noise did not make Gu Bai lose his composure. Instead, he turned around and said to Gu's father expressionlessly, I don't care. You. This was when Gu Bai's father was really angry, his eyes were wide open. Gu Bai had never resisted like this before, he had always just muddled along and accepted everything. Because this is the only support he can rely on, accompanying him in every move and every word in his life. But now it's different, he doesn't care at all, he is his own mountain. If you have something to say, please call me. I won't be able to spare so much time to come here next time. He wanted to leave without hesitation, but he ignored the fact that rich people's homes are not open to anyone. The bodyguards at the door blocked Gu Bai's way when they saw the situation. The two tall bodies were like hard rocks and could not be shaken at all. Gu Bai knew that it would be difficult to go back today. What do you mean? Gu Bai turned around and confronted his father, who was almost 60 years old. The Gu family is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Since they asked you to come back, I must have something to tell you. He called out, and the aunt in the family immediately handed over the dragon-headed cane. Come with me. Gu Bai hesitated for a moment, watched his father go upstairs, then he followed him. He couldn't leave here anyway. When he passed the dining table, he clearly heard Gu Zhongli, who was sitting there, sneer. In the study room on the second floor, there was complete silence. Father Gu sat on the sofa in the middle, with a luxurious solid wood cane in front of him. A pair of eagle eyes stared at Gu Bai, trying to see something from him. Let's get straight to the point. Who was that man last time? The fierce anger just now was gone, but it was full of questioning. I don't know which man you are talking about. Don't think I don't know, and don't try to be clever with me. I know everything about that. You really can do such unpresentable things in just 3 days. What's the embarrassing thing? Please explain it clearly, otherwise I can't answer you. Gu Bai actually hated dealing with these sophisticated and slick people. They were always trying to get around him so as to get out of his way of knowing everything. If Gu's father really knew everything, he would definitely not be here to question him today. So the other party is not clear about the ins and outs of the online incident. Who is that man you're entangled with? I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Zhou Shenggulan, who else could it be? Gu Bai. If you keep wasting time, I don't mind continuing with you. If a week doesn't work, then a month. If a month doesn't work, then a year. Is this the rhythm of not letting him step out of the house? Imprisonment. Gu Bai complained in his heart. But I told you, and you didn't believe it. Gu Bai didn't take the other party's threat seriously. Illegal imprisonment would result in jail time. Zhou Shenggulan, how dare you say that? Don't you know best who he's with? You were quite clear about it. It seems that you were also very clear about the situation when you asked me to marry him. He obviously let him be a mistress. He is really a good father. For all these years, he has never cared about anything and was only worried about the few shares he held. I guess he won't even sigh when he dies one day. You have no choice. Tell me, who is that man you sang with? I know all about your mess. Clearly. Did you know that Zhou Shenggulan desperately wanted the shares I had? Did you know that he never came home? Did you know when I was with that guy? We traveled, ate, and slept together. I gave him money. I was planning to give him all the shares. As he finished his last word, the solid wooden dragon head crutch hit him on the head mercilessly. Gu Bai felt dizzy for a moment. It seemed that he had used all his strength this time. How could I raise a shameless idiot like you? Father Gu was so angry that his chest heaved violently. The angry roar fell, and the sound of solid wood falling to the ground rang out, interweaving with each other, making the whole room look like a vicious fight had occurred. It was cruel enough, and I felt the pain instantly. He was well aware of the other person's bad temper. He thought he was in control of everything, but he couldn't bear to see anyone escape his control in the slightest. As my head was buzzing from being hit, there was a knock on the door. The two people in the room ignored it. But the inappropriate knock on the door did not stop, like a debt collector asking for my life. Who? Yongning, it's me. A guest has arrived. Mrs. Gu outside the door said that the sturdy door had very good sound insulation, so the sound could only be a little vague when it came through. Got it. Father Gu steadied his breathing, his eyes still as vicious as if he was looking at a pile of garbage in front of him. Pack up and come out, he said, then put his hands behind his back and walked out of the room. The study room where Gu Bai was alone suddenly became quiet. He could hear his own heavy breathing. His head felt heavy, but his cheeks felt a little itchy. He touched it and found it was scarlet. He now understood why that person just said to deal with it and leave. The wound was on his forehead, and it was invisible after his hair fell down. He waited for a long time before the bleeding stopped. But he still felt very uncomfortable. Nonsense, who can be refreshed after being knocked out and bleeding? He slowly dragged his feet down the stairs, and halfway down he saw everyone in the living room talking and laughing. Ji Yongning, who had just wanted to smash him to death, was now smiling, with an expression that was 3 parts serious and 7 parts flattering. Ji Zhongli also looked like an innocent and well-behaved college student, and his smile was really deadly. But when he saw the person in the middle of the crowd turned his head, Gu Bai staggered and almost couldn't walk. It turned out to be Zhou Yongxing. Why was she here? They had a big fight before. They ended up parting on bad terms, and he hadn't had time to say sorry to her, and hadn't figured out how to coax her back. Because Zhou Yongxing turned his head, everyone followed his gaze and forgot to come over. Facing Zhou Yongxing's gaze, Gu Bai lowered his head and slowly walked downstairs, then sat on the sofa not too far away. Only Mother Gu said to Gu Bai, "Xiao Bai, hurry up and call uncle." He raised his eyes to look at the extremely familiar face in front of him. He missed him a little after not seeing him for a few hours. When they met at this time, he was actually touched and wanted to cry. "Uncle." Very calm, without any ripples. "Well, when did you come back? I didn't see you just now." Zhou Yongxing really was like an uncle visiting his relatives, asking ordinary questions. But Gu Bai knew that was not what he was asking. Chapter 48. Uncle is asking you a question, why are you so rude? Father Gu said to Gu Bai sternly. This child is just like that. He just came back today. Don't take it to heart. It's okay. Zhou Yongxing smiled and said lightly. They started chatting about other things, career, relatives, and family matters. Gu Bai was like an outsider, sitting there without saying a word, and seemed out of place in this peaceful atmosphere. It's not that he ignored people or didn't talk on purpose, but his whole brain was like a pot of boiled paste, chaotic, confined, and surging. It made him breathless and he felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit. His temples were throbbing as if trying to break free from the constraints of his head. Xiao Bai. Mother Gu called Gu Bai twice, and seeing that he didn't respond, she smiled, sat down on Gu Bai's sofa as if nothing had happened, and quietly touched the person next to her. Noob. Gu Bai, who was still in a drowsy state at this time, raised his head and responded dazedly, Mom. His voice was very small and soft. They were still chatting about family matters and didn't notice this. He had never seen Father Gu laugh so happily before, and Gu Zhongli beside him often took over the conversation. How could he not know that the father and son were so talkative? Gu Bai, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so bad? Mother Gu asked Gu Bai with a worried look on her face. I'm fine, don't worry. Gu Bai said to her. Are you really okay? Your lips are so white and your eyes are so red. Mother Gu said to Gu Bai. Gu Bai touched his eyes and said, is it red? The first thing he thought of was the stick that Gu's father had just hit him with. He had put all his strength into it and it made his head buzz. I guess his body has reacted now and he is starting to feel uncomfortable. I put my hands down and shook my head, trying to clear my mind, but to no avail. On the other side, Zhou Yongxing had actually been paying attention to Gu Bai's every move since he came downstairs. Although he seemed the same as usual on the surface, he didn't take what the person in front of him said to heart at all. Uncle, did you just come back recently? I heard that you were in country A before. When seeing Gu's mother sitting next to Gu Bai, Zhou Yongxing's attention was more and more focused on Gu Bai, so he did not immediately answer Gu Zhongli's question. Gu Bai's face didn't look good. Yeah, that's right. After a while, Zhou Yongxing turned his gaze to Gu Zhongli. What a coincidence, me too. I just came back from there a few weeks ago. Gu Zhongli said to Zhou Yongxing, I'm in District Z. Z University. He had been in Country A for a long time, so he should be familiar with the country. The better university in Region Z is Z University. Yes. Does my cousin know where that is? Gu Zhongli's face showed surprise. I stayed there for a while. Zhou Yongxing said to Gu Zhongli indifferently. Looking at the two people chatting and laughing over there, Gu Bai's mind became even more dizzy. Irritable. He couldn't stand Gu Zhongli's look, full of admiration. He was really hypocritical. On the surface he looked pure and innocent, like a white lotus that was pure and untainted by mud, with a face full of innocence and honesty. In the whole room, only Gu Bai knew how bad-tempered and two-faced he was. And Zhou Yongxing was actually chatting and laughing with Gu Zhongli the whole time. It seemed like the two of them had a lot of topics to talk about. Gu Bai's head ached so much. Are you really okay? If you feel unwell, go upstairs and rest for a while. Mother Gu was still worried, so she suggested that they take a rest. But Gu Bai was really uncomfortable now, even nauseous, and wanted to vomit. So he stopped trying to be tough with the other party and said, "Okay, then I'll go." Gu Baibian was about to stand up as he spoke, but as soon as he moved, his head started spinning and he felt extremely dizzy. He immediately took back the words he was about to say, trying to recover from the abnormal feeling. Mother Gu looked at the staggering person and immediately grabbed Gu Bai's arm. With this support, Gu Bai was able to stand firmly. "What's wrong?" Mother Gu asked quickly, looking worried. Zhou Yongxing also noticed this. Gu Bai looked at Mother Gu and said with a smile, "It's okay." But when he took a step forward, he felt weak and fell down. He saw Zhou Yongxing moving towards him quickly and reached him at the moment he was about to fall to the ground. He thought that the contact with the ground would bring a lot of pain, but it did not come as he imagined. At the last second when Gu Bai fell to the ground, Zhou Yongxing caught him. Gu Bai looked at the face in front of him, and couldn't tell whether this was real or just his imagination. "After all, my brain wasn't working very well, and I was almost hallucinating." "What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Zhou Yongxing frowned and asked the person in his arms with a serious expression. The other person shook his head. His face was pale and bloodless, and his lips were not normal red. It was obvious that he was sick. "Xiao Bai, what happened? He was fine when he just came." Mother Gu has been worried since the beginning, and now she is even more anxious to know about Gu Bai's condition, which looks very serious. Without waiting for the person in his arms to respond, Zhou Yongxing picked it up and walked quickly out the door. When they came to the car, they carefully placed the unconscious Gu Bai on the passenger seat and quickly went to open the door. At this time, Mother Gu grabbed Zhou Yongxing's arm and hurriedly said to the person in front of her, "Can you take me with you? Let me go too." Zhou Yongxing didn't want to waste any more time, so he said to her, "Get in the car." On the way, Gu Bai began to sweat, and beads of sweat flowed down his forehead and slid into his neck. Zhou Yongxing kept an eye on the situation of the co-pilot and could not help but speed up again. After arriving at the hospital, Gu Bai was wheeled in, and the two waited outside. Mother Gu looked at the lights that were on, feeling more and more guilty, and sat on the stool, her eyes gradually turning red. Zhou Yongxing has been standing there since he came over, staring at the door of the operating room without saying a word. He was still full of energy at noon, watching movies and eating popcorn more deliciously than anyone else, and he even had the energy to fight with him. But after just a few hours of not watching him, he became like this. Zhou Yongxing rubbed his brows and asked Mother Gu, who was sitting on a chair and silently wiping tears, "What happened? I saw him before I went home, and he was still able to jump and run. Why is he like this now?" After saying that, he looked towards the lighted operating room, wondering why Gu Bai was in such a state now. When Mother Gu saw this, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore and sobbed softly. His father called him today and asked him to come home for dinner. He was fine when he came. Mother Gu paused with a trembling voice, trying to calm herself down, and continued, "He had a good meal, but when he came back today, he and his father didn't get along, and the two of them had an argument at the dinner table. After that, the two of them gradually calmed down, and after dinner, Yongning took him to the study." Zhou Yongxing's brows furrowed even more tightly, and he looked annoyed. "Then not long after that you came, and Gu Bai came down from upstairs. You know what happened afterwards. Nothing happened in the meantime. How could a healthy person collapse just like that? Both children were hers, and she always loved them equally. But she was not unaware of Gu Yongning's partiality. If 1 or 2 days was due to emotions, then 1 or 2 years, or even 10 years, she should have felt it even if she was blind. Mother Gu still dares not speak of Father Gu's preference for her, which is obvious to everyone. Gu Bai and Gu Zhongli are actually not much different in age. When Gu Bai was born, Gu's father's company was facing a huge crisis. If he was not careful, he would lose everything. So that period was the deepest valley for the Gu family. For the company, Gu's father went out early and came back late, looking for help everywhere, but in the end, he came up empty-handed. Seeing the situation getting worse and worse. When people are at the end of their wits' end, they always involuntarily pin their fate on non-existent gods, hoping to get a little pity from them to get rid of the current situation that they cannot accept. It was this opportunity that made Gu's father place his hopes on gods and Buddhas. On his way back from worshipping Buddha in a temple, he met a fortune teller. Gu Yongning, who originally did not believe in these charlatans, was eventually smoothed out by life and began to believe. Second, this accidental situation was the beginning of Gu Bai's unfair reception. Originally, Gu's father was about to take a step forward to get rid of this person. But the fortune teller directly told Gu's father the current situation of his life. The company, debt collection, bankruptcy, finally made Gu Yongning stop, and Gu's mother was next to him at the time. The fortune teller said that the cause of all this was their 1-year-old child Gu Bai. He said that Gu Bai's birth would only bring misfortune and disaster, and the only way to save the situation was to have another child. Mother Gu didn't believe the other party's nonsense at the time. How could her child be like this? However, Father Gu, who was already at the end of his rope, believed it. From that day on, he no longer cared for Gu Bai. When Gu Zhongli was born, he was completely ignored by Father Gu. The marriage with the Zhou family was also part of the plan, and the purpose was to send Gu Bai away. Unexpectedly, after so many years, Gu Yongning still had the same attitude. Gu's mother, who was already living under someone else's roof, was completely helpless and could only increase her love a little more to try to make up for the love from Gu Bai's father that he lacked. As he was thinking, the lights in the operating room went out. The doctor came out, followed closely by Gu Bai, who was lying on the bed. Zhou Yongxing strode over. The person on the bed had his eyes tightly closed and looked pale. He was wearing an oxygen mask, and I believed that he would not wake up for even a second. Who are the patient's family members? The doctor took off his mask and asked the two people at the door. It's me, Zhou Yongxing and Mother Gu said in unison. Mother Gu looked at the other party, and Zhou Yongxing said to the doctor without changing his expression, both of us, how is the patient? The patient had previously suffered a severe blow to the head, which caused a concussion, which is why he had those adverse reactions. So how is he now? Is it serious? You go to the ward to see Gu Bai first, I'll take care of this. Zhou Yongxing said to the anxious mother Gu. Although she really wanted to know how her son was doing, she wanted to see Gu Bai more than that. Okay, I'll go over there first. Here, Zhou Yongxing and the doctor continued the previous topic. How is he? As I just said, the condition of his head is quite serious. Now it has stabilized. It depends on when he wakes up. During this period, try not to let his head be hit by any external impact. Zhou Yongxing nodded slowly as he listened and replied, okay, is there anything else I need to pay attention to? After the doctor mentioned a few more things the patient should pay attention to, Zhou Yongxing also came to the ward. Mother Gu was sitting on one side of the room, holding Gu Bai's hand and crying secretly. The child was clearly under her nose, but she didn't expect such a thing to happen. Mother Gu was immersed in self-blame and didn't even notice Zhou Yongxing coming in. Cousin. Mother Gu looked up at Zhou Yongxing, and quickly wiped the tears from her face with her hands, and adjusted her expression, Xiao Xing. Oh, it's all my fault. I didn't watch it. I only remembered what I should do after something happened. If I had followed him to the study room, Gu Bai wouldn't be lying here. She felt so distressed that she wished she was the one lying on the bed now. Chapter 49. Gu Bai was still sleeping on the bed, and his whole body was very pale. If the equipment was not still operating smoothly, Zhou Yongxing would almost doubt whether Gu Bai had stopped breathing. Mother Gu planned to prepare some things so that she could come directly to Gu Bai when he woke up. This was the only thing she could think of doing now. Standing at the door of the ward, she sighed. Her child had not had a good life since he was a child. Now seeing him lying on the hospital bed, her eyes could not help but become red again. In the room, Zhou Yongxing sat on a chair beside the bed, waiting for the unconscious person to wake up. He discovered that time could be so long, so long that when he saw Gu Bai lying on the bed with his eyes closed, he felt that time stood still. The hand in his hand was also cold. Zhou Yongxing couldn't help but put Gu Bai's hand against his face, trying to use his own constant body temperature to bring a little warmth to the person on the bed. In his dream, Gu Bai found that there was a tree in front of him. It was not an ordinary tree. This tree could move, and its thick trunk was hitting his head again and again. He was so dizzy from being hit that he couldn't move. Even his fingers couldn't move an inch. He could only stay there and let the branches hit his head. He felt so uncomfortable that he felt he would be beaten to death if he continued to hit the tree. So he tried his best to escape from here, to escape from the tree that was hitting him all the time. Gu Bai woke up with an indistinct murmur of pain. He tried hard to open his eyes, but his heavy eyelids were drooping, and he hadn't seen the sun for a long time, which made him wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. Cough cough. He wanted to shout something, but his throat felt uncomfortable as if he hadn't had water for half his life. He felt like he was dying. After much effort, Gu Bai finally opened his eyes a crack and vaguely observed the surroundings. There seemed to be no one in the room, and he was lying on the bed with a round light above his head. It was so dazzling at this time. At this time, the door rang and Zhou Yongxing came in. He didn't notice that Gu Bai had woken up until he walked in and saw the person on the bed turned his head. He was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. He walked quickly to the bed and saw that Gu Bai's eyes were half open. Gu Bai, are you awake? After Zhou Yongxing said this, he immediately pressed the call bell in front of the bed before waiting for the other party to reply. Gu Bai opened his mouth, but only a hoarse and unemphasized sound came out. Zhou Yongxing leaned close to his mouth and asked patiently, "What's wrong? What do you want to do?" Water. Gu Bai's voice was very soft, but Zhou Yongxing still heard it clearly. He walked to the side and took a cup of warm water. When he came back, he half supported Gu Bai in his arms and carefully fed him with the cup of water in his other hand. At this time the doctor also arrived and the room became noisy. After drinking the water, Gu Bai felt a little better. At least he no longer felt like he was going to die of thirst in the next second. The doctor who came checked him out, told Zhou Yongxing a few things to be aware of, and then left. There were only 2 people left in the room again, and the chaotic noise disappeared. The quiet environment made Gu Bai feel more comfortable. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Zhou Yongxing asked the person on the bed. Gu Bai shook his head and said to Zhou Yongxing in a slightly magnetic voice, "Much better." Zhou Yongxing adjusted the bed so that Gu Bai could be half lying down. In the middle of the process, Gu Bai somehow put his hand on the other person's face. It was great to see Zhou Yongxing when he woke up. Gu Bai felt extremely satisfied, and the person in front of him was the source of his entire sense of security. Zhou Yongxing paused, then held the hand on his cheek and pressed it completely against his face. "There's no point in arguing. Are you torturing me in this way now?" Zhou Yongxing said to the man with a bandage on his head on the bed. "I'm sorry." A slightly hoarse voice sounded. "I won't forgive you just yet." Gu Bai raised his lips slightly and asked the person in front of him, "How long will it be temporarily?" "I'll think about it after you get better." Gu Bai's smile gradually became more obvious, and his previous unhappiness was completely thrown behind him. The only thing in his eyes now was the person in his hand. At this time, the sound of the door opening was heard, and Gu Bai quickly withdrew his hand. The 2 turned their heads and saw 2 lunch boxes and a bag of fruit in his hand. When he saw her coming in with her back to them, Gu Bai instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party didn't see their intimate behavior just now, otherwise there would definitely be chaos today. After knowing this, I would probably be so shocked that I fainted on the spot. "Xiao Bai, you're awake. When did you wake up? I just went out to buy you something to eat. You must be hungry." Seeing Gu Bai wake up and half leaning on the hospital bed, with an excited expression on his face, he put the things in his hand on the table, then walked over and held Gu Bai's hand. "Your hands are finally warmer. They were cold when you were still asleep." Gu Bai felt embarrassed for a moment, wondering why his hands were warm. He raised his eyes and glanced at Zhou Yongxing who was sitting next to him. At this moment, the other party was looking at him, so he naturally would not miss the glances he secretly cast at him. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, with a half-smile on his face. "Are you still feeling uncomfortable? You must be hungry. Come and have some soup." He took the insulated lunch box from the table and put it on the bed. Come. Thank you. Gu Bai took the spoon from her hand and said gently. He opened his mouth but no words came out. The child in front of him who thanked him obediently made his eyes red again. His son was so obedient, why did he have such a miserable life? He raised his hand to touch Gu Bai's head, but when he saw the bandage on his forehead, he remembered that he had an injury on his head. So he turned around and retracted his hand. He still put a lot of thought into it. The soup was fresh and not greasy. Gu Bai drank a lot of it. But he only ate 2 pieces of cake for afternoon tea today. He was very hungry at this time, and this soup was not enough for him to drink. So after scooping the last spoonful, Gu Bai still looked a little unsatisfied. I didn't notice the expression on his face, but Zhou Yongxing beside him could see Gu's little thoughts. However, since Gu Bai had just woken up, he might suffer from adverse sequelae in the future, so Zhou Yongxing planned to wait until he got better. Now, I can only let the person in front of me starve. It was already dark outside without anyone noticing. Time always slips away from one's fingertips inadvertently. However, during this long period of time, neither Gu's father nor Gu Zhongli came to visit. Gu Bai didn't take it to heart. After all, he knew the temperaments of those 2 people better than anyone else. At last, quite late, Zhou Yongxing interrupted Gu Bai who was still talking and said politely, "Sister, it's getting late today. Let Gu Bai rest early, and you should go home and rest too, it's getting late." I slowly got up and realized that it was indeed getting late. I could not rest, but the child who was still sick must. Okay, it's really getting late, bye-bye, you should go to bed early. I'll come to see you tomorrow. What do you want to eat? I'll make it and bring it to you tomorrow. She looked at her son with a smile, her face full of heartache and love. I haven't thought about it yet, I'll send it to you on your phone when I've thought about it. Okay. Gu Bai was always reluctant to hurt a woman's feelings, and he unconsciously wanted to be well behaved in front of her. Okay, then you should go to bed early today. I won't disturb you today. What do you mean by not disturbing me? It's all my duty. You are tired today, so go back early. Okay, let's go then. Gu Bai waved at the other party, smiled, waved his hand back, and closed the door. Now there were only him and Zhou Yongxing in the huge VIP ward. The larger instruments had been removed, and the annoying voices were much less. Gu Bai lay down, half leaning on the bed, and said to the man, "I'm so hungry, go get me something to eat, I feel like I'm almost starving." Real. When have I ever lied about what I ate? He had never thought that he would be so gentle to someone else, and even give all his love for the rest of his life to this person. I don't believe it. Let me check it out. After Zhou Yongxing finished speaking, he walked forward and reached his hand into Gu Bai's clothes in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, his hand was not particularly cold, otherwise Gu Bai would have to jump on the spot. What are you doing? Aren't you sticking your chest to your back? Let me see if it's true. You have ulterior motives. Gu Bai looked at him sideways and said. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai meaningfully, and seeing that he seemed to be in a good mood, he suddenly stood up and walked to the bedside. Gu Bai felt uncomfortable with his actions and understood it very well. So the next second, with a suspicious look in his eyes, he was hugged by Zhou Yongxing. His next move, however, was somewhat unexpected to Gu Bai. When his face touched the other's belly, Gu Bai was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhou Yongxing to do such a thing. He was joking with him the last second, but suddenly he was so serious the next moment. The contrast between the before and after made Gu Bai unable to react. Nestled in the other's arms, Gu Bai asked the owner of the tall body in front of him in a muffled voice, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yongxing placed his hand on the back of Gu Bai's neck, stroking it closely and feeling the warm touch under his hand. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Zhou Yongxing was relieved only now. No one knew that when he saw Gu Bai lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, he was scared. He always felt that this person would never wake up in the next second. Zhou Yongxing suddenly thought of the night 10 years ago when his parents and his 5-year-old sister fell asleep in the middle of the night. The situation at that time was very similar to the way Gu Bai was lying on the bed, with no blood on his face, and he left as soon as he said he would. Thinking of this, Zhou Yongxing bent down and buried his head in Gu Bai's shoulder. The familiar smell on the other person let him know that he was still by his side. Gu Bai asked but didn't get a response, so he just quietly hugged the big boy in front of him who suddenly acted like a spoiled child. What's wrong with you today? Zhou Yunxing was gentle and affectionate for a long time before he was willing to let go of the person in his arms. Gu Bai sighed and said calmly, after we parted on bad terms today, my family called me to go home. And then it became like this. Gu Bai shrugged helplessly. What happened to your head? He was intact before he left, but got such a big hole on his head when he came home. Zhou Yunxing himself didn't want Gu Bai to get hurt, but he didn't expect that he would be attacked by other blind people when he was not paying attention. Zhou Yunxing felt extremely irritated, and he really wanted to teach the other party a lesson. My dad, he saw that thing on the internet. So, who can tell for sure what's happening on the internet? He asked me who the man who was in cahoots with me was. Gu Bai said to Zhou Yunxing with a heartless smile. You didn't say. Gu Bai looked questioning and asked, how do you know? With your personality of never saying anything when there's something wrong, how could I not know? Who is it that quarreled with me at noon? Gu Bai moved his gaze to the bed. Yes, they had just had a quarrel, and he had angered everyone away. Thinking about it, Gu Bai felt quite guilty. Everything online has been taken down. Is it you? Gu Bai looked up. His eyes under the light were like two sparkling gems, extremely beautiful. After what happened today, Zhou Yunxing lost his temper when he saw the well-behaved person in front of him. Who else? I'm sorry. Gu Bai scratched his head awkwardly. Just when he touched his head, he realized that there was a wound on it, so he started scratching his neck. I'm sorry. This time he didn't avoid looking at Zhou Yunxing but stared at him seriously. At this moment, the person standing there suddenly became playful. I said, I'm sorry. Zhou Yunxing still raised the corners of his mouth and pretended not to hear. Gu Bai saw that this person just wanted to play with him. So he straightened his body and waved to Zhou Yunxing seriously, signaling him to come over. And Zhou Yunxing did as he was told and handed his ear to the other person. As a result, the next sentence whispered in his ear, making him pause. The culprit was giggling beside him. No, I won't tell you, it's your own fault for being hard of hearing. Zhou Yunxing gently grabbed the person who was dodging, pulled him in front of him, and said gently, say it again, okay? After all, they are adults, and Gu Bai would feel embarrassed to say it directly, so he leaned close to Zhou Yunxing's ear who looked expectant. I love you. The voice was very soft and quick, but it was clearer than any other words, so clear that Zhou Yunxing seemed to hear it in every part of his body. Otherwise, why would his whole body react excitedly? Those 3 words were like a powerful and complex potion, making him want to integrate the person in front of him into his bones and blood. On the other hand, his heart seemed to be fuller and calmer than ever before, and he could no longer think about anything else. A response is worth 1,000 words. Their eyes met, drawing out countless threads of love that entangled the two people together, unable to look away. Silence is better than words. The distance between them gradually shortened without them noticing. The tips of their noses rubbed against each other until their lips finally touched. It started with a light taste and then became more and more intense. The two people can't live without each other. Chapter 50. After observing the situation in the hospital for a period of time and making sure there were no adverse reactions, Zhou Yunxing took Gu Bai out of the hospital. During this period, Zhou Yunxing was almost always with Gu Bai. Gu Bai rarely saw Zhou Yunxing working and would occasionally bring a computer to the hospital to see him. Once, Gu Bai asked him if he was absent from work, but then he remembered that he was the one who was absent from work. It seems that this month's salary will not be enough to fill my pocket. No, he never got paid. Or rather, he never checked. After all, he was working for Zhou Yunxing for nothing. Thinking of this, Gu Bai couldn't help but want to stay a few more days. During the days of hospitalization, Mother Gu often came here, and every time she came, she brought a lot of food in her hands. Gu Bai's complexion was rosy and he looked much healthier. So Mother Gu was happy that her son had recovered his former health, which was better than anything else. In addition to these two people, Gu's father also came once, including Gu Zhongli. That morning, their family came together, which was beyond Gu Bai's expectation. However, Gu Bai soon realized that this person was not coming to see him out of conscience, but his eldest cousin Gu had been staying with him, and the father and son of the Gu family came to find him to feed their son. They really didn't talk about anything else. After entering the room and asking Gu Bai a question, she never even glanced at him again. Instead, she kept talking and laughing around Zhou Yongxing. If Gu's father wanted to win over the leader of the Zhou family, he had to lower himself and talk to Zhou Yongxing, a young man. In fact, he had a lot of calculations in his mind. Most businessmen are always greedy for money and only care about the word profit. The purpose of Jiyu Zhongli, the follower behind Gu's father, was even more obvious. Every time he looked at Zhou Yongxing, his eyes were almost full of pink stars, and Gu Bai felt it was irritating. Pretending to be innocent and ignorant, sometimes seductive and charming, she wants to open her mouth and shout, "I like this man in front of me." Seducing his man in front of him, it seems that liking to steal his things is not something that only happens when he is a child. Fortunately, he is Gu Bai now, not the weak and incompetent original owner, otherwise his husband would probably be gone in a few days. Who is he? He is a being who can fight against all kinds of green tea and white lotus, even the green tea Ezeki can deal with it. So every time Jiyu Zhongli came over, Gu Bai would complain that she was not feeling well, and Zhou Yongxing had no time to pay attention to those two weirdos, so Jiyu Zhongli had no chance to hook up with his boyfriend. Then he felt secretly happy when he saw Jiyu Zhongli's dissatisfied expression. I am happy if he is unhappy. Gu Bai still remembers that when the original owner was 11 years old, this younger brother who was only 2 years younger than him secretly poured glue into his rice, causing him to almost say goodbye to this beautiful world. As a result, the younger brother said in the end that it was Gu Bai who fell down and refused to admit it. In the end, he was scolded by Gu's father. Neither the father nor the son is a good person. This kind of days is coming to an end now. Gu Bai sat in the car, quietly looking at the man driving the passenger seat. Still as handsome and strong as ever, Gu Bai began to feel elated at the thought of being with such a perfect man. This time Zhou Yongxing asked Gu Bai to move in with him. Gu Bai originally refused because he was at the center of public opinion and the gossip on the internet might get hyped up someday. But Zhou Yongxing disagreed, and his face fell when he heard Gu Bai's refusal. Gu Bai was really afraid of his awkward look, and coupled with the warming of their relationship in the past few days, he agreed on impulse. So much so that now on his way home, he felt a little regretful. Love really makes people lose their rationality and judgment. But as long as they saw each other, Gu Bai didn't think so many things. Are you hungry? Zhou Yongxing said with a smile without turning his head. Well, where are we going to eat later? Gu Bai said to the man in front of him. Follow me, you'll know when you get there. You do this every time. Not happy. Gu Bai dragged out the words, keeping people on tenterhooks. After a long pause, he finally said the next sentence, of course not, I'm very happy with it. Indeed, since the first time they met, Zhou Yongxing always said this when taking him out, but the vague destination did not make him feel uneasy. Because the other party was leading the way, Gu Bai would always feel inexplicably relieved and even have a little expectation every time. The car drove onto a familiar road, which was in the direction to Zhou Yongxing's home. Aren't we going to have dinner? Why are we going back? Gu Bai said while looking at the scenery outside the window. Eat at home. When Zhou Yongxing was still in the hospital, he had already informed the aunt at home in advance. When Gu Bai was just discharged from the hospital, he asked Aunt Zhang to make something suitable for Gu Bai to eat, which was always safer than eating outside. When arriving at Wentingyuan, Gu Bai remembered that he had not been to this villa for a long time. It was the same Aunt Zhang from last time, smiling at the two people who had returned. The timing was just right. The food on the table was fragrant, with a combination of meat and vegetables, but the taste was generally light. Gu Bai had been eating the light soup brought by Gu's mother for several days in the hospital, and he had long wanted to try the spicy soup, but they had not eaten before returning from the hospital. Although the dishes on the table were light, Gu Bai still couldn't help but salivate secretly. After all, everything was there, including meat. With this thought, he threw all other thoughts away by 800 meters. Gu Bai was very satisfied with the meal. The chef at Zhou Yongxing's house was really good, no worse than the chefs in other restaurants. But it was probably not cheap to hire him. Sure enough, having money can allow you to enjoy life to the fullest. During the lazy time after dinner, Gu Bai sat on the sofa with a full stomach. He browsed the current affairs gossip on the internet, and when he didn't see anything bad about himself, he leaned on the shoulder of the person next to him. Zhou Yunxing, do you usually pay attention to things on the internet? No. Zhou Yunxing handed something to Gu Bai's mouth. Gu Bai opened his mouth and ate it subconsciously before he could see what it was. It tasted sour and sweet, it was hawthorn. Then how do you know what's been written about us online? Of course, Zhou Yunxing didn't say that he was the other party's fan leader and the number one in Gu Bai's live broadcast room and has never been surpassed. So he knew about the matter before it escalated. When Gu Bai issued that statement asking people to stay calm, Zhou Yunxing had already started asking people to deal with the online comments. If he didn't know it, based on Gu Bai's personality, the other party probably wouldn't tell him. Thinking of this, Zhou Yunxing decided to make one last statement to Gu Bai. Gu Bai. He raised his head and looked at the person next to him questioningly. I said yesterday that when you get better, we'll have a good talk. Yeah. Gu Bai sat down and waited seriously for Zhou Yunxing to speak. Are you planning on keeping this a secret from me? There was no blame in the gentle voice, but it made one feel guilty. No, actually he looked aside, then lowered his head and continued, before you came last time, Zhou Shengdelin came to see me. Because I have shares in Zhou's, it's very complicated and involves the interests of both families. It's not easy to divorce. He came to me this time because what happened on the internet might have an impact. The two families are waiting for something to go wrong with each other so that they can have a legitimate reason to eat up this delicious cake for themselves. And he is the plate with the cake. There will be no good ending from beginning to end. No one cares. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yunxing, his face showing embarrassment. When he left, I wanted to call you to tell you, but you suddenly felt like going to the movies, and I forgot about it when I was so happy. Zhou Yunxing raised his eyebrows, looking half believing and half doubting. I'm telling the truth, don't look like that. Did you ask for leave that morning because of this matter? Zhou Yunxing asked the other party. The person in front of him nodded and said him faintly. You should have told me at the beginning, then none of this would have happened. I won't go to the hospital this time. That's because you haven't been paying attention to current events on the internet. He spoke lower and lower, and his confidence grew weaker and weaker. When Zhou Yunxing heard Gu Bai's trick, he laughed and said to him, okay, I'll do it next time. The obvious smile on the man's face made Gu Bai too lazy to argue with him. I thought that this time we would definitely have a quarrel because of our disagreement and end up parting on bad terms like last time. But life doesn't seem to be as absolute as it is in books or on TV. The two of us talked about the matter face to face and expressed our thoughts to each other. Misunderstandings often occur when one party speculates about the other party's thoughts. If ideas are shared, then no one will rack their brains to force the worst into account. The two talked about this for a long time and gradually moved on to other things. What was the movie they watched last time like, whether the company was affected by Zhou Yunxing's absence from work, and even whether the flowers in Gu Bai's house had withered after so many days, were also included in their chat content. The warm and quiet atmosphere was interrupted by the sudden ringing of a cell phone. Zhou Yunxing picked it up and took a look. It's Mother Gu. Hello. Yunxing, it's me. When are you free? Mother Gu's subtle voice came faintly through the microphone. Although Gu Bai couldn't hear it clearly, he could make out the general idea. I'm not busy today. What's the matter? Zhou Yunxing was talking on the phone slowly and leisurely. Gu Bai was observing from the side. He called from behind, and it looked like Zhou Yunxing was glowing. The smooth and perfect facial lines were now more clearly visible. Gu Bai was stunned, then he took out his phone and pressed the button while the other party was not paying attention. Click. The sound of a camera suddenly rang out, and under the high-intensity white light flash of the mobile phone, Zhou Yunxing turned his head and saw Gu Bai's phone retracting. The candid photography technique is a complete mess. The picture on the phone stayed at the last moment after the photo was taken, and because of the flash, the photo came out blurry. Add in the death flash, illuminating your beauty 360 degrees, and the handsome Zhou Yunxing in the picture has been illuminated into a completely white paper man. If you tell others that this is an alien, no one will mind. Gu Bai looked at the photo and fell into deep thought. Now Zhou Yunxing paused. It's not like I don't have time. I'll come over later. After hanging up the phone, the person next to him was still fiddling with his phone. Hey, this one is good, this one is good. Here's another one. Zhou Yunxing grabbed the person in front of him who was moving like a squirrel, took the phone from his hand, and put his other hand directly around his shoulders. Crack. There was a photo of the two of them on the phone. It was a very casual photo, with no deliberate angle control. Zhou Yongxing's face looked good no matter how it was photographed. Gu Bai, who was held in Zhou Yongxing's arms, did not react at that moment. His pair of dark eyes stared blankly in front of him, his lips slightly parted, looking innocent and well-behaved. Hey, this one is good too. Gu Bai held his phone and admired the photo. This was the first photo of him and Zhou Yongxing together. I'm going to go out for a while. Zhou Yongxing said to Gu Bai, who was addicted to his mobile phone. Where are you going? What happened? He raised his head and asked the person in front of him. Your mother is looking for me. Gu Bai nodded and replied, oh, I see. Zhou Yongxing stood up, rubbed Gu Bai's soft hair, and said with a smile, wait for me to come back, okay? After Zhou Yongxing left, he was the only one left in the spacious space. Zhou Yongxing had just asked Aunt Zhang to go home, and now there was really no one to talk to. Lying on the sofa that was big enough to accommodate him, staring at the chandelier above his head, he still remembered that when he first came here, the thing that impressed him the most was this lamp, which was magnificent and illuminated the entire room. Flipping through his phone, Gu Bai returned to his page and clicked into his follow list out of boredom. There were only a few people in total, and one of them particularly caught Gu Bai's attention. The number one who often shows off his skills in his live broadcast room, gives gifts as if they were free, and supports Gu Bai's entire live broadcast room with his own efforts. I clicked into the other person's homepage and saw only a few messages, 2/3 of which were sent automatically. He did send a painting a few years ago, the kind that you see on a wall. The fiery red sunset is surrounded by a circle of yellow sunflowers in full bloom. There is nothing much further down. The last few posts are all reposts of other people's articles. At a glance, they are all about himself. It seems that this Z-boss is really a fanatical fan of himself. I just don't know what he looks like, nor do I know any contact information. All the messages I sent before fell on deaf ears, and I didn't receive any replies. So now this person has completely become the person Gu Bai wants to be grateful to the most. After all, it is rare to have such a dedicated and wealthy fan. This Z only pays attention to him, he is the only one. So even though he knew the other party would not reply, Gu Bai still opened the dialogue box with the other party, thought about it and edited, thank you again for your care and support for so long. If possible, I would like to invite you to dinner in person to express my gratitude in person. My contact information is. After waiting for nearly 15 minutes, the message still showed as unread. Gu Bai guessed that the other party might not be there, so he simply didn't bother to wait. As for the other party's reply, Gu Bai felt that everything depended on fate and could not be forced. Chapter 51. Zhou Yongxing went to the address given by Gu Bai's mother. He arrived quite early, but the other party was already waiting at the agreed location. Unexpectedly, it seemed that Gu Bai's mother did not have any extra opinions about herself. It was an ordinary place for afternoon tea. Gu Bai's mother booked a private room. When she saw Zhou Yongxing coming, she stood up and greeted him with a smile. You're here, take a seat. Gu Bai's mother waited for him to sit down before speaking, you've been very busy lately. You've been accompanying me to take care of Gu Bai for the past few days, so I guess you've missed a lot of work. Look, I've caused you so much trouble again. No, it should be. The woman in front of me is of a certain age, but she still has her elegance. Even though time has cut grooves in the corners of her eyes and left traces of the years, you can still see her original good looks. She is elegant and generous, and gentle as water. Gu Bai looks like her. Not only are they similar in appearance, but also in character and attitude. Thanks for your hard work. The cousin in front of Zhou Yongxing is the closest to him. He still remembers the days when he followed his cousin when he was a child. You're welcome. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Gu Bai's mother gradually wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it, and she looked like she had something to hide. Don't say anything if you have anything to say. I'm not an outsider. Zhou Yongxing helped her and gave her a way out. Gu Bai's mother sighed softly, frowned slightly, and organized the words she was about to say. Yongxing, I was the one who asked you to help Gu Bai. Without your help, who knows what would have happened now. It's what I should do. Zhou Yongxing replied indifferently to Gu Bai's mother's words. Yeah, that's right. There was a pause. Actually, Gu Bai's mother looked up at the person in front of her and continued, I saw it in the hospital that day. The person in front of her didn't say anything, and still had the same nonchalant expression as before, which made Gu Bai's mother wonder if she had made a mistake. Gu Bai behaved a little. She didn't know what words to use to express it more appropriately, but the other party definitely knew what she meant. I didn't think much of it the first time, but in the days that followed. That's it. Gu Bai's mother was stunned when her words were interrupted. Just as I guessed, Gu Bai is with me now. Gu Bai's mother was completely stunned. She didn't expect this to be true. She thought she was just overthinking it, but it turned out that her son was really in trouble. Gu Bai's mother held on to the sofa, feeling lucky that she was sitting, otherwise she would have fainted and fallen to the ground. Is this true? Don't lie to me. After recovering from the shock, Gu Bai's mother confirmed again. Zhou Yongxing said calmly, it's true. We have been together for a while. On the other hand, Gu Bai's mother on the other side was not calm. You guys. Gu Bai's mother was so anxious that she didn't know what to say. Gu Bai has nothing to do with me. But there is always a layer of relationship in the middle. How will others see this? Why should I care about others? Gu Bai is living a happy life now. Gu Bai's mother opened her mouth but said nothing. In fact, she had noticed something was wrong in the hospital. The smile on her son's face didn't look fake at all, at least it was something the Gu family couldn't give. After a while of silence, Gu Bai's excited mother gradually calmed down, and finally said only one sentence, what is going on? I feel helpless and powerless. Yongxing, this matter, is there any room for saving it? Gu Bai's mother asked Zhou Yongxing with the last glimmer of hope. The other party did not answer her directly, but said calmly, it is most appropriate for Gu Bai to be with me now. This one sentence revealed the attitudes of the two people and also implicitly rejected Gu Bai's mother's request. Now that the last bit of hope was shattered, Gu Bai's mother collapsed on the sofa in dejection, her mind filled with thoughts of this unavoidable matter. She kept thinking about what to do. What if Gu Yongning knew about this? And Gu Bai was still having an affair with Zhou Yongxing without getting divorced. Isn't this even more immoral? If the matter was not made public, her son would definitely become the target of public criticism. Moreover, it was not only Zhou Shenglin who was offended, but the entire Zhou family. As for her own family, it would be fine if she didn't care, but according to her husband's attitude, he would most likely not let her son have a hard time. The more Gu Bai's mother thought about it, the more she thought about it. She thought of the worst possible scenario all at once, and her desperate heart began to become anxious. She was eager to explain the current situation to the person in front of her. But Gu Bai is married to Zhou Shenglin. They haven't even divorced yet. This matter itself is immoral. Since ancient times, cheating and mistresses have been hated by everyone. Gu Bai's mother never thought that these two labels would be attached to her two family members one day. For a moment, I was at a loss as to what to do. Their marriage is just an empty shell, in name only. Besides, Zhou Shenglin has always been into his own things and doesn't take Gu Bai seriously at all. Of course she knew it. She had known it since before Gu Bai and Zhou Shenglin got married. She thought Gu Bai could use this opportunity to get rid of the Gu family, but she didn't expect that in the end it was her son who was pushed into a darker abyss. Have you considered the consequences? What will happen if this matter is discovered? Gu Bai's mother was a little excited. She leaned forward with a painful expression on her face and said, Yongxing, if you are just looking for something new and interesting, break up with my son. He has not had a good life since he was a child. At the end, Gu Bai's mother's voice trembled, and the tears that she had been holding back in the corners of her eyes finally slid down her cheeks. She cried silently, but the grief on her face was more painful than if she had cried out loud. You know I'm not that kind of person. Zhou Yongxing looked at the woman in front of him who was trying her best to hold back her sobs and said to her, if it was just for fun, I wouldn't have answered you directly about Gu Bai and me just now. From the moment I decided to establish a relationship with Gu Bai, I considered the consequences you mentioned. If I minded, I wouldn't have made such an easy decision. I know, you have been different from those kids since you were young. Realizing that her emotions were out of control, Gu Bai's mother wiped the tears from her face. Her personality did not allow her to cry without any image like other women. I have the ability to help Gu Bai avoid all the consequences you are considering, whether in reality or otherwise. He said to Gu Bai's mother. I can consider whatever you say and make a decision about it, but I can't say I'm done with Gu Bai. Zhou Yongxing frowned slightly and continued, I'm sorry, I may not be able to give you the answer you want. The two people were not talking. Gu Bai's mother was pondering what Zhou Yongxing said, while Zhou Yongxing was thinking about what Gu Bai was doing at home. He didn't know since when that person had always existed in his mind, and he wondered if he would pop out. After a while, the woman who had lost control of her emotions returned to her previous dignified appearance. Except for her slightly red eyes and her hair not being disturbed at all, she was still the well-educated and well-mannered Mrs. Gu. After his emotions settled down, he slowly raised the corner of his mouth and said to Zhou Yongxing gently, I just lost my composure. She wiped the remaining tears from her eyes. I have always felt guilty about this child. Since I brought him into this world, I have never let him live a happy day. I thought his father was just confused for a while, but I didn't expect him to be so absurd. I am a woman, weak and incompetent, and I can't give him everything. In the end, what belonged to Gu Bai was very little. I know. Zhou Yongxing has always known. When he first fell in love with Gu Bai, he knew Gu Bai's situation very well. Gu Bai was like a small grass sandwiched between the two big trees of the Gu family and the Zhou family. It grew in their territory but never got the slightest protection. It always had to bear the wind, sun, thunder and rain by itself. Gu Bai's mother laughed and lifted the hair beside her ear, okay. Bai Bai will definitely have a better life with you than with the two families. You have always known how to take care of others since you were young. Gu Bai's mother still remembered when Zhou Yongxing came to their family home as a child. He was less than 10 years old at that time. He saw Gu Bai's mother crying in the corner, and he knew to hand her a handkerchief and showed concern. It is obvious that children born in such a family are all unkind, arrogant, and more arrogant than the other. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. Gu Bai's mother knew that there was nothing she could do, so she simply let go and let her son be happy. At least he could find a trustworthy support and lean against a big tree, so that he would not be beaten by the wind and rain. I can't be like her, living for most of my life and in the end doing nothing decent. The Gu family was like an invisible cage to Gu Bai, constantly tightening the shackles that he wanted to break free from. Although the road ahead was not optimistic, she believed in the man in front of her. At least with him around, Gu Bai would no longer be threatened by his family. The peaceful atmosphere was the same as when they came in before. Before leaving, Gu Bai's mother once again reminded the people in front of her, you must get along well. Gu Bai is an obedient child. You just take good care of him. Gu Bai's mother finally gave in and placed her hopes on this person. On the other side, the person who was the center of the conversation between the two people was walking around the entire villa. Unexpectedly, when he passed through a door indoors, he found himself in a glass greenhouse opposite. It is not particularly big, with a cross path in the middle. At the end of the path is a place for rest. The white wooden tables and chairs match the sunflowers all over the house in an inexplicable way. The yellow and white tones always make people feel warm and cozy. Gu Bai seemed to have discovered a paradise. With a surprised mood, he stepped into the greenhouse carefully, holding his breath subconsciously, fearing that if he moved too much, the sunflowers blooming towards the sun would wither. However, he did not notice his own small movement and did it subconsciously. The scent of these blooming flowers lingers around us. Although it is not as romantic as roses, nor as alluring as lavender, its yellow color brings warmth and comfort to the viewers. I was taking a short rest on the rest platform when my cell phone suddenly rang. It's Zhou Yongxing. Hello. Are you back? Gu Bai, who was immersed in the sea of flowers, sounded lazy at this moment, and his voice was full of satisfaction. Well, where have you been? Zhou Yongxing's voice is still as mellow and magnetic as ever. In the greenhouse. After knowing where Gu Bai was, Zhou Yongxing hung up the phone. Gu Bai stared at the door, and sure enough, not long after, the door handle in front of him moved. At the other end of the road, a slender figure was surrounded by dazzling yellow. The sunlight shone through the glass onto the handsome and firm face of the man. His angular facial features showed his perfection. Gu Bai just watched Zhou Yongxing walk towards him step by step. At this moment, he was like a knight waiting to pick him up. How did you find this place? Zhou Yongxing rubbed Gu Bai's soft chestnut hair, chuckled and asked the lazy person in front of him. Guess Gu Bai leaned his head towards the other person's hand. I want you to tell me. I'm so lazy. Gu Bai stretched and said leisurely, I got bored waiting for you, so I walked around the house and saw a door here. I was curious. Gu Bai made a gesture of opening a door with his hand. Click, I found it. I have to say, this place is really nice. It's yours too. What kind of flowers do you want to plant? Sunflowers are good. Roses have been romantic for a long time, and it is always a pity when they wither. No matter how fragrant a flower is, you will get tired of it if you smell it too much. Where did you go just now? It was just a casual question. He didn't necessarily want to know what Zhou Yongxing was doing. After all, everyone has their own private space. Although two people exist in each other's lives, it doesn't mean that private space must be shared. So when Zhou Yongxing said that he had just gone to see Gu's mother, Gu Bai was stunned at first, and then asked, Is it my mother who called you? Zhou Yongxing nodded. Gu Bai continued to ask, What does my mother want to talk to you about? It shouldn't take that long. He really didn't want the two of them to discuss things together. Your mother asked me to take good care of you. Zhou Yongxing raised the corners of his mouth and his voice was very gentle. It has been like this since the beginning. Quote question mark question mark question mark. Just for this matter he even made a special trip just to ask him to take good care of his son. Well, you said you were living a miserable life, Zhou Yongxing deliberately said, pitiful and helpless, so. And then Gu Bai tilted his head and waited for the other party's next sentence. Then, just tell me to live a good life. Ah. Gu Bai lowered his head, and after 2 seconds he was completely stunned and stood there motionless. Then he suddenly looked up and looked at the man in front of him with a tender face. After a while, Gu Bai's long reflex arc finally returned to its original position. He stood up and confirmed with Zhou Yongxing, You said Zhou Yongxing, you are not kidding. Chapter 52. The news that Zhou Yongxing had just returned was like a thunderbolt that shocked Gu Bai. Who could have known that during the time he was away, his mother knew about the two people's affairs? Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai with a half-smile, but didn't say anything. Gu Bai, on the other hand, reacted strongly and couldn't sit still. Hey, I'm asking you, is this true? My mom. Zhou Yongxing finally nodded. Following the other party's actions, Gu Bai opened his mouth but didn't say anything for a long time. No way. He sat back, put his arms on the table, and leaned slightly towards Zhou Yongxing. What did you say? No, what did my mother say? She said that you and I are a perfect match and she fully agrees with us living together. She can't wait to hand you over to me. Zhou Yongxing replied. He didn't believe a single word Zhou Yongxing said. You're talking nonsense. I don't believe a word of it. Hurry up and tell me something serious. He urged the other party. After all, he was very curious about the conversation between his boyfriend and his mother. Zhou Yongxing said seriously, I won't lie to you. Gu Bai frowned. He still didn't believe it, but Zhou Yongxing didn't look like he was teasing him. So, Gu Bai began to doubt whether the other party was fooling him. Real. Nodding, really. My mother is so kind. I thought she would be shocked if she knew. Gu Bai breathed a sigh of relief, and he didn't even know that he had an unconscious smile on his face. No, how did my mother know that we were in this kind of relationship? He was obviously very careful, and they avoided each other every time, so there was no chance of being discovered. Zhou Yongxing said calmly, when we were in the hospital, your mother saw it, but she didn't say anything. Ah, this shouldn't be the case. Obviously, when did you see it? You were in the hospital, and your cousin feels sorry for you. Zhou Yongxing answered his question. But after thinking about it carefully, she realized that she had just woken up at that time, and Mother Gu felt guilty. She also wanted Gu Bai to rest and recuperate in the hospital, so she decided to wait until her son recovered and discuss the matter alone. Thinking of this, Gu Bai felt that she had let her mother down. To be born with such a considerate mother, she must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of merit to have such an opportunity. In the original novel, the mother, who was a cannon fodder, was naturally described very little, but Gu Bai had an impression that it was definitely not like this now. He had no relatives left in real life. When he was a child, his mother thought the family was poor, and ran away on a dark and windy night. From then on, only he and his father were left, with a grandmother. Although a family without a woman is like a pile of loose sand, there is no way, life must go on, so 2 grown men, plus an old woman, scattered this plate of sand neatly, with distinct grains. However, fate always brings unexpected surprises to people, some of which make people cry with joy, and some of which make people feel extremely sad. Gu Bai's family also received the attention of God, but the surprise belonged to the latter. From then on, the broken family became him alone. The two closest people were buried in the ground forever in the sudden mudslide, staying in a certain period of time. You really didn't lie to me, did you? He asked Zhou Yongxing one last time, wanting to give himself a chance to confirm it more. The man on the other side laughed and continued to say to him helplessly, you have asked me no less than 3 times. I am not lying to you. Your mother agrees. Don't you believe me? Gu Bai also laughed now. Mother Gu was the first person to acknowledge their relationship, but that was enough. Gu Bai didn't care what other people thought. HMPH. I believe it, but I believe more what my mother said. Gu Bai said as he picked up the phone, ready to call Gu's mother to ask, but the number was never dialed out and remained on the dialing interface. He was thinking about how to start the conversation. It seemed not a good idea to ask her directly whether she really approved of the fact that he and Zhou Yongxing were together. What topic should he start with? Gu Bai was concentrating on thinking about this question when his cell phone, which was not dialed, rang in advance. It's Mother Gu. Gu Bai picked up the phone in a panic. Hello. Mom. Bye-bye, have you eaten? The woman's voice is always so gentle and tender. Every time Gu Bai hears that bye-bye, he feels surrounded by warmth. Maybe this is the love from Mother Gu. Gu Bai had a smile on his face. Although his mother couldn't see it, Zhou Yongxing, who was sitting next to him, saw it clearly. I've eaten. Where's Mom? Don't worry about me. But you just came back from the hospital. You should take care of yourself. Don't think you can do whatever you want after you were discharged from the hospital. Okay. I know, Mom. I ate at my uncle's place. He can testify whether the meal was good or not. You were at Yun Xing's place. There was a brief silence, and the two of them seemed to have a resonance, and they didn't speak at the same time, but they were silent for a while. Then Mother Gu said to Gu Bai, you, listen to your uncle, okay? You. The woman on the other side wanted to say something, but stopped midway, and continued, forget it, Mom won't nag anymore, just take good care of yourself. Gu Bai knew what Mother Gu wanted to say, Mom, Zhou Yongxing and I thought it would be easy, but when the words came to my lips, I realized that there was something stuck in my throat and I couldn't say it. Some things are easy to think about, but not necessarily easy to do. I know, Yongxing told me everything. Mother Gu said calmly on the phone. Maybe it was because she had let it go, so when she thought about it again, she didn't find it so difficult to accept. Instead, she felt indifferent and relaxed. Thank you. What are you talking about? You should be happy. This is what I want to see most in my life. You have been wrong since you were a child. Although you don't say it, I know it all. She paused and continued to talk to Gu Bai, your uncle is right. Did Zhou Yongxing say anything to you? Why have you become so disrespectful, calling me uncle? He keeps calling me Zhou Yongxing and Zhou Yongxing every day, not treating his uncle as an elder at all. What a mess. Gu Bai was used to calling him uncle, and for a moment he felt that calling him uncle would become so awkward, while he used to call him uncle all the time. But now, when he looks at this title again, there is a kind of hidden interest mixed in it. Uncle. Zhou Yongxing, who was sitting next to him, hadn't come back to his senses yet. The two of them were just chatting happily, and now Gu Bai suddenly called him uncle, which made Zhou Yongxing feel itchy. Seeing the man sitting next to him raise his lips, Gu Bai deliberately moved closer. Uncle, why are you so happy? Mom, I know. I'm hanging up. Listen to your uncle, okay? Don't get into trouble all day long. Your uncle is busy with work, so remember to help share the burden, okay? Mrs. Gu's voice got smaller and smaller as she spoke, and in the end it became a whisper between the two of them. Gu Bai sometimes felt that even an elderly mother could occasionally be as childish and naive as a child, and he was happy to play with her during these rare moments. I understand, but I don't know if my uncle will find me annoying or think I'm clumsy. Gu Bai said as he looked at Zhou Yongxing with a smirk on his face. Really? Uncle? The last two words were particularly emphasized. Zhou Yongxing had an unfathomable expression on his face, staring at the person who was making trouble in front of him. Mother Gu didn't know what was going on, so she continued on the phone. it's good that you know, so you should follow me carefully, okay? Then mother won't talk too much, I'll hang up first. Yeah, okay, bye. After the call with Gu's mother ended, Gu Bai turned his head with a sinister expression on his face, but before he could retract it, he saw Zhou Yunxing looking at him with a teasing look on his face. What are you doing? Gu Bai felt uneasy when he was looking at him and couldn't help but say something. Why don't you call? What's your name? Gu Bai pretended to be stupid, trying to get away with it. His eyes curved upwards, showing ignorance. But could Zhou Yunxing not know that he was playing dumb? So he pulled him over directly, and because of his unstable center of gravity, Gu Bai sat directly on Zhou Yunxing's thigh. This is the kind of plot and action that only appears in novels about domineering CEOs. I never thought that one day it would happen to me. It's awkward, very awkward, extremely awkward. The key point is that the person involved was very calm and composed, and he was pressed down so that he couldn't move. He tried to stand up several times but was stopped by Zhou Yunxing. Don't move. Finally, when Gu Bai wanted to get up again, Zhou Yunxing said to him. Let me go, I'm a grown man, why should I sit on another grown man's lap? Zhou Yunxing didn't take his words seriously at all, but whispered in Gu Bai's ear, if you scream again, I will let you go. So she wanted to take advantage of him. Although Gu Bai was not very willing, he felt that he would be so uncomfortable if he continued like this. Uncle. Zhou Yunxing smiled, The voice is a little quiet. You did it on purpose. Gu Bai lowered his head and questioned. Really? I'm not lying to you. Call me again. He looked at the other person half believingly and half doubtingly, and called out again, Uncle. You're pushing it too hard. Gu Bai was fed up and frowned at the person who was picking on him again and said, What do you want? I'm telling you, don't push your luck. But the man didn't take his anger to heart at all, and remained calm. For the last time, be normal. You must keep your word. Uncle. This time Gu Bai called out seriously, without any emotion mixed in. It was warm and tender, the kind of tenderness that reached the bottom of his heart. In the end, Gu Bai was unable to get off Zhou Yunxing's legs, but instead let him take off his lips and tongue. The two of them were immersed in the bright yellow light and indulged in passionate love. Chapter 53. Chapter 52. I thought I would have a wonderful night. On the first day after being discharged from the hospital, I should lazily squander some time. As long as I enjoyed the time, it would not be a waste. However, God just didn't want him to stop. Zhou Shengelin called him. After hesitating for a while, Gu Bai finally answered the phone. Gu Bai happened to have something important to discuss with him, so after they agreed on a place, he hung up the phone. Gu Bai got up and went to the study. The people in the room were still busy. He stopped his hand halfway when he was about to knock on the door, then put it down. He leaned lightly against the door with his arms around his chest, staring quietly at the handsome man who was looking at the report carefully. Why didn't you make a sound when you came over? Not long after, Zhou Yunxing spoke. He didn't turn his head or move his eyes. His movements were exactly the same as before, but at some point he noticed the presence of someone at the door. Gu Bai walked over with a smile, pulled out the chair opposite and sat down. I see you are busy with work. Not busy. Zhou Yunxing looked at the person opposite him with a gentle expression. What's wrong? I'm going out for a while. I'll take you there. Gu Bai shook his head and said, It's okay, I can go there by myself. He didn't want to drag Zhou Yunxing along, he just wanted to tell him before leaving, and he did it subconsciously. What happened? Zhou Yunxing asked indifferently. Gu Bai originally didn't intend to say, Zhou Shengelin just called me to discuss something. Zhou Yunxing was unhappy when he heard the name, and frowned and said, Zhou Shengelin. Why did he look for you? It's still those things. He sighed and had to deal with them. Zhou Yunxing stood up and said, I'll go with you. Gu Bai did not stop him, he just went to get a coat and left. When they arrived at the destination, Gu Bai asked Zhou Yunxing to stay in the car and promised that he would call him immediately if anything happened. After repeated emphasis, Zhou Yunxing still did not go up with Gu Bai. Pushing the door open, Zhou Shengelin didn't look happy, his face was gloomy, which showed the host's gloom at the moment. Sit down, let's make this short. Oh, you're quick, but there hasn't even been a splash online yet. Zhou Shengelin sneered. If you think this isn't a big deal, go ahead and make some more noise. In the end, he would still be the one who suffered. Is this because you have gained some strength by leaning on a big tree? I'm here to solve things today, not to listen to your nonsense. Zhou Shengelin leaned back on the sofa, with the traces of beauty on his neck clearly visible. Gu Bai wondered if he was still making love with some lover before he came over. Thinking of this, Gu Bai couldn't help but feel a little more contemptuous. He was indeed the son described by his mother, with plenty of money, beauties, and an extremely rich sex life. Don't you want a divorce? Zhou Shengelin said to Gu Bai nonchalantly. Okay, as long as you transfer the shares to me, I'll take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Haha, you've thought it through. You really don't care about anyone else except yourself. What else? I'm not a philanthropist. If everyone cares about it, then wouldn't I be the reincarnation of a bodhisattva? He just wants that part of the shares now. In fact, it is not necessary. It's just that this is a shortcut that can save him a lot of time and effort. You don't have a choice. Just when the two were in a stalemate, the door suddenly opened. Gu Bai and Zhou Shengelin turned around at the same time and saw Zhang Qi appear at the door. The three of them were all stunned. How did you get here? Zhou Shengelin spoke first. You followed me. Zhang Qi recovered from his surprised expression and stared at Gu Bai fiercely. He gritted his teeth and answered, how did you get here? Zhou Shengelin, you said you were busy with work recently, but you were busy with this. Gu Bai felt confused by his stare. Why did he come over here for no reason, as if he wanted to kill him? Count it. How many days have you not been home? Zhang Qi then looked at Zhou Shengelin. This posture seemed like the main wife catching an adulterer, but the roles were reversed. I said I'll be at the company these few days. Zhou Shengelin lost his patience and said impatiently with a frown. So what are you doing now? Zhang Qi, don't be unreasonable. Gu Bai, who was not involved in the matter, watched the two people in front of him arguing with each other without giving in. He didn't know what was going on. From the conversation, Gu Bai guessed that Zhou Shengelin was having fun outside, had a new love, and forgot about the old one, so the resentful old friend couldn't hold back and simply came to the door. Zhang Qi probably thought that the wildflower outside Zhou Shengelin was himself. How could you not see such a big scumbag? Maybe the smog blurred your eyes. The two people were arguing and were about to start fighting. When they were arguing heatedly, well, it seems that it is not convenient for you to continue talking today. Goodbye. Gu Bai stood up and walked towards the door. Etc. Zhou Shengelin, you're still reluctant to let go, aren't you? Zhang Qi, let me tell you. The sounds of quarreling faded away behind me, and the closed door completely isolated the two people's backs in another world. It seemed that today's trip was in vain. He walked very slowly. He did not take the elevator but took the emergency passage. He was thinking about something and moving his feet slowly. The 17 flights of stairs did not seem long to him. Zhou Shengelin was right. If he wanted to divorce now, he had no other choice. What to do? In the empty corridor, a cell phone rang, and Gu Bai, who was thinking, was frightened. Hello. Are you done talking? Well, no, the talk isn't over yet. I'll be right over there. As they were talking, they had already reached the underground garage. The journey took a long time, but Gu Bai didn't feel tired. After going around a circle, the car in front dodged twice and he quickly walked over. I'm going to look for you. Zhou Yongxing looked at the person who had just got on the car. It turned out that he could miss and worry about him so much during the time when he couldn't see him. Don't think of me as Lin Daiyu. I'm fine. I just didn't have a good conversation. The familiar smell made Gu Bai relax. Guess who I just saw? After taking a breath, Gu Baichao said to the other party mysteriously. After seeing the man next to him give him a questioning look, he continued, Zhang Qi is here. What is he doing here? He came to me halfway, looking for Zhou Shengelin. I was also shocked. Is that why you two failed to reach an agreement? Zhou Yongxing looked at the person in front of him calmly. Yes, I think there was a conflict between the two of them, and they were on the verge of a fight, so I slipped away. He sighed and said to the person in the driver's seat. Let's go. It took quite a while from going downstairs to getting ready to set off. Seeing the scenery outside the car window move, Gu Bai closed his eyes. He is a little tired. Zhou Yongxing played a soothing piece of music, and the melodious tune gradually filled the small space. Gu Bai, who had his eyes closed, curled up the corners of his mouth. The atmosphere was peaceful and quiet, and everything was as expected, but Zhou Yongxing still observed an unidentified vehicle following the car from the rearview mirror. Continuing to drive steadily, the car behind gradually accelerated. Seeing that the distance was getting closer, Zhou Yongxing glanced at Gu Bai in the passenger seat and increased the speed. Gu Bai seemed to sense something, opened his eyes, and asked, The scenery outside was receding madly, suggesting that the car was going very fast. Gu Bai opened his eyes wide and asked in confusion, Zhou Yongxing, why are you driving so fast? This was considered drag racing in the city, and he couldn't help but hold the handle. As a result, the driver was not affected at all, and said to him calmly, I just want to go home quickly. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that the car was still chasing him and had no intention of giving up. You can't drive so fast. It's too dangerous. Gu Bai began to panic. As he looked around, he also found something unusual. Zhou Yongxing, is there a car following us? It was a black Mercedes-Benz, and its purpose was clear. It would follow them in whatever road they took, and its speed only increased. Well, now, hold on tight, can you get the phone? The car accelerated again, and Gu Bai clearly felt the push on his back. He saw the phone in front of him and nodded. Dial the second number in the address book. Gu Bai followed the other party's instructions and opened the address book in a panic. The first contact that popped up was a Bai, which started with A and was always the first. He never knew that Zhou Yongxing's love for him was even reflected in such details. Although he was touched, this situation was not a good time to express his feelings. Gu Bai dialed the second number and the call was picked up after only 2 rings. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Uncle Zhang, bring a few people over now, to the fork in Quanyang Avenue. Yes. The other party didn't ask what it was about. After hearing the content, he took action directly. After hanging up the phone, Gu Bai held the phone tightly in his hand. Uncle, fear. Do you think something will happen to us together? Gu Bai's panicked expression just now was replaced by indifference, and he even smiled. I am afraid, but when I think about being with you now, I am not afraid anymore. Gu Bai turned his head and continued, because you are always worthy of your support. Zhou Yongxing also raised his lips, don't be afraid, I'm here. The car was very close to the 3-way intersection, and Gu Bai could see 3 black jeeps parked in front of them from a distance. The 3 cars started and came towards them. Gu Bai's heart instantly rose to his throat. Could it be that they are going to crash into him like this? Seeing the 3 black cars, Gu Bai thought that the 2 of them were doomed today. The moment the car came over, he subconsciously wanted to close his eyes. Unexpectedly, they went around it. Quote? Gu Bai suddenly turned around and looked at the 3 cars that came later. It's Uncle Zhang. Zhou Yongxing understood the confusion in Gu Bai's eyes and replied. Zhou Yongxing turned a corner and headed the car in the opposite direction. The black Mercedes that had been following him had been forced to stop. Someone got out of the car and knocked on the window, but there was no response. Gu Bai and the others were illuminated by the lights, which made them a little blinded. After a long stalemate, the car window finally came down, but when it was only 1/3 of the way down, the lights of the car on the opposite side suddenly flashed, and the car that had been stationary started again and rushed over at lightning speed. The front wanted to stop it, but it was still a second too late. Seeing the car rushing straight towards them, the dazzling light made his eyes hurt. At the last second before closing his eyes, he was suddenly hugged by the person next to him. Bang! Chapter 54. After the deafening noise, my vision became dizzying, and a huge pain went straight to my bones. My head was so violently hit that I was unconscious for a moment and fainted. The scene finally calmed down, and the 2 cars collided tightly. The former was sandwiched between the front of the car and the safety guardrail, and was in a mess. The front of the latter was in tatters and was completely squeezed under the other car. Gu Bai was on the verge of fainting and opened his eyes with difficulty. The accident happened beyond everyone's expectations. His heart, which was about to jump out of his chest in panic, was no longer as active because of the severe pain and unconsciousness. But at this moment, Gu Bai could clearly feel his heartbeat mixed with his gasps. He tried to move but found it difficult to even move his fingers. His right hand was tightly held by something. And there was a person covering him. Zhou Yongxing. Gu Bai stretched out his hand, which was curled up in front of his chest, to the other person's back, and his palm was immediately covered with stickiness. Zhou Yongxing. Gu Bai was under so much pressure that he could hardly breathe and could only call her softly. Even breathing caused pain in his chest, but he couldn't seem to care about this problem right now. The person on his body did not give him any response. The two people were so close to each other, but Gu Bai could hardly hear Zhou Yongxing's breathing. Zhou Yongxing. The person on top of him seemed to have fainted, and a warm liquid flowed into his neck, dripping. It was blood. He didn't know whether it was his own blood or that of the man on top of him. He thought of the scene in which Zhou Yongxing rushed over recklessly just before the car hit him. Zhou Yongxing, wake up. There were chaotic footsteps and voices all around. Where are you? Tell them quickly. Yes. Get the car out quickly. Faintly, the sound of an ambulance could be heard in the distance. Zhou Yongxing, wake up, don't scare me. Gu Bai's voice trembled, and he used his hands to feel the person on his body who didn't respond, wanting to feel the other person's injuries. But he could only move half of his arm and couldn't do it at all. Gradually, Gu Bai began to break down emotionally. Wake up. The person remained silent. Gu Bai was completely panicked and cried out the other person's name over and over again. All of a sudden, Zhou Yongxing coughed lightly. It was very light, but Gu Bai still heard it and became excited instantly. Zhou Yongxing is still awake. The people outside finally moved the front of the car away, and bright light shone in from the tattered windows. The paramedics hurriedly said to pay attention. Finally, they reached the innermost part. The dazzling light made Gu Bai's eyes hurt. Something got into his eyes and he couldn't open them. The outside world was now bright red. Wake up. I'll be out soon. Zhou Yongxing, please say something. Because they were worried about touching something that shouldn't be touched, the entire rescue process was a bit slow. After all, the entire car was turned over. After a long time, Gu Bai was finally carried into the ambulance. Gu Bai said incoherently to the paramedics around him, there is another person inside. That person is seriously injured, save him first. Okay, don't get excited. Hurry up, there's another person inside. Gu Bai grabbed the hand of the paramedic with his blood-stained hand and said hurriedly, hurry up. He's dying, he's down there. Don't get excited, it will be out soon. Can you lie down first? Hey. Gu Bai's mind was buzzing and chaotic. The only thing that was clear was that Zhou Yongxing was still under the car. So he supported his broken body and turned over. As a result, his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. The medical staff next to him came over and pulled Gu Bai up. After he stood up shakily, he twisted his body to shake off the people around him who were trying to stop him. Calm down, the gentleman will be out soon. You are not in good condition. Please, hey. Even though he talked so much and so loudly, Gu Bai didn't hear a single word. He struggled to get rid of the other person and moved towards the car in a disorderly manner. Dr. Zhou. Zhou Yongxing was still inside. He just spoke. He was seriously injured. It was all to protect him. He is going to save him. The lights around him flickered, there was dazzling bright yellow, and there were constantly flashing red and blue lights. He couldn't see clearly and could only guess everything around him from the red. There were a lot of people, the shouts of the paramedics behind, the scolding of the police inside the cordon, the regrets of passers-by outside the cordon, and the clicking of spectators, cell phones. Everything was in chaos. Gu Bai ignored all of this and headed accurately towards the pile of scrap metal. But before he could take a few steps, someone grabbed him. His arm felt a stinging pain, and as the cold liquid entered his body, his consciousness gradually faded. His already blurry eyes became even more blurry, and he could no longer see clearly. Before falling to the ground, he stretched out his hand in the direction of his consciousness a moment ago. But he didn't catch it after all, and the next second he fell into endless darkness and lost consciousness. In the pitch-black darkness, he couldn't see anything and he was the only one in the place. He tried to shout a few times, but there was no response, and even his own voice was nowhere to be found. While he was panicking, a person suddenly walked out from the darkness. It's Zhou Yongxing. She looked at him gently, raised her lips, and opened her hands slightly, as if waiting for his hug. Gu Bai ran over quickly, with a smile on his face. The distance was so far, and he seemed to have been running for a long time, but he could never reach the other person, so Gu Bai kept running and running. After finally running to Zhou Yongxing, he hugged him without hesitation. His panicked heart instantly relaxed the moment he touched Zhou Yongxing. He panted on his shoulder, greedily enjoying the taste of the other. Zhou Yongxing. The person in front of him didn't move or speak. Gu Bai called out again, but got the same reaction. Gu Bai realized something was wrong and loosened his arms slightly, pushing them back a little. He looked up, and the smile he had before was gone, replaced by a face full of shocking red, flowing down his forehead and onto his chest. Gu Bai was startled, took a step back, and almost fell to the ground. The blood continued to spread. Gu Bai stretched out his hands, but he saw from the corner of his eyes that his own hands, which were also bright red, were shaking constantly. His mouth opened in fear, but no words came out. He gasped violently, and the person in front of him gradually melted into a pool of scarlet. Ah! The person on the bed sat up suddenly, and the instruments on his head and neck were broken into pieces. Gu Bai was breathing heavily, like an old woman who had been back from the gates of hell, and he couldn't stop for a long time. Everything in front of him was blurry, as if he was looking at something through a layer of wax paper. Gu Bai blinked a few times, but to no avail. He tried to rub it with the back of his hand, but found a needle stuck in his hand. Zhou Yunxing. After reciting it silently, Gu Bai suddenly raised his head and got out of bed with swift movements. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, his whole body involuntarily fell to the ground, carrying the things beside him with him, and all the things fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Gu Bai's mind was filled with Zhou Yunxing's previous state, so he gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. At this time, someone came in, more than one person. A blurry figure hurriedly ran up to him. Gu Bai. Oh my God, how did you do this? It was Mother Gu's voice. Mom. After being helped back to the bed, Gu Bai stood up again. Mom, where's Zhou Yunxing? How is he? Don't get excited, Xiao Bai, Yunxing is fine, don't worry. Where are the others? Gu Bai asked Mother Gu anxiously. He's still not awake in the next room. Be careful, Xiao Bai. Before Mother Gu finished her words, Gu Bai stumbled out. Several tall men were standing at the door of the ward, stopping Gu Bai, who wanted to break in. I am a relative of the person inside, please let me in. But the two men remained unmoved and still maintained their original posture. I am Zhou Yunxing's relative. Can you two brothers let me in first? After several talks, it was of no avail, so Gu Bai just rushed in. When Mother Gu rushed over, she saw this scene. He was so scared that he quickly came over to pull Gu Bai. Bye. What are you doing? You just woke up and the doctor hasn't checked you yet. You've come out and you've got another problem again. From the moment he woke up, Gu Bai had indeed never been able to calm down. And in the ward, what's the noise outside? An octogenarian frowned, his neat suit hinting at his noble status. His hair was meticulously combed, he had thick eyebrows, silver hair on his temples, and fine lines engraved on his forehead. If you look closely, you will find that the man who spoke is somewhat similar to Zhou Yunxing, except that the latter is more serious and solemn. Uncle Zhang was standing at the opposite door. He could see what was going on outside just by turning his head slightly. It's the second son of the Gu family. The second son of the Gu family. Yes, it was an accident with Mr. Zhou. The old man did not express his opinion, and still kept his eyes fixed on the person on the hospital bed who showed no signs of waking up. After a while, he suddenly said, let them in. Yes. At the door, Gu Bai was still clinging to the arms of the two men there, while Mother Gu was holding Gu Bai from behind, and several nurses were standing nearby, at a loss as to what to do. Uncle Zhang saw this scene as soon as he came out. It was a mess. Let him in. The resolute man left and let go of Gu Bai. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Uncle Zhang hurriedly helped him up. Uncle Zhang, without having time to see the person in front of him clearly, Gu Bai strode forward according to the light. When he was almost reaching the bed, he accidentally tripped over the corner of the chair under his feet, and his whole body fell forward. The fall was not light, the floor was very hard, and it hurt, but he could reach the edge of the bed. So he climbed up along the edge of the bed, his hands trembling in panic as he searched for the person on the bed. Until he touched a cold hand, Gu Bai stopped suddenly, as if he had pressed the pause button. After a pause, he slowly held the hand again, and in an instant, all the fear and insecurity disappeared. Zhou Yunxing was by his side again. Gu Bai himself didn't know when he burst into tears. He didn't notice until the warm liquid dripped onto his hands. He raised his hand to wipe his eyes, but his vision was still blurry. As soon as he stopped moving, Gu Bai felt like there was something wrong with his eyes. So he naturally didn't notice that there was another person sitting beside the bed, who saw everything Gu Bai did. Chapter 55. Mother Gu also hurried over behind, and as soon as she came in, she saw Zhou Yunxing's father sitting next to her. Grandpa seeing the other person, Mother Gu was very shocked. After all, the last time she saw him was many years ago. In recent years, he has been living away from home and has not been concerned about worldly affairs. The old man nodded to show that he had said hello. Mr. Zhou's expression did not change, he was serious and solemn, his eyes still fixed on the person on the bed. Mother Gu also looked over and saw her son sitting by the bed, holding the person who was sleeping soundly in the bed in his hand. Gu Bai. Mom, how many days have I slept? Gu Bai, staring at her, suddenly asked her. 3 days. Mother Gu didn't know why Gu Bai suddenly asked this, so she told the truth. It's been 3 days, but why hasn't Zhou Yunxing woken up yet? Where's the doctor? He raised his head, revealing a pair of red eyes that made anyone who saw him feel pity. He will wake up in a few days. Ah, Xiao Bai, let's go back first. Okay. As soon as he woke up, before the doctor had even examined him, Gu Bai ran over and no one could stop him. Maybe the dream was too stimulating, so that even though Gu Bai didn't see Zhou Yunxing at the first moment, he felt that the other party would soon become a pool of scarlet, just like in the dream. So he couldn't think about anything else. The first thing he had to do was to find the other party and make sure Zhou Yunxing was safe and sound. It's really okay. The doctor said nothing will happen. Mother Gu coaxed patiently, trying to convince Gu Bai to return to his original ward. After Mother Gu repeatedly emphasized, Gu Bai finally told himself in his heart that Zhou Yunxing was fine. Only then did he reluctantly stand up and prepare to go back. Turning around, he vaguely saw a black shadow on the white wall, and the black shadow was staring at him. His intuition told him that there was someone there. He had always thought that he was the only one here, and Uncle Zhang was at the door. Gu Bai stopped and tried to see what the person opposite him looked like, but it was no use, he couldn't see anything clearly. After a lot of trouble, Gu Bai finally started to pay attention to his eye problem. Mom, without shifting his gaze, still staring at the figure, Gu Bai asked in confusion. Mother Gu looked speechless. After all, she was the only one who knew about the affair between her son and Zhou Yunxing for the time being. Now Grandpa Gu probably knew everything too. Just as she was about to speak, the old man in front of her winked at her, so the words she had prepared became, "Ah, there's nothing there." As soon as she finished saying this, Mother Gu was stunned. Gu Bai, can't you see? She widened her eyes, slightly opened her mouth, and looked incredulous. My eyes seem to have some problem. Although Gu Bai didn't want to make his mother worry, he still told the truth when it came to his own health. Oh my God, doctor. The woman covered her mouth, and her eyes, which had been moist for the past few days, suddenly turned red again. She then immediately pulled Gu Bai and called for medical staff anxiously. After some examination, it was found that Gu Bai's condition was caused by external impact on the brain, resulting in temporary blindness. The specific recovery time is uncertain, but it is said to be temporary and 80% can be recovered. The heavy stone in Mother Gu's heart was at least half relieved. Looking at her well-behaved son lying on the bed, she sighed. Why does my son have such a miserable life? Hearing the sigh, Gu Bai knew that she was sad again. Don't worry, Mom. Mother Gu forced a smile and pulled up the pale hand on the bed. She had been thin before, but now she was even more skinny. She had just recovered and been discharged from the hospital, but who knew that she would be injured more seriously in less than a day? How can I not be worried? He was just discharged from the hospital a few days ago. At this time. Look, I'm fine now, aren't I? Good fortune and bad fortune are hard to predict. If you survive a great disaster, there will be good fortune in the future. Gu Bai said calmly. Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, I want to move next door. He wanted to be aware of Zhou Yunxing's condition at all times, and he wanted to see him wake up. Mother Gu didn't say anything for a long while. Okay, I'll go make the arrangements. Don't run around, okay? Okay, thanks Mom. The already quiet ward became silent in an instant. Even if a pin drop occurred, one could probably hear it clearly. After waiting on the bed for a while, Mother Gu came back. It's settled, but it's getting late today, how about we move there tomorrow, huh? Gu Bai nodded in agreement. In his blurry vision, he could roughly make out Mother Gu's figure. He saw her reaching out her hand to him, and then he felt warmth on her face. It's Mother Gu's hand. Gu Bai raised the corner of his mouth and gave her a gentle smile. In the next ward, there was complete silence since Mother Gu left. There were 3 men in the room, one lying on the bed, unconscious, and the other 2, one standing, meticulous, with his back straight. It's Uncle Zhang. The old man was sitting there, still looking at his grandson who showed no signs of waking up. Master, it's getting late. You should go back and have some rest today, Uncle Zhang said to the old man in front of him. Old Master Zhou didn't say anything. After being silent for a quarter of an hour, he slowly stood up, took a last look at Zhou Yunxing, turned around, and walked out slowly and steadily. When they were almost at the door, Mr. Zhou said his first words of the day: arrange a few more people, you stay here today, and let Xiao Wang drive. Even though he was in his 80s, the old man still had dignity, and his voice made people feel oppressive. The walking steps paused. Let someone make room. After saying that, he stepped out. Even though it was an unfounded remark, Uncle Zhang, who had followed the old man for so many years, immediately understood what the other party was referring to. It seems that Mr. Zhou has no intention of breaking up the couple. The next day, Gu Bai woke up very early, and the first thing he did was to follow Gu's mother's guidance and go to Zhou Yunxing's ward. Seeing the extra bed in the ward, Mother Gu took a breath and took her son over. The person on the bed still didn't wake up today. Gu Bai relied on the vague outline to observe the person on the bed. He spent the rest of the time with Zhou Yunxing, just asking him if he had woken up. Gu Bai was in a daze and had never realized that time could pass so slowly. Uncle Zhang. Gu Bai shouted towards the black figure at the door. The shadow moved and walked towards him. What's wrong? That accident wasn't an accident. It was indeed not a coincidence. They launched an investigation immediately after the accident. The perpetrator was an unemployed vagrant who liked to drink and cause trouble. He was one of those social scums who were most likely to cause trouble. He had drunk a lot of alcohol on the day of the accident and said that he was not sober when driving under the influence, which led to the car accident. However, this kind of snobbish and gambling-loving person is always associated with being afraid of death. After several rounds of intimidation and blackmail, he confessed everything. It was one of his buddies who got the job, and said that after the job was done, the money would be split 40% to 60% between the two of them. One was blinded by the money and agreed. Under the temptation of money, the other didn't care at all who the job was done for. Following the clues, they found the man who hired the murderer. He was a young man in the entertainment industry, but neither Gu Bai nor Zhou Yunxing had any contact with this man. Moreover, this man refused to admit that he hired the murderer and kept suing them. He didn't give up until they showed him the recording of the perpetrator. But he still refused to admit it. However, the matter was very simple. After checking around this young man, we found that he and Zhang Qi had a very good relationship. The two had close contact and should be good friends. A friend who can protect you like this is definitely not just a simple friend. Uncle Zhang, since the other party hadn't spoken for such a long time, Gu Bai called out again. In fact, Uncle Zhang didn't want Gu Bai to know from the bottom of his heart. First, he was still sick and Zhou Yunxing hadn't woken up yet. Second, he was afraid that Gu Bai would know and feel guilty. We are still investigating, and the results will be out soon. Are they a rival? Or are they coming for me? He lowered his eyes as he spoke. Don't think too much. Now you just need to wait for Mr. Zhou to wake up. Let's put other things aside for now. After all, this child had just been discharged from the hospital, and he came back before a full day had passed. Yeah, Gu Bai nodded. Uncle Zhang was right. The most important thing now was to wait for Zhou Yunxing to wake up. He couldn't wait to see someone who could respond to him, not Zhou Yunxing who was on oxygen, had cold hands, and didn't respond to him at all when he spoke. Because of his eyes, he couldn't do anything else. He wanted to know what was going on outside but he couldn't look at his phone. Maybe it was due to the strong light, Gu Bai's eyes kept shedding tears subconsciously, and he couldn't stop it, so he was forced to wrap a layer of bandage around his eyes. Because wearing a pair of sunglasses in the room is really a bit inappropriate and uncomfortable, I simply wrapped it with a soft bandage, as long as it can block the light appropriately. However, in this way, what Gu Bai can sense through his eyes becomes less. Although the person on the bed was in a deep sleep, Gu Bai knew that Zhou Yunxing would not respond to his next sentence, but Gu Bai still persisted in talking to him, sometimes telling him stories and sometimes asking him many wonderful questions. He wouldn't feel bored, because maybe Zhou Yongxing would agree to his request in the next second. Throughout the day, apart from following the doctor's orders and taking medicine and getting injections, Gu Bai did just this. It seemed that there were guests coming in the middle of the visit. He heard many unfamiliar voices in the ward, both male and female, but they were probably stopped by Uncle Zhang because none of them succeeded in coming in, and the noisy noises soon stopped. However, what Gu Bai didn't know was that Master Gu came over again, step by step, and sat down in the same position. He looked at the person sitting beside his grandson's bed. He was very white, with unhealthy yellowish hair, and looked thin and pale, but he still took care of Zhou Yongxing wholeheartedly. As he was unaware of the old man's existence, Gu Bai thought that they were still the only two people in the room. During rest time, he would even sleep facing the other bed. He would feel more at ease and could always feel that Zhou Yongxing was by his side. Chapter 56. If we ignore the current state of the two people, the atmosphere at this moment can be described as peaceful and quiet. Without the interruption of others, they can waste time as they please and feel life as the years pass by. Then, in a blink of an eye, it was nightfall, the sun sank to the other side of the sky, and finally selfishly took away all the light. The obscure blackness enveloped the entire sky, making people feel cold unconsciously, mixed with loneliness and miscellaneous feelings that they had never had during the day. For a moment, I felt that the distance was still so far away, still the place that I could never catch. Looking around in confusion, it turned out that I was the only one who stayed in the same place. The person who said that we would walk together forever had only left a cold back, and the coldness in my heart no longer had any ridiculous self-righteousness. Mr. Gu has gone back. It is about 9:30 now, because Uncle Zhang told him the time about half an hour ago. The ward is still bright. They are waiting for the doctor to come for the last checkup. After that, the day will be completely over. No, they still have a long dream of today. The doctor came very early today. Usually, you have to wait for 10 to 20 minutes, but today he came in a short time. Because of Gu Bai's eyesight, the lights in the room were always dim and gentle. The doctor came with a tray, which contained various medicine bottles that needed to be replaced. Gu Bai could hear the crisp sound of glass hitting each other. Uncle Zhang kept staring at the doctor who came. He was not the same doctor as before. He looked a little strange. He was tall and thin. Because he was wearing a mask, only a pair of big black eyes could be seen on his face. It was not that Uncle Zhang was too careful, but that the doctor who came today. How should I put it? Too young, a little too pretty. It was because of her outstanding appearance that Uncle Zhang was sure that he had never seen this doctor before. When the other party was changing the dressing, he showed his hands with distinct joints, slender fingers, and no calluses, just like a young master who had never touched water. When he was about to transfer the prepared reagent into the old reagent bottle that was about to be used up, Uncle Zhang suddenly said, "Wait a minute." The owner of the land with both hands paused, stopped the movement of his hands, and did not continue. It seems that it wasn't you who came before. The person opposite did not turn around, but replied with his back to hers, "Director Zhou had an emergency at home today, so he asked me to come over and take over." Uncle Zhang was very alert and would not believe empty words completely. He gave a look, and a man in black at the door came in. Uncle Zhang leaned over and said something before retreating. During this period of time, neither of them moved, and Gu Bai was not aware of all this. He could only make a rough guess based on the conversation. So Gu Bai thought that it was just the medicine that was wrong, and he didn't think much about it while dealing with the medicine issue, and just sat quietly on the bed. Not long after, the man in black came back and said, "Something happened to the elderly in Dr. Zhou's family, so he can't come tonight." Uncle Zhang nodded after hearing this, then nodded to the young doctor in front of him and said, "Go on." The medicine was slowly injected into Gu Bai's drip bottle. Although it had been confirmed, Uncle Zhang still felt something was wrong. He couldn't tell what was wrong, but it was just his intuition that he had developed over the years. Or maybe I'm just too suspicious, Uncle Zhang thought. Gu Bai's medicine had been changed, and it was Zhou Yongxing's turn next. The sharp needle was emitting medicine liquid. The doctor lifted Zhou Yongxing's sleeve and pointed the needle at the person on the bed. But the next second, Uncle Zhang immediately stepped over, grabbed the needle, and knocked the man to the ground. Then he pulled the needle off Gu Bai's hand in the blink of an eye. The men in black at the door heard the noise and rushed in, and immediately restrained the man on the ground to the side. Gu Bai was startled by the loud noise and didn't understand why Uncle Zhang reacted so violently, but he knew that something must have happened. "What's wrong?" Gu Bai touched the person on the next bed and asked Uncle Zhang. "It's okay." Then he pressed the emergency bell at the bedside. "Go call the doctor. Hurry up." The voice sounded very urgent. It was indeed urgent. Although his actions were very quick just now, Uncle Zhang was not sure whether the medicine had flowed into Gu Bai's body, let alone this kind of unknown medicine. "Uncle Zhang, is Zhou Yongxing okay?" Gu Bai asked anxiously after checking around for those who had not woken up. "It's okay. How about you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Uncle Zhang asked Gu Bai as calmly as he could. Gu Bai shook his head, saying that he was fine and looked very well behaved. He was clearly the most innocent child. The doctor came very quickly, and Gu Bai was pushed into the examination room by the doctors without knowing why. However, since it concerned his own health, he still listened to the doctor obediently, and before leaving, he did not forget to tell the doctor about the people next to him. Zhou Yongxing was also sent out, and the entire ward was empty. After Uncle Zhang finished his work here, he first called the person in the old house to inform him. After doing these things, he took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the person who was held on the ground. Uncle Zhang squatted down and grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up. The mask had already fallen off during the struggle, revealing a really good-looking face with distinct features, soft and charming. But who would have thought that behind such a kind face was an evil spirit that wanted to kill people? "Who sent you?" The young man stared at him, his eyes showing no fear or alarm, but indignation. It's obvious that this person is ready to risk his life, otherwise he wouldn't have such a fearless look on his face. The man was breathing rapidly, his eyes were red because his hair was grabbed, and his embarrassed look was in stark contrast to Uncle Zhang's calmness. "If you don't tell me, your life will probably be over." After waiting for a long time for no reply from the other party, it seemed that he was a tough nut to crack, so I simply stopped asking. This kind of person won't get any reputation from asking questions. Uncle Zhang glanced at the bodyguards in front of him and said, "Watch carefully, then check it out. Come back to me when you've checked it out thoroughly." The man was taken away and Uncle Zhang stood up and walked out of the ward. Old Master Zhou quickly rushed over and saw Uncle Zhang standing outside. He asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" The old man looked very bad, with his brows tightly furrowed, indicating that his master was in a very bad mood. "Someone took over my shift and sneaked in. Sorry, sir, it's my fault." Uncle Zhang lowered his head and said self-blamingly. The old man ignored it and asked another question directly, "Where are the two people?" "The young master is fine, Mr. Gu." Uncle Zhang hesitated and finally said it with difficulty. "Maybe it's a bit troublesome. Speak clearly." When I tried to stop it, the medicine had already been transferred to the bottle. Without having to say it, the old man knew what was going on. Taking a deep breath and holding it in his chest, Uncle Zhang knew that this was a sign that the old man was angry. "Have his family been notified?" "I've already called." After that, the other party did not ask any more questions, nor did he make any other moves, just waiting outside. Halfway through, Mother Gu also rushed over. When she heard that her son was in trouble, she came over without even having time to take care of the situation. At this moment, she was more embarrassed than ever. "Grandpa." Mother Gu called the old man respectfully. He nodded to her and then said, "The child is inside." Mother Gu patted her chest and prayed, "God bless you." Uncle Zhang told her the whole story again, and Mother Gu almost fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Gu Bai, who was still in the examination room, felt uncomfortable all over. He was fine just now, but he started to feel pain all over his body a minute ago. He could still bear it at first, but now it felt like there were thousands of bugs gnawing at his bones, one after another, and he couldn't bear it at all. The pain seemed to come from his soul, and Gu Bai felt that the whole world was unbearable at this moment. The pain burned his mind and rationality. Gu Bai didn't know that night, every corner of the entire floor was filled with his tragic screams. The people inside were completely unconscious, with no idea what day it was. The people outside, however, were gritting their teeth and crying along with the heart-wrenching screams, their hearts aching. It was a rough night for everyone. The screaming was so intense that anyone who heard it would feel heartbroken, so it startled the person in the next bed and moved his fingers slightly. No one slept the whole night. The same position, the same people, time seemed to have never brought any changes, but everyone present knew what happened in the middle. The operating room door and the red light above were also kept open all night, so when the light went out, no one reacted for a moment. The first person to move was Mother Gu, who grabbed the doctor's arm and asked about her son's condition with red eyes. "Who are the dependents?" I am. How is my son?" Dr. Shi was so anxious and excited that the doctor was worried that the mother would faint to the ground at any second. The patient is out of danger, but still needs to be observed in the intensive care unit. Everything is hard to say right now. The doctor was also a little tired, but still stated clearly. "Then what about my son?" Mother Gu still didn't let go and kept asking. The doctor answered her 3 times, but Mother Gu kept asking. Not only the doctor, but everyone around noticed that Mother Gu was a little abnormal at this time. When Uncle Zhang was about to stop him, Gu Bai was pushed out of the operating room. When Mother Gu saw Gu Bai, she ran over immediately. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhou was relatively calm and took him to the office to ask for details. Gu Bai was on the bed with oxygen, his body was motionless, as if he had stopped breathing. Apart from the cold, beating instruments in the ICU, there was no sign of life. Outside the room, Gu's mother stared at her son through the glass, her tears never stopping. At this time, a nurse ran out of Zhou Yongxing's ward and shouted to Uncle Zhang in the corridor, "Where are the family members? The patient is awake." Chapter 57. When Zhou Yongxing woke up, his first feeling was that he felt uncomfortable all over. Because he had been lying down for too long, his whole body felt weak, and even getting up was difficult. After the doctor came to check, he told Mr. Zhou about the situation. Zhou Yongxing slept for a long time, and when he woke up, he felt as if he was in another world. He had many dreams, one after another, and sometimes he had a dream several times. When he regained some consciousness from the chaos, Zhou Yongxing saw old man Zhou standing beside him. Grandpa the throat, which had not spoken for a long time, was too dry, so the voice that came out was hoarse and weak. "Awake," Mr. Zhou replied. He nodded, and then looked around. In the room were his grandfather, Uncle Zhang, and unfamiliar bodyguards, but not the one he wanted to see the most. Gu Bai is not here. Thinking of the scene where the two of them got into trouble, Zhou Yongxing frowned and asked, "Where is the person who was sent here with me?" Mr. Zhou didn't say anything, and Uncle Zhang beside him didn't dare to speak rashly, so he could only wait for the old man to decide what to say. The silence of the crowd made Zhou Yongxing a little irritated. He began to wonder if Gu Bai was in a bad condition, or if he had said something unexpected that he could not accept. "He's not awake yet." Mr. Zhou knew his grandson's character very well, and if he didn't tell him, he would probably make trouble. Zhou Yongxing continued to ask, "How is he?" Mr. Zhou winked at Uncle Zhang, so he quickly took over. "Gu Bai is fine, he just hasn't woken up yet." Probably because he wanted to keep it a secret, Uncle Zhang never looked up at the person on the bed. Zhou Yongxing noticed this action, so he was skeptical about what Uncle Zhang said. "Which ward is he in? I'll go check it out." Faced with the person in front of him speaking evasively and hesitantly, Zhou Yongxing was 70% sure that Gu Bai is not in good condition. Although people are unconscious when they are in a coma, Zhou Yongxing absolutely believes that Gu Bai must have been by his side before he woke up. He could feel it and knew it very well. How could he be nowhere to be found now? "You just woke up, you need to rest for a while. Gu Bai is really next door, don't get excited." Uncle Zhang stopped the person who wanted to get up from the bed. "What's going on? I'm taking a break. You can come over later." After hearing this, Zhou Yongxing gave up and lay back down. He thought he should recover a bit before visiting Gu Bai next door and let him rest for a while. The recovery took 1 day, and after proper eating and rehabilitation training, it was completely dark. The night covers the entire city and everyone in it, and in this grayness, some people sit and smile among the lights of thousands of homes, while others wait alone for those who have not yet woken up. Zhou Yongxing was outside the room, looking through the glass window at the person on the bed with various instruments plugged in. At this moment, he was like a fragile dandelion, as if he would shatter on the spot at any time if he breathed a little harder, and could not be touched, let alone caught. He had made all the preparations, but he didn't expect to hear from Uncle Zhang what was happening now. He was looking forward to seeing the man resting and sleeping, but he didn't expect him to be dying. In his impression, he was full of vitality, like a little sun with its own light. In an instant, expectation turned into disappointment. Mother Gu stood beside Zhou Yunxing, still leaning against the wall exhausted. There was nothing in her eyes except Gu Bai. Even seeing Zhou Yunxing waking up did not cause any ripples. How many days? Zhou Yunxing's voice was a little hoarse, a sequelae of sleeping for too long. Yesterday. The two men were silent and paid more attention to the people in the ward. Feel sorry. Mother Gu was usually a gentle woman who was well-mannered and polite to guests, but this time, for the first time ever, she did not give any reply to Zhou Yunxing, as if she did not hear him speak. What she cared about now was whether her son would survive. I will give you an explanation. No one will have it easier than Gu Bai in this matter. Mother Gu's eyes, which had been drained of tears, became even redder. She tilted her head and said in pain, Gu Bai didn't do anything, why are there always people holding on to him? Why don't these people just die? They are all shameless and despicable, they are all beasts. She became more and more excited as she spoke, her face began to twist, and she slowly fell to the ground in the middle of her words. Zhou Yunxing hurried over to support the unstable Mother Gu. The doctor who passed by also quickly took action when he saw this scene. Catch all these people and let them experience this kind of pain. Do you know what my son screamed yesterday? The man lying on the ground was still talking, his eyes bulging out, which was actually a little scary. As she was carried onto the ambulance bed, Mother Gu was still muttering to herself. Zhou Yunxing stood there and looked at Gu Bai for a long time, and finally left reluctantly. He was afraid that once he left, the thin person on the bed would be blown away by the wind. He first asked about Dr. Gu Bai's condition, and then learned from Uncle Zhang what had happened yesterday. Zhou Yunxing had never been so angry before. After hearing the whole story, he decided that he would not let anyone involved go easily. Is there any result? Zhou Yunxing asked Uncle Zhang, suppressing his inner anger. We are still investigating. Let them move faster. He had no more patience for these people whose deaths were not worth a pity. Old Master Zhou watched Zhou Yunxing running back and forth all day long. He hadn't rested since he learned that the kid next door had an accident. When did you come back? After a day, Zhou Yunxing realized that the old man was still in the hospital. You're already lying in bed and can't wake up. How hard-hearted I have to be to not care. Mr. Zhou has been staying in S-City, not caring about worldly affairs and enjoying his old age. He has almost left all his career matters to his grandson, so there is nothing to worry about. So Zhou Yunxing was quite surprised when the other party rushed back from there this time. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. The old man is old, and Zhou Yunxing feels that he shouldn't worry about such things. You need rest more than I do. The old man sat on the chair next to him and continued, why do you care so much about that child? Zhou Yunxing did not deny it, but nodded after a while. Right, what if I don't allow it? After these words were spoken, the room fell into deathly silence. Grandpa, you won't. The old man laughed, what if I let you separate now? It won't separate. The answer was clear and concise, without any hesitation. The old man stood up and said as he left, he is a good child, don't let him down. He had seen it all over the past few days, and estimated that the other party treated Zhou Yunxing no less harshly than his own grandson. After seeing off Mr. Zhou, Zhou Yunxing began to think about everything that had happened. The last car accident and this dressing change incident were obviously aimed at Gu Bai. He pinched his brows, these things unexpectedly made him angry. On the second day, Zhou Yunxing spent all his time outside Gu Bai's ward, waiting for him. He was worried every day that Gu Bai didn't wake up. Zhou Yunxing has a strong ability to recover. After the rehabilitation training in the past few days, except for his right arm which was not very flexible due to injury, there are no major problems with other parts of his body. After receiving a call from the investigation department, Zhou Yunxing took Uncle Zhang to the destination without hesitation. The young man who had been taking the replacement medicine could not bear the unbearable suffering after all. When he heard that the person who caused the car accident would be imprisoned for life, he finally told everything. When they arrived at the destination, the man was already somewhat dazed, with fresh bruises on his face. Zhou Yunxing sat in front of him, looking expressionlessly at the man lingering on the ground. Zhou Yunxing didn't feel miserable even though he was covered in wounds. All he wanted now was to throw the person in front of him into a dog cage and let him experience the feeling of having his bones gnawed. Tell me, who asked you to come? Zhou Yunxing said straight to the point. The people on the ground didn't make any movement. Zhao Hong, an employee of Tiancheng Group, is from County A. She has a sick mother in bed and a younger brother who is in high school. This time he actually reacted. His uneven breathing made him speak incoherently. Haha, you guys are really shameless. Zhou Yunxing stood up and kicked him out without waiting for him to catch his breath. The man groaned, and then his body rolled twice on the ground before stopping. Zhou Yunxing stepped on the other person and said with almost gritted teeth, shameless. You are worthy of saying shameless. People like you deserve to die 10,000 times. I don't want to talk nonsense to you. It's better to answer my questions before my patience runs out. Otherwise, I don't mind giving your mother an injection as well. The man on the ground struggled. He certainly knew what the needle that Zhou Yunxing was talking about was. Who asked you to come? No, I don't know him. At this time, a man next to him came up and whispered something into Zhou Yunxing's ear. After listening, Zhou Yunxing loosened his feet, sat back in his original place, and listened to another person's report. The young man had an unusual relationship with the perpetrator. He was hired by someone, and the person who hired him was the same person who had originally found his man. When the perpetrator got into trouble, the young man hurriedly found that person, hoping that he could get the perpetrator out. As a result, the other party offered a condition that he should replace the doctor to change Gu Bai's medicine that night. He didn't know what the medicine was, he just knew that if it worked he could save the scumbag he couldn't let go of. His name is Zhou Ming. He's a third-tier actor. His social circle consists mostly of people in the entertainment industry. He's very close to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi. Zhou Yunxing repeated the name, his hands making crackling sounds. It was already late when he returned to the hospital. Zhou Yunxing went to see Gu Bai first. The person on the bed was exactly the same as when he left. If he didn't know the details, Zhou Yunxing would have thought that his lover was just asleep. Very early the next day, Zhou Yunxing was awakened by the noise outside. He opened the door and saw that it was Gu's father and Gu Bai's younger brother who came. Not only them, but also Zhou Shengdelin was there. Those who didn't know would think that someone's little ancestor was sick, and so many people were rushing to see a doctor. But in Zhou Yunxing's eyes, he just felt very disgusted. Mr. Zhou. Seeing the man coming out, Father Gu went up to greet him enthusiastically. Zhou Yunxing still greeted him politely. It's rare for Mr. Gu to come to the hospital. I heard that you, Xiao Zhou, were in the hospital, so I came here specially to see Gu Bai. This child. Zhou Yunxing didn't say anything, just watched Gu's father finish speaking and then asked Gu Zhongli to give him the things he brought. He just watched and didn't take it, and the atmosphere gradually became cold. Thank you. After saying this, Zhou Yunxing turned around and went to Gu Bai. Only left was Gu's father with a gloomy face and Gu Zhongli who was carrying things awkwardly. Chapter 58. Putting everything behind him, Zhou Yunxing now only cares about his lover who is sleeping in the ICU. On the way to see the other party, the corridor was particularly busy today, with more doctors and nurses coming and going. Zhou Yunxing's intuition told him that something was going to happen, so he quickened his pace and walked in that direction, praying in his heart that the result would be what he wanted. At the end he started to jog. The closer he got to that side, the noisier it became. His guess was correct. Zhou Yunxing saw that Mother Gu had come out at some point and was standing at the door, watching the doctors coming in and out with an anxious look on her face. Because he was in a hurry, he walked to her side and asked breathlessly, "What happened to Gu Bai?" "There's movement." There was movement just now, Mother Gu said excitedly, her urgency visible to the naked eye. After the doctor's examination, Gu Bai was transferred to the general ward. The moment he woke up, the first thing Gu Bai felt was pain all over his body, like being pricked by needles. Even if he didn't move, the tingling sensation could not stop. Zhou Yunxing and Mother Gu followed to the bedside. Seeing Gu Bai moving again, the huge stone weighing 1,000 pounds in their hearts finally fell. Mother Gu smiled and cried while patting her chest. The end of joy was sadness. Gu Bai. Gu Bai recognized it as Zhou Yunxing's voice. No one knew it better than him. When he said the first word, Gu Bai and the two people beside the bed were shocked. He thought it might be because he had slept for too long without speaking, so he adjusted himself and tried to speak again, but his voice was still unclear. Gu Bai touched his neck, trying to make a sound, but failed in the end. What's going on? Gu Bai was stunned in place, realizing that something was wrong with him. He looked at Zhou Yongxing in panic, and the latter asked the man in black at the door to call a doctor. It was the same person as before. After checking the things, he said calmly, "It's not a big problem. It should be a sequelae. It will recover on its own later." Only then did the three of them breathe a sigh of relief. Although his throat could only utter breathy sounds, he could still roughly understand what Gu Bai was saying. "Are you awake?" Gu Bai smiled warmly, which made Zhou Yongxing's heart soften. Gu Bai turned his head and looked at Mother Gu. At this moment, she was disheveled and looked as if she had gone through some serious change, and her face was full of vicissitudes. "Mom." After calling out in a hoarse voice, Mother Gu's face changed and she hugged her son who had just woken up. "Xiao Bai, Mommy is worried to death," Mother Gu said while crying, hugging Gu Bai tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, Gu Bai would go back to his previous deep sleep state. "I'm fine, Mom, don't cry, look, I'm fine, aren't I?" He patted Mother Gu's back and gently coaxed the person who was holding him. It was the first time that Gu Bai saw Mother Gu lose her composure like this. Usually, women are decent, generous, gentle and elegant. The room was filled with sobbing, but Zhou Yongxing did not stop them. He was the most sober person and knew how his cousin had been going through the past few days. Her tense nerves almost failed several times, and the tears she shed were her extreme expectation for Gu Bai. After a while, Mother Gu finally recovered from her sadness, wiped her face, and burst into laughter. "Don't laugh at me. What are you talking about?" The mother and daughter reminisced about the past for a while, and then Mother Gu made room for the two young people. She gave Gu Bai a last reluctant look before closing the door. In the huge ward, there were only the two of them. Neither of them spoke a word. They just looked at each other quietly, engraving each other's figures deeply in their minds. No matter how the waves washed away the memories, they could not forget them. Zhou Yongxing moved, and he pulled the person in front of him into his arms. He smelled the familiar scent. His beloved was back, and he actually felt like he had lost and regained her, hot and scorching. "When did you wake up?" Gu Bai asked in his broken voice. "The day you fell asleep, I woke up and didn't see you." Zhou Yongxing buried his face in the other's neck and answered in a muffled voice. Gu Bai knew that the other party was feeling aggrieved, and couldn't help but laugh out loud, hugging the big guy who seemed to be acting coquettishly. "I was sleepy and fell asleep accidentally. Please forgive me." Zhou Yongxing didn't reply, just kept hugging her, not moving. "Are you really angry?" Gu Bai secretly complained. "Remember to tell me next time you want to go to bed. Don't leave without saying anything." This reminded him of his family who had suddenly left. That night, the goodbye that three people said actually meant never seeing each other again. "Okay, I promise you, next time I will not only tell you, but I will also sleep with you." This person must be acting like a spoiled child. Gu Bai laughed in his heart when he heard the last aggrieved him. "Are you acting like a spoiled child?" Gu Bai asked deliberately with the intention of teasing her. Zhou Yongxing did not speak immediately, but let go of the person in his arms and said seriously, "Yes." PFF'd. This time Gu Bai couldn't help but burst out laughing, with all 8 of his teeth showing. Zhou Yongxing likes to see him smile. "Then how can I get your forgiveness?" Gu Bai held back his laughter and asked Zhou Yongxing in a serious tone. Zhou Yongxing leaned close to his ear and whispered something. "I want a kiss from someone named Gu Bai." Gu Bai's ears turned red instantly. Why didn't he notice the money before? It turned out that his boyfriend was so good at arousing people's hearts. At this moment, his heart was beating fast because of what he just said. The person involved was waiting there with a matter-of-fact look on his face, and his eyes were just saying, "Come on, come and kiss me." After adjusting his emotions, Gu Bai slowly approached Zhou Yongxing's figure. His eyes had not recovered yet, so he couldn't see clearly where the person was. As the two people got closer, the atmosphere in the room gradually heated up, and their noses were already touching, and just when they were about to take a step closer, the door opened. Gu Bai paused, turned around and found that he couldn't see the person clearly. At such times, he often felt extremely insecure, so he unconsciously leaned towards Zhou Yongxing. Noticing the other person's movements, Zhou Yunxing directly pulled the person into his arms. "Grandpa," he called to the old man at the door. Quote? Gu Bai was startled by Zhou Yunxing's call of grandpa and stood still. "What grandpa?" "Well, awake. Woke up." Gu Bai squinted his eyes, trying to find some clues, but he still overestimated the ability of his broken eyes, which were as bad as his voice. He was sore, but he couldn't see anything special, but he felt that the other person's shadow was a little familiar. Not only Mr. Zhou came, but also a group of uninvited guests, people from the Gu family and the Zhou family, who were standing at the door at this time. Of course, this also included Zhou Shenggulan, who came. When he saw the two people hugging each other in the room, he clenched his fists and wanted to go forward. Zhou's father naturally knew what his son was thinking, so he gave him an obvious look. No matter what Mr. Zhou said to you, how could they move forward rashly? The Zhou family has always been a large family with strict family traditions. Old Master Zhou would definitely not allow such a thing to get involved with a married person. Father Zhou was waiting for the old man to get angry and separate the two people, but he didn't expect that the other party would just walk over and sit down calmly, and at the same time show concern for Gu Bai's condition. This left the people at the door puzzled. When Zhou Yunxing saw the person at the door, he did not stop and took care of Gu Bai naturally. After tucking the quilt into each other, Mother Gu came over. "What are you doing here?" she angrily questioned Father Gu in front of her. "I'm here to see Gu Bai." "Oh, the sun is rising from the west, and you actually know that there is a sun in the hospital." "What do you mean?" There was a sudden commotion outside. Gu Bai was about to get up when he heard Gu's mother's voice, but was held back by Zhou Yunxing. "I'll go." When the two were arguing, Zhou Yunxing came out and said, "Gu Bai needs to rest, you two should go back first. After all, they have to rely on the Zhou family's business." Even if Zhou Yunxing is rude, Gu's father, who is a businessman, can only endure it. "Cousin, I'm calling you." Zhou Yunxing tilted his head towards the room and then led her inside. "That's it. I was inferior to others and didn't even dare to enter the room easily." Zhou Yunxing whispered the situation to Gu Bai, and after calming him down, he asked Uncle Zhang to quickly invite them in. While exchanging polite greetings, he also said long time no see. The older generation all gathered in front of the Zhou family, leaving Gu Zhongli and Zhou Shenggulan in a really awkward situation. Gu Bai turned a blind eye and only spoke to Mother Gu. He always starts with the same few words, bragging to the person in front of him, and gradually when the atmosphere becomes lively, he starts talking about business matters. "Mr. Zhou, are you interested in the piece of land we talked about last time?" Zhou's father pretended to suddenly remember something and asked Zhou Yunxing. Zhou Yunxing said politely, "An accident made me forget a lot of things." In a word, Zhou's father understood, and everyone present understood. "I just don't want to talk about it today." "Oh, your health is important. These are just small things. It's never too late, haha. Why are you here today?" Zhou Yunxing asked another topic. Father Zhou smiled and said kindly, "Shenggulan was thoughtful and told me in time. We will come back early this morning to take a look." Zhou Yunxing raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Shenggulan on the other side. Mr. Zhou, I want to discuss something with you. You are too polite. If you have anything to say, just tell me and I will definitely help you." "Let them divorce." Zhou Yunxing said this without any hesitation or pause. Except for Mr. Zhou, everyone else present was shocked, including one of the parties involved, Gu Bai. Father Zhou was stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Yunxing to make such a request to him directly without even bothering to beat around the bush. Zhou Shenggulan's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't go too far." He was angry not because the other party wanted to separate him and Gu Bai, but because the other party was blatantly disrespecting him and was basically trampling on his dignity. "Too much. You are not qualified to say that, right?" The two people were at loggerheads, neither giving in. "All right." The most intimidating old man Zhou spoke, and Zhou's father was secretly happy, thinking that the other party would definitely stop his decision to ruin the family tradition. But he didn't expect the old man's next sentence to be, "Xiao Zhou, you just saw it, this troublesome person at home loves to play, why don't you just forget about it? Young man, if you want to leave, isn't it better to let him go?" Father Zhou stood there in a daze. "Don't worry, what should be less will not be less. We don't need a penny of the others. Just one person will be enough. Mr. Zhou said without changing his expression. Chapter 59. Mr. Zhou's words were like a thunderbolt, which stunned the others again. The one who felt the most incredible was Zhou's father. Today, all his plans had come to nothing. The decision of the Zhou family father and son was beyond everyone's expectations. This was like publicly slapping him in the face, but he could only endure it in silence. This is not just a personal matter, but also concerns the relationship of the entire business community. Even a small decision will affect how to gain a foothold in the industry. The Zhou family is the leader here and has absolute say. As for matters between young people, it depends on what they say themselves. Father Zhou said in a roundabout way. Mr. Zhou chuckled and said, "That's right." Father Zhou's eyes lit up and he breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect the other party to say the next thing. The child on the bed. His name is Gu Bai, right? What are your plans? Gu Bai looked up blankly, still holding the apple that Gu's mother had just peeled. When he heard Mr. Zhou calling his name, he immediately raised his head, looking a little anxious. When Zhou Yongxing saw Gu Bai's actions, he smiled unconsciously. At this moment, he felt that the other party was especially like a little raccoon that had been caught, with an innocent look on his face, not daring to move. Gu Bai put down what he was holding. He couldn't see the eyes of everyone in the room looking at him, he only knew that Zhou Yongxing's grandfather was asking him. Gu Bai said it in an awkward voice and paused. He forgot that there was something wrong with his throat. Zhou Yongxing was sitting next to him, and at this time he gently asked the person on the bed, "Grandpa asked if you want to come to the Zhou family." In the silent atmosphere, Zhou Shengulin and his father, who were almost unable to hold back their anger, Gu's father, who didn't smile but was actually extremely excited, and Jiyu Zhongli, who was sneering, were all waiting for Gu Bai's answer. "I want a divorce." Without any hesitation, Gu Bai stated his request neatly. "Uncle Zhou, I'm sorry. It's actually not easy for Zhou Shengulin and I to get to where we are now. We all know what's going on between us, so let's just forget it." "Gu Bai, what do you mean?" Zhou Shengulin said sternly. "That's what you heard. Okay, now that the kid has said so, why don't we do it this way?" Old Master Zhou asked Zhou's father in a deep voice, completely ignoring Zhou Shengulin. Zhou Shengulin clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger in his heart. How could he let Gu Bai go? That share of the company has not yet reached his hands. Could it be possible that he could just take it away as a gift? Father Gu did not say anything and remained silent. The current situation was of great benefit to him. He only needed to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers. If he could curry favor with the Zhou family, he would have a firm foothold in this city. Father Zhou laughed twice, but his face was not smiling. He said angrily, "Since Gu Bai has said it, but the land in the East District is yours." Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Zhou Yongxing suddenly spoke, and Zhou's father's eyes lit up instantly, his eyes full of greed for benefits. "Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. After all, Gu Bai has lived with me for such a long time. One has to be polite in everything," and Father Zhou also tried not to appear too anxious. "It's okay, he's worth it." These 4 words cover everything. This time, Zhou's father finally compromised quietly, and played the emotional card with Gu Bai with a smile, saying that the Zhou family was not good enough to him, and that even if he and Zhou Shengulin were separated, he should remember to go back often and not become estranged. Gu Bai felt nauseous after hearing this. He didn't know how the other party could say such words. "Since it's decided, let's wait until the child recovers and is discharged from the hospital. Let him have a good rest today." Mr. Zhou ordered everyone to leave and planned to go back first, so he stood up. "Be careful on the road." Zhou Yongxing stood up and said after the old man stood up. The other party nodded. "Goodbye, Grandpa," Gu Bai said to the blurry figure. Mr. Zhou smiled, which Gu Bai couldn't see, and said kindly, "You should have a good rest too." Gu Bai didn't expect the old man to respond to him, so he nodded blankly and said okay. Everyone left, except Mother Gu and Zhou Yongxing. The warm atmosphere was particularly dazzling. Gu Zhongli glanced at the person on the bed at a moment when no one else could see, and there was a deeper meaning in his eyes. "Dad," Zhou Shengulin couldn't help but said to his father angrily as he walked out of the hospital. However, before he could say anything, he was stopped by his father's look. After getting in the car, Zhou's father slowly said to his furious son, I know you are unwilling to accept this. The shares in Gu Bai's hands are not as good as the land in the East District. The Zhou family just slapped us in the face. They didn't give us any face at all. Zhou Shengulin said through gritted teeth. Father Zhou sneered, if you are inferior to others, you have to accept it. Shengulin, you have to remember this. The man exhaled a breath and continued, but the slap in the face today was worth it. It was a great bargain. On the other hand, Father Gu kept his mouth shut all the way, thinking he had climbed up the high branch. Are you hungry? Zhou Yongxing asked Gu Bai softly, are your eyes feeling better? Gu Bai looked out the brighter window and frowned, it seems not. It will be fine. Gu Bai wasn't actually in a hurry. Ever since the doctor told him last time, he hadn't paid much attention to it, because Zhou Yongxing's eyes were like this before he woke up. By the way, I want to ask you something. Gu Bai said seriously. Well, go ahead. The doctor who changed the dressing last time, he wasn't a doctor, right? It had been a while since he woke up, and he had wanted to ask this question from the beginning, but he hadn't expected so many people to come back. After this trip, he had put his desire to ask behind his mind, and only remembered it now. Well, I'll take care of it, Zhou Yongxing said in a friendly manner. He didn't intend to make it easy for anyone involved in this matter. Then do you know who it is? He was eager to know who the person was who was trying so hard to kill him. We are still investigating. Zhang Qi was involved. Zhang Qi. Zhou Yongxing nodded to show his confirmation. Gu Bai frowned, revealing deep furrows between his brows. Was he also the one involved in the last car accident? Right. This is too much. Why are you just being so indiscriminate? Gu Bai was really angry. He clearly did nothing, but he had to take the blame for no reason, not to mention that Zhou Yongxing was implicated. When talking about Zhang Qi, we must talk about Zhou Shengulin. It is estimated that Zhang Qi framed him and he is closely related to the other party. Don't think about it. Just rest well now. I'm still waiting for you to be discharged from the hospital. Zhou Yongxing took his hand, not wanting to see Gu Bai looking upset. After leaving the hospital, they had more important things to do. I will be discharged from the hospital soon. The warm touch of the palm of his hand swept away the gloom that Gu Bai had previously felt, and he began to comfort the lover in front of him. The empty room was dead silent. The curtains were thickly drawn and the lights were off. The dim space was lifeless. The screen of the mobile phone on the ground had been smashed, but it couldn't stop the bombardment from the other side and kept ringing. Zhang Qi ignored the ringing sound and stared blankly ahead. He had not stepped out of the house in the past few days. His face, which used to be tight, had become thinner and dark circles under his eyes showed that he was in a very bad condition. Yes, Zhang Qi is indeed not in good shape, and now the entire internet is boiling over with scandals about him. Every detail has been exposed to the public, as if he was stripped naked and exposed to the world's curses. Those unbearable pasts were pulled back into his mind from the mouths of others. How clean could someone like him who had no background and was still so popular in the entertainment industry be? But when the fig leaf was ruthlessly pulled away, those things that could not be seen in the light could make a person fall into hell from then on. Zhang Qi didn't know who called this time, the company, or the debt collectors at home. His gambling-loving father owed a lot of debts behind his family's back. Recently, there was a lot of noise online. When they knew that he had a son who was a star, they immediately came to his door. The usury kept growing, and finally reached a shocking figure. Faced with the day and night squatting and threats from the debt collectors, Zhang Qi called Zhou Shengulin, but Zhou Shengulin was perfunctory and didn't even answer the phone in the end. He had actually anticipated this outcome, having guessed it since Zhou Shengulin stopped visiting him a month ago. But Zhang Qi was unwilling to accept this, as love had clouded his mind, and he was still hoping that Zhou Shengulin would change his mind. It's really ridiculous. The life-threatening sound finally stopped, and at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Zhang Qi stood up in a daze, opened the door a crack, and was completely stunned when he saw the person coming. Mr. Zhang, we are from the Public Security Bureau of City A. We suspect that you are involved in the car accident on Quanyang Avenue a week ago. Please come with us, the man said as he showed his ID. Zhang Qi knew that this time it was all over. Mr. Zhou, it's been handled over there. Uncle Zhang was sitting in the car. After watching Zhang Qi being taken into the car, he called Zhou Yongxing. Well, has the Zhou family taken action on the piece of land we mentioned earlier? Let's do it. After the two finished talking, they hung up the phone. Zhou Yongxing pushed open the door and entered the ward. Gu Bai was lying on the bed with his eyes open. His eyesight hasn't recovered yet, so he can't do anything. It's hard for him to watch TV or play with his phone. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he subconsciously looked over here. Is it you? Zhou Yongxing replied gently, it's me. Only after confirming that it was him did Gu Bai relax. I'm so bored. Gu Bai looked at the roof again and muttered. Want to go out for a walk? Hearing this, Gu Bai suddenly perked up and instantly became energetic. Gu Bai asked in surprise and excitement, is it okay? Why not? I'm here. You can go wherever you want. Zhou Yongxing originally planned to let Gu Bai sit in a wheelchair, but Gu Bai insisted on walking by himself. He felt that his whole body was about to mold. But he didn't expect that the moment he stood up, the soles of his feet would hurt. Chapter 60. What's wrong? Zhou Yongxing asked after noticing something strange about Gu Bai. It's okay. I haven't moved for a long time. I'm a little uncomfortable. Help me walk around the room first. Zhou Yongxing supported Gu Bai and moved in small steps in the ward. The piercing pain at the beginning gradually subsided and his body gradually adapted. Afterwards, the two went to the small garden at the back. There were not many people walking around here. Most of them were there to accompany their patients. There were people of all ages and in all moods. It is early autumn now. The leaves have just begun to fall, and there is a faint shadow of autumn, but the tenacious weeds are still full of vitality, and autumn stops here. The sun is shining brightly, and happens to be so warm and nourishing today. It brings a tingling warmth to the body without burning the skin. They walked slowly, enjoying this peaceful time leisurely. Because Gu Bai's eyes could not accept the stimulation of strong light, he finally put on the pair of sunglasses which were actually stupid, but the person concerned had no idea what the glasses looked like and naively thought they were just ordinary glasses. There are people outside too. Gu Bai said to Zhou Yongxing in surprise as a blurry and swaying figure passed by. Yeah, quite a lot. Gu Bai was in a good mood, with a slight smile on his face. Zhou Yongxing asked him to hold her arm, fearing that he would fall. He probably didn't realize their current position, otherwise, with Gu Bai's thin-skinned personality, he would have let go of her hand before she came out. I always feel that the scenery is beautiful. There was a hazy green in front of him, and Gu Bai murmured casually. Yes, the scenery is beautiful. Zhou Yongxing looked at the other person. If Gu Bai could see clearly now, he would find that the person next to him had tenderness in his eyes. Although he said this, he actually didn't see anything. Zhou Yongxing only had Gu Bai's figure in his eyes. It's a pity that I can't see it. Gu Baimian felt regretful. The next second, I was embraced in a gentle embrace. Get well soon, and you'll be able to see it. Gu Bai, the scenery is really beautiful. The leaves rustled in the occasional wind, which made me feel inexplicably comfortable. Someone, Gu Bai said in a low voice, but his body did not move away from Zhou Yongxing's arms. No one. Puff. Gu Bai laughed when he heard Zhou Yongxing telling lies. How could he have discovered that this person had such a childish side? I can't see it. Yu said, it seems that there is no one. I guess I saw it wrong. So the two of them just embraced each other under the sunlight as if it was their own thing, ignoring all the gazes from the outside world. The two of them didn't hang out for long because Mother Gu came over. She brought soup she made herself and some of Gu Bai's favorite foods. She had been running back and forth between home and the hospital these days, and she came over whenever she had time. Gu Bai didn't want her to live such a hard life, but he tried to persuade her to no avail every time, so he gave up in the end. In fact, Gu Bai was quite happy. Mother Gu made him feel the love that he had never felt even in the real world. Why are you up today? Mother Gu put down the things in her hands with a smile on her face. Well, it's too boring, so I'll go out for a walk. Gu Bai watched Mother Gu busy placing the things she brought on the table. I brought you some soup to nourish you. Come, Yun Xing, have some too. I don't need it. Mother Gu filled a bowl and handed it over, saying, are you being polite to your cousin? Come and try my cooking skills. This pot is enough for 3 people. Zhou Yongxing finally took it. The 3 of them gathered together on a quiet afternoon, filled with a warm atmosphere, and their hearts were filled with warmth. Get out papers scattered in the air, but they couldn't hide the furious expression of the man behind him, his eyes were red. As peaceful as the hospital is, it is quite restless here. Zhou Shengelin threw himself into the seat, took a deep breath, and rubbed his eyebrows with his hands. At this moment the phone rang. "Hello. Get back here." Zhou's father's angry voice came through the receiver. The company ran into problems. It was investigated for no reason and was accused of having problems with its source of funds. Most of its recent partners suddenly cut ties with it for this reason. Zhou's company was in a mess at this time. If things continued at this rate, they would be forced to declare bankruptcy soon. And the instigator had escaped before they noticed. Zhou Shengelin has been wondering what is going on. It can't be that there is a problem with the assets. Someone must be plotting against him behind his back. The first person he thought of was the Zhou family. It was too simple. He couldn't think of anyone else who could cover up the truth with one hand. But he had no evidence, so there was no way. Hey! Zhou Shengelin laughed at himself. On the other hand, the Gu family was not much better off. They were obviously suppressed, and most companies were unwilling to cooperate with them, resulting in huge losses. When Gu's father was in a state of panic, he thought of the Zhou family who were about to become his in-laws, so he rushed to the hospital without stopping. During this period of time, it was Zhou Yongxing and Mother Gu who had been taking care of Gu Bai. Old man Zhou also came a few times, which surprised him very much. Although he hadn't had any obvious worries recently, Gu Bai was still not very happy because he still couldn't see clearly. It had been almost a week, and the sequelae should have shown signs of gradual recovery, but he hadn't. It's not that I haven't asked the doctor before, but I get the same answer every time: just wait a little longer, it will be fine. After hearing it so many times, Gu Bai no longer cared. If he didn't listen to the doctor when he was sick, would he just leave it to fate? Gu Bai had almost recovered, and the doctor said there was nothing serious, so Gu Bai wanted to go home. The hospital was a difficult place to stay, so after hearing what the doctor said, Gu Bai instantly made up his mind to be discharged from the hospital without any hesitation, and Zhou Yongxing agreed to his request. It was noon when Gu's father came. They had decided to be discharged from the hospital in the morning and leave in the afternoon. They didn't expect that such an uninvited guest would come halfway. When he heard it was him, Gu Bai didn't feel particularly welcoming. "Xiao Bai, get ready to be discharged from the hospital." Gu Bai didn't answer. He still remembered the blow from his father that night, which gave him a concussion. It was thanks to him that he was admitted to the hospital that time. "Mr. Zhou, we're about to become a family." He didn't feel embarrassed even though he didn't get a response from Gu Bai. After all, his main purpose of coming here today was not to see Gu Bai. Zhou Yongxing maintained a proper smile. "What can I do for you?" "Ah, I'll come and see him." As soon as these words came out, Gu Bai laughed instantly. "Look at me. What's so good about it? If you wanted to look, you would have looked a long time ago. Why wait until today? Just say it directly. Are you trying to get close to me or do you have something to ask? There's no need to beat around the bush. We are all busy." He just couldn't stand the way Father Gu played the emotional card, which made him feel extremely disgusted. The embarrassment of being exposed made Gu's father furious. "What are you talking about? I'm your father." Yes, it was his father. He had never come to see him since the accident, and the only time he came was to curry favor with the Zhou family. Gu Bai guessed that even if he died in the hospital, his father would probably not bother to claim his body. The Gu family is the Gu family. I am me, you are you, and we have nothing to do with each other. He acted very ruthless at the moment, but Gu's father's heart was thousands of times more ruthless than his. Father Gu stepped forward but was stopped by Zhou Yongxing. "Okay, Gu Bai needs to rest. Mr. Gu, please go back first." Yes, it was Mr. Gu. He knew the purpose of Gu Zhangcheng's visit today. This kid is too outrageous. After adjusting his expression, Father Gu made a 360-degree turn and said to Zhou Yongxing, "I'm sorry for making fun of you today. I wonder when Mr. Zhou will be free. I'll accompany you." Zhou Yongxing raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Okay, let's call each other then. I'll take him home first this time." Father Gu agreed again and again, saying that as long as he could meet the other party, he would have a chance to save the situation. After Gu's father left, Gu Bai's bright mood suddenly fell from the sky to the bottom of the valley. "Don't see him." As if complaining, Zhou Yongxing smiled and coaxed the person in front of him. "Good. Seriously. Serious." They returned to Wedding Bay together. They hadn't been back to their house for more than a month and didn't know what it looked like now. Besides, in my current blind state, I'm afraid I won't survive the next week if I live alone. The moment he stepped into the house, he felt familiar. Aunt Zhang was still so amiable and warmly invited him in. As if on time, the meal was almost ready when they came back. The remaining time was just enough for him to sit on the sofa and drink some water and take a breath. Are you going to work later? Gu Bai asked him. What kind of work? How long have you not worked? Aren't you going to work yet? Gu Bai asked in surprise. Accompany you. There were no major problems in the company, and everything was taken care of. Even if there was work, he would choose to complete it at home. Zhou Yongxing had to ensure that Gu Bai was under his supervision, so that he could feel at ease. Is everything all right? No problem is more important than you. When Gu Bai heard these lyrical words, his ears gradually turned red. How come he didn't know before that Zhou Yongxing could also say sweet words? Then am I considered a male beauty who brings disaster? Gu Bai whispered to him, and regretted it right after he said it. Calculate. Gu Bai laughed loudly, and Zhou Yongxing also smiled when he heard it. Come and have dinner. Aunt Zhang greeted two young people who were chatting and laughing in the living room. I'm coming. Gu Bai agreed with a smile, and walked accurately to the restaurant under the guidance of Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing's chef is still as skilled as ever, and he is drooling just by smelling the food. I'm sorry to bother you to help me pick up some food today, uncle. He picked up the spoon and cried for food. Good. I thought this meal would be a warm scene with Zhou Yongxing constantly picking food for me, but I didn't expect that Zhou Yongxing would feed me unilaterally from the beginning, and the spoon in his hand was not used at all. Zhou Yongxing only said to him, open your mouth. This is delicious, try it, and each time he passed the food to his mouth. Gu Bai ate the first bite hesitantly, not for any other reason but because he felt that it was not right to be fed by two grown men, and he wondered what it would look like if others saw him. I don't know if it was because the food was so delicious or because Zhou Yongxing fed him well, but Gu Bai just let things take their course and no longer felt awkward when he opened his mouth for food. After all, there are no other outsiders here, so can't we do whatever we want? So he ate this meal with peace of mind, as if it was his right. Chapter 61. In the following few days, the busiest families were the Gu family and the Zhou family. One was being detained and refused to be released, while the other was struggling to survive because of a broken funding chain. During this period, Gu's father called Zhou Yongxing countless times, but Zhou Yongxing did not answer or declined politely. This made these ants on the hot pot restless and wanted to find a breakthrough, so they couldn't help but shamelessly go to the door. Gu Bai said those words to Gu's father in the hospital last time seriously, but Gu's father thought that Gu Bai was just saying it in anger, so he concealed his face and came to Zhou Yongxing for help as a father-in-law, which made Gu Bai feel sick. What in-laws? What does it have to do with you? Gu Bai said without any mercy. You told me to fend for myself and said I was shameless. How come you never thought about our in-laws today? Father Gu's face was dark, knowing that Gu Bai was still holding a grudge against him. Don't mess around. Yeah, I was just kidding, so I'm a little tired now, so please go back first. He didn't give the other party any face at all. Cousin-in-law, let's stop here for today. How about we meet again another day? Zhou Yongxing, who was sitting next to them, knew what Gu Bai meant, so he said. We haven't talked about this today. Gu Bai is not feeling well, let's talk about it another time. If they continued to pester him, it would be unreasonable. Father Gu vaguely sensed that Zhou Yongxing was a little impatient, so he said a few polite words and watched the two of them leave. The flattery and fawning on his face disappeared, leaving only gloom. Zhou Shengelin was not having a good time either. He was overwhelmed by the mess. The company was already in a mess, and Zhang Qi, who was in police station, was accusing him of this. Zhang Qi kept saying that Zhou Shengelin had ordered this, and he would not give in. This kind of slander without any evidence would never bother him in the past. But he didn't know what had happened to him, and he would be called in for investigation from time to time. After all this, Zhou Shengelin really felt that he was overwhelmed. Faced with the phone ringing all the time, he wanted to destroy all the people and things that were getting in his way. Hello, I'm Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Shengelin never expected that Zhou Yongxing would call him. He was extremely surprised and felt that the world shrouded in dark clouds was about to see the dawn. Mr. Zhou. Hello, I didn't answer your call a few days ago. What's going on? The person on the phone said leisurely, "Are you free today?" "Yes, there's time all day." "Well, okay, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon." Zhou Shengulin was interrupted by Zhou Yongxing halfway through his words. "I said last time at the hospital that I would come over to get a divorce once Gu Bai's condition gets better." There was a moment of silence, neither side spoke, and then Zhou Shengulin's phone vibrated to remind him that someone was calling. Is this what Gu Bai meant? Zhou Shengulin picked up the pen on the table, opened the pen cap with his thumb, and then closed it again, repeating this action. "It's the two of us who meant it." "Hey," Zhou Shengulin sneered. "It hasn't been a good time these days. I heard that something went wrong with the Zhou family." Zhou Yongxing said casually. Click. "Cap the pen in your hand. Zhou Yongxing, let's just say it directly. We all understand it anyway. Divorce is fine, but take back what you did. I didn't do anything. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. You did that for Zhang Qi as well, right? Zhang Qi hired someone to commit the crime. It turns out that he is the mastermind, but doesn't everything have a motive? You must have been involved in Zhang Qi's motive." Zhou Shengulin lost his composure instantly and shouted, "Don't slander me." "Slander? Why did both your families come the next day after Gu Bai got into trouble? You informed your father, right? He said it himself in the hospital that day. That's weird." Zhou Yongxing stated the facts calmly. "Since I heard it from you, how did you know in advance?" After Zhou Yongxing finished his last sentence, both parties fell silent. Zhou Shengulin's eyes were red, but he had a weird smile on his face. "You have no evidence. It doesn't matter whether there is evidence or not, as long as we know it's you. If the law can't punish Zhou Shengulin, then leave it to him. He has the ability to make the other party lose miserably and repent for his past actions. That's why I called you today. If you come, I won't bother to argue with you. If you don't come, I won't bother to argue with you either." After he finished speaking, the call was hung up, and Zhou Shengulin instantly threw the pen in his hand away. The two cares in the last sentence have completely opposite meanings. Zhou Yongxing was threatening him. Gu Bai was in the greenhouse at this time. He squatted in the path, smelling the scent of sunflowers, and felt inexplicably at peace. The yellow in his vision was not as dazzling as the last time he came, but it was still pleasant. Zhou Yongxing was working in the rest pavilion, and he would look at Gu Bai from time to time. The young man under the flowers smiled faintly, and the years were quiet and good. This should be how they are now. Gu Bai seemed to have noticed something and turned around. His dazed look made Zhou Yongxing's heart soften. He checked the time, closed his computer and walked towards Gu Bai. Are you done with the work? Gu Bai stood up and said to Zhou Yongxing. "It's over. Are you hungry?" he said as he took Gu Bai's hand and walked into the house. "Fine, let's go out to eat today." Gu Bai paused for a moment. Is this inconvenient?" At home, Zhou Yongxing always took care of him while eating, and Gu Bai was used to it because there were no other outsiders at home except Aunt Zhang. But outside, there were so many people, and he was always under other people's eyes. Gu Bai didn't want Zhou Yongxing to feed him, but he couldn't see, and maybe a mouthful of food would go into his nose. "No, I'm here. Then find a more secluded place," Gu Bai murmured. Hearing this, Zhou Yongxing laughed and felt that Gu Bai was really funny sometimes. "Okay, just the two of us." Gu Bai now trusts Zhou Yongxing wholeheartedly, so when the other party brought him to the Civil Affairs Bureau, he thought they had arrived at a dinner place. Zhou Shengulin came as expected, and Zhou Yongxing had expected his arrival. "Come in." Gu Bai sensed the presence of a third person and subconsciously moved closer to Zhou Yongxing, and the person opposite him felt very familiar. "Are there three of us having dinner today?" The hall was a bit noisy, and based on his own guesswork and blurry vision, he determined that this was not a place to eat. "Where is this?" Gu Bai asked the people around him anxiously. "Civil Affairs Bureau," Zhou Yongxing said lightly. He stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. "What about that person just now?" Gu Bai turned around suddenly, staring at Zhou Shengulin with a pair of lifeless eyes. The other party received Gu Bai's gaze and laughed awkwardly. "Don't look at me like that, don't you always want a divorce?" But he was right. Gu Bai had always wanted to do this, ever since he first came here. Now he could finally get rid of it, and he could be so calm. The whole process was quick, and in less than half an hour, he got the still warm divorce certificate. Zhou Shengulin has already left. This was considered an insult to him, so he left before the process was completed, expressing his disdain in this way. Let's go. Gu Bai was in a good mood despite all this. He planned to go out for a meal in a good mood. No hurry, come with me, Zhou Yongxing said to him calmly. Gu Bai didn't know what the other party wanted to do, so he just followed him. Along the way, when Gu Bai got into the car and held the ID card in his hand, he was still confused. No, this he didn't know what to say, stammering, and looked helplessly at the person in the driver's seat. We are now legally together. He held Gu Bai's hand and whispered, "Happy wedding." What happened today was completely beyond his expectations. He had never thought about marrying Zhou Yongxing. Suddenly he was very touched. The other party had prepared everything, and Zhou Yongxing always gave him everything he wanted. Okay, happy wedding, Zhou Yongxing. He carefully felt the temperature and texture of the ID with his palm, reluctant to put it down. Does my photo look good? He's beautiful. He's the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Gu Bai smiled. Zhou Yongxing must be good looking. He really wanted to see what the two people looked like on this certificate. Would his smile not be good looking enough? How did you get the household registration book? He suddenly remembered this. Zhou Yongxing was with him almost every day, and he had never seen him go out for a long time. Your mother gave it to me. I haven't seen my mother for a long time. How is she now? Zhou Yongxing said calmly, it's fine. Let's bring her over to play with her for a while tomorrow. Good. He really knew what she was thinking, otherwise why could he handle things perfectly every time? Gu Bai instantly became more dependent on the man. This time they were really going to eat, and the destination was a high-end French restaurant. The waiter spoke a language that Gu Bai couldn't understand, but Zhou Yongxing could answer fluently, so he just had to wait quietly beside Zhou Yongxing for the other party to take him to his seat. Somehow he recalled the scene of their first date. The melodious classical music and the romantic atmosphere of the flickering candlelight left a deep impression on Gu Bai at the time. He wondered if this dinner would be as charming as that time. I smell a fragrance. Gu Bai held Zhou Yongxing's hand tightly and followed his steps. What's that smell? Zhou Yongxing asked back. The scent of flowers. Or something else. Zhou Yongxing didn't expect Gu Bai to notice it, so he smiled lightly. Eat first. Good. Gu Bai never worried about the food not being to his taste, because Zhou Yongxing would arrange everything. When the other party picked up the food and fed it to his mouth as usual, Gu Bai opened his mouth subconsciously, but stopped halfway. Just the two of us. Right. Only then did he eat the meal with peace of mind. The two of them finished the meal as if they were at home. Gu Bai felt a little full. Today's food was unusually to his liking. He thought it might be because he was in a good mood today. Chapter 62. Today's meal is really good. I'm a little full. Gu Bai touched his stomach with satisfaction. Zhou Yongxing looked at the person beside him lovingly. Sit for a while before leaving. Gu Bai shook his head and said, sitting is not good for digestion. Take me out for a walk. We will go home later. Today is their first day of marriage, and he doesn't want to go home so early. Gu Bai hopes to use this short period of time to do many things so that he can have richer memories in the future. Zhou Yongxing took him to the beach because he heard the sound of waves. There were not many people there at that time, and the sound of the surging sea water made Gu Bai feel calm. The sky was not as bright as before, and the sun was pulling at the clouds, about to sink into the sea. Zhou Yongxing held his hand and strolled in this refreshing atmosphere. Are you tired? Gu Bai shook his head. I'm not tired, the environment here is really good. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel it. It was his first time here. It was different from what Gu Bai remembered. It seemed brighter here. The flickering dim lights in front of him kept attracting Gu Bai. There were also bright small lights around him. Why are there so many lights here? It's really beautiful. Do you like it? Yeah, it's bright. I can feel it. Gu Bai smiled and looked at the flashing lights. Is there some activity going on up ahead? It's so bright, he asked, holding Zhou Yongxing's arm. Want to go over and take a look? Gu Bai hesitated for a moment. Are there many people? Not much. I'm here. Zhou Yongxing pushed away the tuft of hair that was blocking Gu Bai's eyes. His eyes were full of affection, but the person in front of him couldn't see it. His bright black eyes were dull. Good. Zhou Yongxing led Gu Bai and walked slowly in that direction. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Gu Bai felt that the noisy noise became a lot smaller after they came over, and he also vaguely heard the sound of whispering. Will there be any gossip about him? He is half blind now, otherwise he would definitely find out who said that. It's okay. Zhou Yongxing held his hand tightly and said gently, do you want to go sit down? Okay. Gu Bai was too lazy to care about it. As long as they lived well, it didn't matter what others said. Now they had a marriage certificate, he was not afraid of others gossiping, he would confront anyone who dared to say it. Why don't you sit down? Gu Bai raised his head and asked. Zhou Yongxing clapped his hands and said, is there anything else I haven't done? What's the matter? Is it from the company? No. Is it urgent? Why don't we go back first? Gu Bai wanted to stand up after he said that, but was held down by Zhou Yongxing. He felt Zhou Yongxing squatting down and holding his hand, and then there was a strange noise around him. Although it was not loud, Gu Bai heard it. He was a little confused. Please stand up and sit down. There are seats here. After saying that, he touched the seat next to him to confirm that it was indeed empty. Gu Bai. Zhou Yongxing called very gently and seriously. Are you happy today? Gu Bai was even more confused now. In his impression, Zhou Yongxing usually wouldn't ask such questions, so he said curiously, happy. Unexpectedly, the other party then asked, are you happy to marry me? Gu Bai laughed twice, his voice was pleasant and sweet, happy. This is the source of all his happiness today. Gu Bai. This was the second time he called him. Ah, what's wrong? You look so weird. Then Zhou Yongxing held his hand and asked, are you willing to live with me forever? When Zhou Yongxing put a cold ring-shaped object in his hand, Gu Bai realized what was going on. He looked up suddenly, facing the shadow in front of him. The crowd around him cheered, made a fuss, and laughed. It turned out that Zhou Yongxing had arranged everything today, and he didn't know anything, just waiting for a surprise. Suddenly, Gu Bai's eyes were red, for no reason. He didn't expect Zhou Yongxing to give him such a proposal scene, and Gu Bai didn't even think that one day, he would be the protagonist in such a romantic scene. The word he said was trembling, and Gu Bai kept nodding. Okay, he spoke incoherently, and it was clearly the simplest answer, but he couldn't even finish it. Why are you crying? Zhou Yongxing gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Gu Bai held the ring with his hands shaking. I do. Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing gently pulled his hand away, and Gu Bai felt the cool temperature of the ring on his nail, which was moving up along his ring finger and then stopped at the last knuckle. The ring was cold, but at this moment his heart was extremely hot. Don't regret it now, help me put it on. Zhou Yongxing stretched his fingers into Gu Bai's hand, he groped the other's fingers, and slowly put the ring on them. After completing this action, Zhou Yongxing wrapped Gu Bai's hand in his palm, leaned forward, and kissed his lips when Gu Bai was not prepared. The people around him cheered again. What Gu Bai didn't know was that a large number of them were his fans. Some little girls who couldn't bear it were moved to tears, and some were taking videos with their mobile phones. This time they were together openly. After the kiss, Gu Bai's face turned red, and it was unclear whether it was because of embarrassment or because he had just cried. But he was really embarrassed, so he touched his ear. Zhou Yongxing knew that he was shy. After all, Gu Bai was shy outside. Because it was getting dark and the wind was strong at the seaside, Zhou Yongxing took Gu Bai away from there. When they sat on the big bed in the luxury hotel by the sea, Gu Bai finally came back to his senses, and kept rubbing the ring he had just put on in his hand. Zhou Yongxing hugged him from behind, resting his chin on Gu Bai's shoulder, and put their hands together. He touched the ring on his hand, which was one size larger than his own, and his heart seemed to be filled with something. Is the beach beautiful today? He really wanted to see the proposal scene arranged by Zhou Yongxing with his own eyes. It must be beautiful because he could feel the flashing neon lights and the faint fragrance of flowers with his broken eyes. You look better. Faced with Zhou Yongxing's sudden cheesiness, Gu Bai chuckled. For a moment, Gu Bai felt very sleepy for no reason. He usually went to bed at this time, but today was their wedding night. Gu Bai pulled himself together and told himself that he couldn't just fall asleep like this. The two chatted for a while, and Zhou Yongxing took Gu Bai to take a shower. When the hot water was running, Gu Bai still stayed in bed. He was really sleepy. About 10 minutes later. Okay, come here. Zhou Yongxing walked to the bathroom door. Gu Bai stood up with difficulty and wanted to go over, but he fell to the ground as soon as he stood up. He had no strength in his legs. His legs seemed to have lost all feeling and he couldn't stand up no matter how hard he tried. What's going on? Zhou Yongxing ran over as soon as he fell and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Gu Bai shook his head. "My legs seem to be weak. Can you help me up?" Zhou Yongxing slowly pulled him up, but he still couldn't stand up, so he carried Gu Bai back to the bed. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Zhou Yongxing asked, pinching Gu Bai's legs gently a few times. No. This feeling was so strange. If he hadn't just come back from outside, he would have suspected that he was paralyzed. He had feeling in his legs but no strength. Zhou Yongxing picked up his cell phone and dialed Uncle Zhang's number quickly. Not long after, they were on the way to the hospital. "What's wrong with him?" Zhou Yongxing asked like a doctor. Gu Bai, sitting in a wheelchair, was also waiting for the other party's reply. To be more specific, further examination is needed. The only explanation we can give now is that the patient was in a car accident before, and the brain was hit, causing sequelae. The doctor said, pointing to the picture on the wall. "So what's going on with him now?" "As I just said, the specific situation still needs further examination. After these items, we found that the patient does not have any problems and his body functions are normal." The doctor showed him the test results. Gu Bai moved his legs slightly, and he felt something. He wondered if he had made a mistake, or if his legs were numb when he was doing it. So he moved a few times, and was ready to stand up and try, but he still failed, and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. "Don't worry, it's okay." Zhou Yongxing steadied him. Since it was too late today, Zhou Yongxing did not insist on continuing, but took Gu Bai home directly. He was not in a good mood. He had been in a good mood the whole day, but now he didn't seem that happy. "Will I never be able to stand up again? Will I have to live in a wheelchair for the rest of my life? Once something happens, people will think about the worst possible scenario." At this moment, Gu Bai was wondering if he would become a paraplegic in the future. Zhou Yongxing seemed to know what he was thinking. He walked over to him and squatted down. "It's okay, Gu Bai. Trust me." His words were like a dose of tranquilizer, stopping Gu Bai's wild thoughts. Good. The next day, Zhou Yongxing took Gu Bai to the hospital again for further examination. The results were the same as last night, everything was normal and there was no problem. Faced with Gu Bai's condition, the doctor was also puzzled. The most terrifying thing was that he couldn't find the cause of the disease. "After a whole morning of trouble, I came to the conclusion that I should go home and observe for a while, and then come back for another checkup after a while." Gu Bai was a little disappointed. The more this happened, the more uneasy he became. Zhou Yongxing then asked Uncle Zhang to take Gu Bai to the car first, and he went to the doctor again. At this time, the doctor took out the report. The patient had been injected with synthetic drugs before. This kind of drug is not available in China, and Mr. Gu is also the first case of being injected with a total drug, so I am not sure if it is related to this. He picked up the report and continued, "Mr. Gu's sequelae are most likely left over from that incident. In fact, it was already very remarkable that he was able to wake up normally that time, but the situation is still very good, but you still have to be careful. There is always a chance of accidents." Zhou Yongxing didn't say anything. On the way to the garage, the report in his hand was squeezed out of shape and finally torn up mercilessly by the person holding it and thrown into the trash can. Chapter 63. The joy that Zhou Yongxing brought to Gu Bai at the beginning was almost gone. As his health grew weaker, Gu Bai felt more and more that something was wrong. Something was wrong with his body. He clearly felt that his body was slowly getting worse. It was not that he had not gone to the hospital for a checkup, but the doctor could not find out the cause. Every time he said everything was normal and he should rest. But Gu Bai had a premonition that if he continued like this, he would only get worse. Zhou Yongxing took him to many hospitals, and the results were similar. So Zhou Yongxing planned to send Gu Bai abroad to try. Since knowing that Gu Bai's illness was most likely caused by that medicine, Zhou Yongxing lost all patience with those who started it and openly suppressed them. Zhang Qi spent the rest of his life in prison. The Zhou family was on the verge of bankruptcy. The Zhou family was on the verge of collapse, hiding from debts everywhere, and Zhou's father was finally arrested because of illegal sources of funds. The Zhou family was completely defeated in this city. Zhou Yongxing still remembers the twisted and struggling look on Zhou Shenggulin's face when he came to find him. That was what he deserved. Since Mother Ji was still in the Ji family, Zhou Yongxing finally left a way out for Ji Zhancheng. However, the road that should be cut off had to be cut off. Father Ji had been cold and harsh to Gu Bai all his life because of the company, so he had to work hard for the company for most of his life and walk the difficult road again. What Zhou Yongxing is most worried about now is Gu Bai's health. He is more worried than Gu Bai, but on the surface he still has a calm expression. He knows clearly that during this period of time, he is Gu Bai's other half to rely on. He cannot panic in order to ensure Gu Bai's mentality as much as possible. Do you want to go out for a walk? Zhou Yongxing squatted down, held Gu Bai's hand, and asked the person in front of him. Gu Bai turned his gaze to the direction of the voice, his face indifferent, now. Seeing the silence of the person in the wheelchair, Zhou Yongxing continued to say gently, today's sunset is particularly beautiful. He laughed, okay, let's go. How could Gu Bai not know Zhou Yongxing's little thoughts? Going out for a walk was actually to relax, and he didn't want to stay so gloomy. But today's sunset is really beautiful. The passionate red sun is struggling in the pull of the sea of clouds. The two sides are confronting each other without giving in, and finally half of the sky is turned red. I don't know whether it will be the scorching sun that burns the clouds or the fragile clouds that submerge the red sun in the end. However, no matter how shocking and amazing the scene was, it was very unfamiliar to Gu Bai at this moment. He could not see all these beautiful things, and could not even take a glimpse of the beautiful scenery. His eyes were no longer as useful as before. The eyes that used to be able to see vague outlines could only distinguish whether it was day or night. The vast white field of vision was like looking at the world through frosted glass. No matter how hard he rubbed it, it remained the same. So he became uneasy, depressed, and no longer wanted to observe all this. He began to rely more on Zhou Yongxing beside him. Sometimes, just 2 or 3 minutes of separation would make Gu Bai fall into deep anxiety and panic. He felt that the world was abandoning him. This is a small path in the villa area. Unlike the wide roads outside, there are some old ginkgo trees on both sides. It is the junction of late autumn and early winter. The leaves on the trees took advantage of the wind's hand when no one noticed, and ended their lives after experiencing the last air travel. No one noticed. Later, when a car passed by occasionally, it would carry away the whole piece of ginkgo leaves, and among them was its own body. Then I heard someone say, "Wow, it's beautiful." I don't know whether he is saying that the car is beautiful or that it is so beautiful. Gu Bai was wrapped in a scarf by Zhou Yongxing, with his entire chin buried in it, revealing only a vague nose and eyes that were looking forward. Although winter had not officially arrived, the occasional wind was dry, cold and sharp, scratching people's faces painfully. "Have you put on gloves?" Gu Bai asked. "I brought it," Zhou Yongxing answered while pushing him. The person in the wheelchair heard what he said, turned around and touched Zhou Yongxing's hand, and said angrily, "You lied to me, you obviously didn't bring it. Didn't I remind you when I went out just now?" He did remind her, but Zhou Yongxing only remembered to put the scarf on Gu Bai, and didn't even think about the gloves he put on the cabinet when he walked out the door. "I forgot this time, but I will definitely do it next time." "You probably won't remember it next time." He sighed, turned around and continued looking ahead. The ginkgo leaves were under their feet, and they seemed to be able to hear the sound of broken tendons when they stepped on them. It was probably an illusion, Gu Bai thought. Where are we going now? He could only feel the temperature but not the color. He felt at ease because Zhou Yongxing was behind him. He imagined various scenes in his Minda deserted forest trail, a warm and sunny people's park, or a busy street. The latter two seemed unlikely because there were fewer people around and more silence in nature. The air was not so impatient, and everything was just right. Walking down the road, Gu Bai suddenly laughed out loud. Zhou Yongxing's unnecessary words actually made him lose his temper. However, he heard the other party say, "There is only a road for the two of us. There are yellow ginkgo leaves under our feet and 2 rows of ginkgo trees around us." Following Zhou Yongxing's words, Gu Bai imagined the blueprint of the scene in his mind. "Will a ginkgo leaf fall on me?" Zhou Yongxing smiled and answered Gu Bai's question, "Yes. I don't believe it. If there is, it must be you who picked it up and gave it to me." As he spoke, a leaf really fell into his hand. The soft touch made him pause, so he carefully picked it up by feeling the shape of the veins on the leaf. That's what he said, but when it really happened, he couldn't tell whether it was Yi Zi who fell into his arms by herself or Zhou Yongxing who did it on purpose. Although he couldn't tell, he still felt from the bottom of his heart that Zhou Yongxing was just trying to make him happy. He held the fallen leaf in his palm and suddenly felt that it was no big deal. Are you going to the hospital tomorrow? This was the first time that Gu Bai took the initiative to bring it up, because this disease was like a thorn and Gu Bai didn't dare to move, as any movement would wake him up. Zhou Yongxing did not answer, but stopped beside the chair next to him. He looked at the person in front of him and felt very powerless. For the first time, Zhou Yongxing realized that he was not omnipotent. It turned out that there were times when he was helpless. He could not stop Gu Bai's misfortune. This was the most troublesome thing for Zhou Yongxing. Gu Bai. There was helplessness in his voice. I don't know why I feel a sense of crisis. We won't go to the hospital here tomorrow. We plan to go abroad for treatment. What do you think? Zhou Yongxing said gently, and helped Gu Bai pull his scarf. Abroad? I guess the medical facilities here are not good enough for treatment. Thinking of this, Gu Bai himself didn't know how he felt. Then he said calmly, Zhou Yongxing. Why don't we just stop trying, and forget about it if it doesn't work? This sentence was filled with Gu Bai's sadness, helplessness, and indifference. He didn't want Zhou Yongxing to rack her brains to think of a solution for him anymore, and Gu Bai himself was tired. Zhou Yongxing didn't say anything, and there was silence for the rest of the time. The quiet environment made Gu Bai feel uncomfortable. When he was about to ask, the other party stood up and pushed him back. Gu Bai knew that Zhou Yongxing was angry. He was like this every time, silent and refusing to communicate. He knew that it must be what he said just now that annoyed him, but what he said was his true inner thoughts. Are you angry? Gu Bai asked in a nonchalant manner. The other party still didn't answer him. I was just talking casually, don't take it seriously. Don't say such things next time. Zhou Yongxing said solemnly, and the cousin could hear a lot of emotion in his voice. He knew that this man cared about him a lot, so much that he couldn't even say forget it. But the more this happened, the more uneasy and frightened Gu Bai became. In the end, he became afraid. Yes, he was afraid. He was afraid that he would not see the sun the next day. After returning home, even though she was angry, she did not forget to put the hot water bottle into Gu Bai's arms. Are you still angry? While the other party was standing up, Gu Bai grabbed him with one hand and said with a smile. Zhou Yongxing squatted down again and said, I'm not angry. You're fine. I know. Yes, he knew. How about going to country M and giving it a try? Zhou Yongxing rested his forehead against Gu Bai's and murmured. The two people's breathing intertwined. Okay. Gu Bai finally compromised, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. What are the conditions? Zhou Yongxing let him go and asked. You stay here. Hearing Gu Bai's request, Zhou Yongxing frowned instantly. No, I have to be by your side. Then I won't go. Don't mess around. Gu Bai continued stubbornly. I'm not throwing a tantrum, I'm serious, let Uncle Zhang go with me. Uncle Zhang can't handle all the things, it's not convenient for you. Zhou Yongxing really didn't dare to let Gu Bai disappear under his nose, he was worried. Don't you believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. That's good, trust me for once. Zhou Yongxing didn't say anything else. He didn't understand why his lover was so stubborn today and even refused to eat or drink. The air suddenly became quiet, and both of them fell silent at the same time. Gu Bai was waiting for the other party's reply, while Zhou Yongxing was thinking about this proposal. Okay, but you have to keep me on the phone all the time. I need to know your condition and bring your mother with you. This was the biggest concession Zhou Yongxing made. Why do you want to bring my mother? Gu Bai thought. Zhou Yongxing agreed, but when he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but frown again. Then I'll go. The two of them argued back and forth, and the final solution was that Gu Bai would take his mother Gu along. When do we set off? After making the decision, Gu Bai wanted to know the specific time. The day after tomorrow. He made an appointment with the doctor there for the day after tomorrow. Gu Bai nodded. This meant that he had to pack up and prepare to go there tomorrow. There was really no time left for him at all. Chapter 64. Don't go to work tomorrow. This was the first time that Gu Bai made such a request. Usually he would rush the other party to go to the company. Zhou Yongxing would agree to Gu Bai's request 100%, let alone such a trivial proposal. Go somewhere with me. Where are you going? Anywhere. Any place would be fine. He wanted to create some meaningful memories with her in the last days, the kind of memories that would make him not feel lonely and isolated when he thought of them, and would make the corners of his mouth curl up when he thought of them. For some reason, Gu Bai always felt uneasy in his heart, but he seemed to be always uneasy, not only because of the physical reason he brought to her, but also because of his mental and sixth sense. These things were constantly draining his body and making him uneasy. This outing was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but Zhou Yunxing still made arrangements in an orderly manner. Gu Bai was worried at first whether the time would be too tight, and when he was about to give up on Zhou Yunxing, the other party had already planned the route. Still at the seaside, Gu Bai likes the sea, so Zhou Yunxing set the destination on a small island. Zhou Yunxing bought the island temporarily, and there were no other extra people, which was exactly what Gu Bai wanted. The journey was quite long, and when he got there, Gu Bai felt a little tired. The wind on the island was humid and mixed with a salty taste, but surprisingly not uncomfortable. He liked the scenery on the island. Across the balcony was the endless blue sea. If Gu Bai could see at this time, he might be able to see whether there were waves surging outside. The villa was built in an excellent location on the island, and the field of vision could take into account every corner of the island that was worth appreciating. Because of the sticky air on the sea, after taking the boat all the way, the two took a shower as soon as they arrived, and they felt much fresher than before. Zhou Yunxing came out after washing, wiping his hair with a towel in his hand, and saw Gu Bai alone on the spacious balcony, with his eyes slightly open. His relaxed expression showed that he was enjoying everything at the moment, feeling the message brought by the sea breeze and the call from afar in his ears. Why don't you get dressed before coming out? Zhou Yunxing put the scarf he brought around Gu Bai's neck. It was late autumn, and the wind was strong. Besides, we were at sea, and sometimes the wind was as sharp and cold as a knife cutting our face. But Gu Bai didn't feel that, and thus got a lecture from Zhou Yunxing. I don't feel cold. But his hands were cold. Gu Bai even doubted whether he had such a high and righteous character that he could withstand such a gust of icy cold wind. Did you wash your hair? Gu Bai guessed and asked. Yeah. After saying that, he walked into the house. Don't go yet, I'll blow it for you. Gu Bai maneuvered the wheelchair to catch up with the other party. Zhou Yunxing let him do whatever he wanted, and just pulled him to turn the direction when he bumped into the table and chair. He got the hair dryer in his hand and prepared to use it completely by feeling. The wet hair is cold, just like the feeling of washing hands with cold water in winter, but the hair dryer blows hot air, and the wind hits the back of the hand, and the palm is cold. Slowly the wind makes the palm, and then the whole palm becomes warm. Zhou Yunxing's hair also became warm and felt unusually soft and smooth. I remember the first time I blew your hair. Gu Bai said, touching the hair in his hand. At that time, they were not that familiar with each other. Gu Bai called him uncle, and Zhou Yunxing only treated Gu Bai as his cousin's son. At that time, Gu Bai also helped him blow dry his hair, but Zhou Yunxing was careless at that time and just treated it as a game. Well, you were cuter back then. Zhou Yunxing also remembered it and couldn't help but joked. You're not cute at all. I am handsome. Zhou Yunxing, are you starting to dislike me? He turned off the hair dryer in his hand because the other person's hair was almost dry, but Zhou Yunxing thought Gu Bai was really angry. So he took immediate action and hugged Gu Bai into his arms. Are you angry? Because he couldn't see, his body lost balance and frightened him, and he even pulled his arms out twice. Why didn't you mention it? It's scary. After figuring out the situation, Gu Bai murmured again, I'm not that petty. I was just kidding, but if it's true, then you have to bear with it. You have to get through today, and I'll be gone tomorrow. The most sad thing is the farewell that is mentioned unintentionally. Gu Bai originally thought that the two of them must leave a pleasant impression today, but he didn't expect that he would make himself sad. Yes, he is leaving tomorrow. Zhou Yunxing didn't say anything, just hugged him, and finally whispered in his ear, if you don't get better, I really dislike you, so you have to get better soon. Good. Zhou Yunxing really liked that every time Gu Bai said this word, it was like he was giving away all his trust and making a promise to him wholeheartedly. Why do you always like to hug me? Gu Bai nestled in Zhou Yunxing's arms. Didn't I hug you before? Zhou Yunxing lowered his head, put his chin on the other's head, and looked at the scenery outside together. He thought he should bring Gu Bai here in the summer, spring or early autumn, so that they could stroll along the beach, just like the day he proposed to her. Everything was just right. I want to go out. Gu Bai suddenly spoke as if he knew what Zhou Yongxing was thinking. This made Zhou Yongxing hesitate. The weather outside is not very good, it's windy. I'm not that delicate. I'm not Lin Daiyu who falls down at the slightest whistle. Gu Bai felt helpless. He always felt that Zhou Yongxing protected him too well. Yes, Sister Gu. Zhou Yongxing deliberately made a low voice to tease Gu Bai, and unsurprisingly got rewarded with a punch from the other party. Sister, are you going to make me angry? I can't bear to do that. Gu Bai made a gesture of disdain but still had a smile on his face. They were even joking with each other and didn't feel bored. After resting in the villa for a while, Zhou Yongxing brought Gu Bai out. However, Gu Bai, who was wrapped like a big bun in the wheelchair, was not very happy. At this time, he was irritably pulling the scarf wrapped around his neck and the heavy hat on his head. I told you not to wear so much. I'm not cold at all now. Gu Bai said to the person behind him dissatisfiedly. It's right not to be cold. Gu Bai didn't want to argue with him anymore and simply refused to communicate. You are so annoying that my mother is so long-winded. Then just call me mom. Zhou Yongxing said the incredible words calmly, shocking Gu Bai who was tidying up his scarf with a look of disbelief. Zhou Yongxing, you are not sick, are you? Is there something wrong with your brain? Are you annoying? I am so annoyed. I am so annoyed. Please go away as soon as possible. I'm your uncle, why are you becoming more and more disrespectful? I still remember that you were like a little quail in front of me and didn't dare to say a word. Zhou Yongxing said in a serious tone. He liked Gu Bai arguing with him like this, which made him feel that a living lover was by his side. What little quail? I didn't know you well at that time, and I didn't want to talk to you, okay? Do you still owe me money? When I talk about the past, all kinds of things come to mind, including that dramatic first encounter. No way. You are so stingy even though you were so rich. Gu Bai almost thought that the other party wanted him to pay back the money, but he thought about it and realized that they were already married and had shared property, so there was no such thing as not paying back the debt. So he put his heart at ease. However, this debt relationship is also a kind of fate. Without that incident, the two of them might not be where they are today. Do you want to default on your debt? Seeing Gu Bai's astonished expression, Zhou Yongxing couldn't help but continue speaking. What do you mean by denying it? It was not my fault at all. I was acting bravely and risking my life to help someone else. Okay, although I caused the accident, I am also a good young man. He couldn't deny it. No matter how he looked at it, it was all his responsibility. Although he did a good deed by saving the little girl, no one forced him to do it with a knife. Good young man, have you forgotten where we first met? The wind was a little strong, and Zhou Yongxing adjusted his hat for him while speaking. Ah. Wasn't that the first time we met? He thought that the first time they met was the car accident. Gu Bai clearly remembered that under the light of the car, Zhou Yongxing's perfect handsome face made him sigh inwardly. No way. Have we met before? You weren't secretly observing me. Zhou Yongxing also compromised with his suspicion, and might say something shocking next. I first met you at a bar. Have you forgotten where you came out from before the car accident? Gu Bai raised his eyebrows and thought carefully. Bar. The not-so-serious bar. He remembered that he was approached by someone at that time, but he didn't know who it was. It was quite confusing. Let me tell you, a rich man approached me and he insisted on treating me to a drink. But I am an honest person and would not accept charity. Do you think that rich man was attracted to me? If he had agreed to my request that day, you would not be by his side now. He laughed after saying that. Although his words sounded annoying, the laughter was still pleasant. Yes. Zhou Yongxing's irrelevant words made Gu Bai confused. What is it? I'm attracted to you. How do you know? Gu Bai didn't understand Zhou Yongxing's conversation logic and asked puzzledly. Because I was there. Gu Bai paused and thought I just made up a bunch of nonsense, and Zhou Yongxing must be laughing. That dishonest person, could it be you? He raised his voice, full of disbelief. Seeing his expression, Zhou Yongxing was certain that the other party must have just found out that it was they who invited him that day. Yes, I, Jingyi and another friend were betting at the time, and you helped me win a piece of land. Then I am really awesome. Gu Bai was helpless. Well, you already knew how to make money for the family. Gu Bai's face was full of calculation and shrewdness at that time, and Zhou Yongxing has never forgotten it. What kind of traffic jam are you guys in? He was a little curious. Zhou Yongxing stopped and said, I'll tell you when I get home. Now, we have more important things to do. What's up? By boat. Chapter 65. Take a boat. Gu Bai asked doubtfully. Later he realized that riding a boat was really riding a boat, but this boat was called a yacht. He was a little scared. You drive. With the help of Zhou Yongxing, he finally secured himself on the boat. Gu Bai had never been on a yacht, whether in the real world or here. He had only seen this thing on TV. It was fast, and it felt very unsafe as it flew on a sponge that was shaking all the time. So the first thing Gu Bai did when he got on the boat was to grab the railing tightly with his hands. Zhou Yongxing noticed his nervousness and comforted him, Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. Zhou Yongxing hired someone in advance, and now he sat next to Gu Bai. They agreed to play together, so of course they would play together all the time. Zhou Yongxing held Gu Bai's hand. When he heard that the other party would sit next to him, Gu Bai's fear instantly reduced by more than half, and he reached out to Zhou Yongxing and grabbed his arm. Zhou Yongxing turned around and hugged him into his arms. Gu Bai felt the man's warm embrace and became more convinced that Zhou Yongxing liked hugging him more and more. He was too lazy to say anything. Anyway, he liked her very much. He was going abroad tomorrow and didn't know when they would hug each other again. Thinking of this, he began to crave the warmth in the other's arms. Even when the yacht was moving, the sea breeze attacked his entire body, even his facial features. Gu Bai didn't feel how piercing it was. Zhou Yongxing's arms were warm and hot, warming his heart at all times. He couldn't see what was around him, and could only rely on all his senses except vision. Are you cold? He tightened his hand on the person in his arms. Gu Bai shook his head and said calmly, What is the surrounding like? Zhou Yongxing put his face in his soft hair and squinted his eyes. It's beautiful. It feels like we are the only ones in this place. Is the sea blue? Blue. That must be beautiful. Every time I'm at the beach, I imagine what it would be like in the middle of the ocean. Now it has finally come true, but he has become unable to appreciate it all. But it doesn't matter, he has another pair of eyes. Can you look at the sea for me? Zhou Yongxing actually started to think about how to describe all this, and after thinking for a moment he said, Okay. This sea is boundless. We can only see the distant horizon and a few small islands. We are wandering here now. The sky is also blue, but not as deep as the sea. It is very much like your eyes. He stared at Gu Bai, who was listening to him carefully. The other party was imagining all the scenes he had just mentioned in his mind, imagining the place they were in to be his favorite. What is our purpose? Forever. The conversation between the two ended here, and they enjoyed the rough wind and waves during this gentle period of time. Zhou Yongxing was still worried about Gu Bai's health, so he didn't stay at sea for too long. However, after returning, Gu Bai still caught a cold and kept coughing. Gu Bai also realized that his body was deteriorating much faster than he thought. They watched the sunset before coming back. Gu Bai imagined the grandeur of the rising sun from what the other person said, as if he had really seen it. His cough became worse when he woke up overnight. He was in a state of depression, but he still tried to cheer himself up and said goodbye to Zhou Yongxing. Mother Gu also accompanied him. Zhou Yongxing sent them to the airport, but Gu Bai didn't want to leave. When someone is about to leave, people really have a premonition. Gu Bai has always been uneasy. He always feels that this separation will take a long time. He is reluctant to leave, but he can't do anything about it. Gu Bai knows that this is his own psychological effect, but this inexplicable sense of separation makes him feel suffocated. Not only Gu Bai, but Zhou Yongxing's eyes were filled with heartache as he looked at the extremely fragile person in front of him. I don't want to go anymore. It was almost time and they had to leave. Can I go with you? Zhou Yongxing said gently to Gu Bai. Gu Bai's eyes suddenly turned red. No. He was reluctant to let him go, but Gu Bai didn't want Zhou Yongxing to worry with him. He knew how he was in Zhou Yongxing's heart. The more pain he suffered physically, the more uncomfortable Zhou Yongxing felt. This was too cruel. Gu Bai would rather the other party not see it, so that it would be a little relieved. Then why are you crying? He touched the corner of Gu Bai's eyes, very gently and carefully. I'm happy. I'll be well soon. Zhou Yongxing laughed twice and said, Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Then you have to come pick me up then. Good. I can't go find anyone else until I come back. Good. Remember to call me. Good. Gu Bai's voice was shaking as he spoke. The registration reminder rang out again in the hall, telling them that they could not delay any longer. For a moment, Zhou Yongxing wanted to go over together, but Gu Bai was extremely persistent on this matter. In the last minute, Gu Bai said firmly, "Wait for me to come back. Wait until you come back." His separated hands instantly became cold, and his whole body was telling him that he was going to leave that person. "We will hold the wedding when you come back," Zhou Yongxing said loudly, looking at Gu Bai's figure. Gu Bai stopped, turned around and answered seriously, "Okay." The plane flew across the sky, preparing to stop in another city. It was a long time after getting off the plane that Gu Bai received a call from Zhou Yongxing. As soon as they separated, he couldn't help but miss each other. "Are we there yet?" Zhou Yongxing was in the company's office at this time. "Yeah, just arrived. The accommodation here is a small villa arranged by Zhou Yongxing. The other party is very considerate. He covered all the furniture with edges and corners with velvet covers in advance, and there were thick blankets on the floor, so even if you fall to the ground, you won't feel any pain." Mother Gu was also pleased with Zhou Yongxing's arrangement. She felt that her son finally had someone who loved him. "Are you feeling unwell?" Zhou Yongxing was very worried about Gu Bai's health. When he heard that he was not feeling well, he immediately frowned and said, "Don't worry, I'll call the doctor over there." "No, I'm just a little tired of thinking about you." Zhou Yongxing put down the phone he had just picked up, exhaled, and said helplessly, "Don't scare me. I'll come and keep you company. Don't come over here, you promised me. It's because someone missed me so much that he was sick." "Come on, I said I didn't miss you, so I cough and that's why I made you sad, okay? Cough. Gu Bai started coughing again, and his mother quickly poured him a glass of water. Only then did Gu Bai feel better. "I'm fine." Before Zhou Yongxing could ask, he answered first. "I've contacted them and will arrange it as soon as possible. Can you bear with me for 2 more days? I'm fine. I don't feel that uncomfortable. You don't have to humor me." "Almost there." Zhou Yongxing turned the pen back and forth hundreds of times. "It's almost time, you can come back to me. Is it convenient for you now?" There were only Gu Bai and his mother here, so there was nothing inconvenient. "No, what's wrong? Give the phone to your cousin first." As soon as Mrs. Gu picked up the phone, she received a video call request, so she clicked it and put it back in Gu Bai's hand. "What is it?" "Nothing, I just wanted to see you." Zhou Yongxing looked at the love of his life through the phone screen, frowning in displeasure. Too thin. As Gu Bai's condition worsened, he became thinner and thinner. He was just skin and bones. His face was abnormally pale and his lips had no blood. Zhou Yongxing felt distressed that he had misplaced this young man who had been bedridden for several years. "Did you start the video?" "Yeah, that's right. Can you see me now?" Gu Bai asked like a curious child at this time, which made Zhou Yongxing on the opposite side feel warm in his heart. "Yes, I can see you. But I want to see you, too." It was a very ordinary sentence, but it pierced the hearts of 2 people. "It will be soon. I will wait for you to come back and visit you every day until you are old and in your 70s. You don't care about your age, old man Zhou." After saying that, he burst into laughter. Gu Bai is always energetic and passionate when Zhou Yongxing is around. "Your lover, I am still handsome even when I am old." Zhou Yongxing did not forget to brag about himself. Gu Bai imagined in his mind that Zhou Yongxing, who was in his 80s, was a handsome grandfather. Generally, they are very philandering and like to flirt with the pretty aunties dancing in the square. That handsome old man named Zhou Yongxing can only dance square dance with an old man named Gu Bai. Gu Bai laughed, because he thought of the 2 of them dancing in the square with crutches when they were old. He wanted to chat with Zhou Yongxing, and he liked to imagine some strange things more and more. "Then wait for me to come back and dance with you in the square. It won't be long then." During the time, Gu Bai was always in a daze during his free time except when he was talking to Zhou Yongxing. The relaxed chat on the phone was filled with his thoughts that he had nowhere to put. But recently the calls were getting shorter and shorter, and Gu Bai always felt tired and short of breath. People always have a premonition of leaving. The first examination and surgery were not completely successful, so Gu Bai's return date was postponed. For the first time, Gu Bai felt that fate was unfair. He was unwilling, gloomy, and the endless longing and waiting made his emotions depressed and changeable. Sometimes he would cry uncontrollably when talking to Zhou Yunxing, but he would not allow anyone who could comfort him to come to his side. Whenever Zhou Yunxing had a plan, Gu Bai would always recover in the shortest possible time. One time, Mother Gu couldn't help but ask, "Since you miss him so much, why don't you let him come over? It will be good for both of you." She still remembered what her son said, "Not everyone can bear it. People are strongest when they are alone. I am afraid that I will not be able to hold on once Zhou Yunxing appears in front of me. Zhou Yunxing is the best person I have ever met in my life. How can I bear to let him come to see me and then suffer alone? Sometimes out of sight is quiet. People always have a strong premonition of leaving." Before the second operation began, he first called Zhou Yunxing. They didn't talk about anything important, just small talk. Gu Bai talked about a lot of things, including the flowers in the greenhouse at home and the mischief of Dong Chang's son. That was their longest phone call. "Wait until I come back. Wait until you come back." They ended the call with these two sentences. Chapter 66. Time flows bit by bit, just like the red line on the electrocardiogram, constantly beating, fluctuating carelessly without paying any attention to the anxiety of others. After Zhou Yunxing finished his last phone call with Gu Bai, he booked the nearest flight without any hesitation. He finally lost his patience. He couldn't sit on the chair across the coast from Gu Bai and wait quietly for news. Every minute and every second was endless torment and pain. After getting on the plane, he would be able to see the person he had been thinking about day and night in 2 or 3 hours. The roar of the plane taking off rang in his ears, and he couldn't fall asleep. As soon as Zhou Yunxing closed his eyes, he would think of his lover who was in the operating room. Somehow, he suddenly recalled the scene on the night his parents had a car accident. That was the most unbearable nightmare in his life. He was afraid that he would receive the same news this time. Sitting and waiting for death often made him feel that the people around him were getting farther and farther away, and then disappearing into a place where he could not reach them. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Yunxing looked ahead with unfocused eyes, waiting for the plane to land so that he could quickly reach Gu Bai. On the other hand, he became more and more uneasy. Ever since he was pushed into the operating room, that uneasiness continued to grow. His whole body was in resistance, as if he had not entered an operating room, but the 18th level of hell from which he would never be reborn. The dazzling surgical light shone on his head. Because of his blurred vision, he could face the strong light with his eyes open without any expression. Deep in the unknown, Gu Bai's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. The doctor may have noticed his panic and tried to comfort him, but he couldn't understand the foreign language they spoke very well, and the chattering did not have a soothing effect. This uneasiness reached its peak when the cold liquid entered his body. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. Gu Bai was too tired and the effect of the medicine took effect too quickly. Before he could regret, endless drowsiness overwhelmed him. Gradually, Gu Bai didn't even have the strength to move a finger. In the last moment before he fell into darkness, Zhou Yunxing's face was unusually clear, smiling at him. It was dark all around, with only one beam of light, and Zhou Yunxing was standing under that single beam of light, with a gentle and warm smile on his face. Gu Bai looked around suddenly because of the sudden change in the environment, and he remembered that the last time he saw such a scene was when they had a car accident. This time, Gu Bai didn't dare to move forward rashly and just stood where he was. Suddenly, a black hole appeared behind Gu Bai, and it grew bigger and bigger, from the size of a bean to the size of a person. The huge attraction seemed to suck him in. Gu Bai panicked. There was nothing he could do. He struggled to move towards Zhou Yunxing from where he was. He didn't care about what he was thinking now. The other person just stood there with a smile on his face, waiting for him motionlessly, and stretched out his hand to him. The fear of the changes around him made Gu Bai want to find someone like him to stand together. But he ran for a long time, and the road seemed endless. Gu Bai ran for almost half an hour before he realized that he was just standing still. The distance between him and Zhou Yunxing seemed close, as if he could touch each other's fingertips if he took a few more steps forward. But these few steps seemed to be a century apart. No matter how fast Gu Bai ran, he could not stand beside him. Zhou Yunxing. The black hole behind him was getting closer and bigger. Only then did he discover that his eyes could actually see anything clearly, and everything around him was clearly presented in his eyes. However, Gu Bai had no time to take care of these messy things. All his attention was focused on the handsome man in front of him. The other party didn't say anything. Gu Bai became anxious and started shouting Zhou Yunxing's name loudly and incoherently. Gu Bai always felt that the thing behind him would have no room for maneuver once it went in. He ran in this endless darkness, and finally gritted his teeth and watched the person in front of him disappear from his sight. He was swallowed by the obscure darkness, and he felt nothing but drowsiness. Where are the family members? The patient's condition is a bit dangerous. We need to do further surgery. How is he, doctor? The situation is very critical. The patient is bleeding profusely and has cardiac arrest. Please sign this here, family members. Listen, no matter what the cost, you must cure him. We can't guarantee this. I don't want any chances. Listen to me carefully. Gentlemen, we are very sorry. We have tried our best. Please accept my condolences. How is this possible? My son was fine before, how could he, doctor? Are you mistaken? We are the ones who went in this morning. Are you mistaken? Am I mistaken? Feel sorry. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the dazzling light made him squint reflexively. His chest heaved violently like a person who had been drowning for a long time and finally got a breath. It was very noisy around me, with many people around me. My hearing was slowly recovering, but I still couldn't hear the chattering around me clearly. My mind was like an exploding paste, a mess, and I couldn't think. Where is this? Is my surgery over? Gu Bai thought immediately. The patient is fine now. Other conditions require further observation later. A strange voice sounded, and it was not a foreign language that he could not understand. He still remembered the gibberish that the doctors, who only showed their eyes, said to him before the operation, but he didn't understand a word. It seems that his operation was quite successful. Thank you, doctor, said another man, feeling strangely familiar, yet also a little strange. Gradually adapting to the bright environment, Gu Bai felt very happy with the long-lost clarity, the white wall, the drops of medicine flowing. He could see everything around him clearly. It seemed that his operation was really successful. He was so happy that he wanted to stand up and share his joy with Mother Gu, but he fell back heavily after raising his upper body. I feel so powerless. This feeling of powerlessness fills my whole body. The person next to the bed may have heard the noise and hurried over to check the situation. This move stunned Gu Bai and made him unable to move. Why is his uncle here? No, why would his uncle in real life appear here? Where is Mother Gu? Because his eyes, as big as eyes of fear, were staring at the person in front of him motionlessly, the middle-aged man looked confused. Gu Bai, why are you so stunned? I'm your uncle, the man frowned and told Gu Bai his identity. But at this moment, Gu Bai simply couldn't believe what he saw. This state lasted for quite a while. Uncle Gu Bai realized something was wrong, so he pressed the bedside call bell to call a doctor. What's going on, doctor? My nephew has been like this since he woke up. Is there any brain damage? He was just about to ask Gu Bai in person if he had become a fool. But the doctor confirmed again and again that there was nothing wrong with Gu Bai's brain. Not only was there nothing wrong with his brain, but there was nothing wrong with his entire body. The reason for his previous coma was shock caused by overwork. Now that he's awake, there's nothing serious. He just needs to take good care of himself in the future. After the doctor's confirmation, Uncle Gu Bai finally believed that his nephew was fine. Gu Bai, I'm your uncle, do you still remember me? He tried to talk to Gu Bai. The other party seemed to have not yet recovered from his surprise. He stared with wide eyes, slowly turned his head to look at the person in front of the window, and after a while he spoke, Uncle. Isn't his uncle Zhou Yunxing? Although he is a cousin, there is definitely no such person in the book, because this is his real uncle in real life. No way. Is he back? What about Zhou Yunxing? He is still waiting for him to come back. Before he could answer the boy in front of him, he saw his eldest nephew sitting up from the bed with difficulty, then he lifted the quilt without hesitation and was about to get out of bed. Hey, what are you doing? You can't get out of bed now. Uncle Gu Bai's series of actions towards Gu Bai frightened me so much that I was in a panic and didn't know where to put my hands. But the person on the bed was determined to get out of bed and there was no way to stop him. Uncle Gu Bai was helpless and said hurriedly, Hey. Gu Bai, what are you doing? As he spoke, he pressed the call bell again. The struggling man kept mumbling, How is this possible? This is impossible. How can you come back at this time? This is so unfair. So many people were waiting for him. If he suddenly disappeared, what would happen to Zhou Yunxing and Gu's mother? Would they be very anxious and sad? He didn't even have time to say goodbye. He was gone for no reason. Gu Bai thought of the painful sound of Gu's mother's back pain, and wondered if Zhou Yunxing would be depressed because of his departure. The more he thought about it, the more his emotions got out of control, like a struggling fly that could not fly out of this impenetrable net. The nurses rushed over and pulled Gu Bai, who was trying to crawl out. He didn't know why he was crawling out. He felt that Mother Gu was still waiting for him outside, as well as Uncle Zhang, and maybe Zhou Yunxing was there too. He knew that given his personality, he would definitely not be able to sit still, so he might have come early and was also outside, waiting to give him a surprise. How can you come back at this time? As a last resort, the doctor gave him an injection, and his madly twisting body gradually calmed down. Another wave of sleepiness came over him, and Gu Bai hated the feeling of wanting to fall asleep all the time, and his consciousness began to drift away again. At the last moment of his sleep, Gu Bai was still wondering whether he would fall asleep like this time, and whether he would see Zhou Yunxing in front of him when he opened his eyes. He hadn't even attended the wedding yet, and the bare spots on his fingers cruelly told Gu Bai that he had indeed left that place and left the lover he had been thinking about day and night. Chapter 67. Hey, Gu Bai, wait a minute, please bring the documents over for me, sorry for the trouble. A young woman stretched out her hand to stop someone walking by the desk and handed him the sorted documents. Okay, it's just a matter of convenience. It's not a big deal. The man was dressed in a formal suit, with short chestnut hair neat and tidy. Even though he no longer had the stunning looks he had before, he still had beautiful eyebrows and eyes, and was a rare handsome guy. It has been 3 months since Gu Bai came back from there, and he has gradually changed from being unable to accept it to letting things take their course. If it is really a dream, then there is no need to desperately pursue its authenticity. When the dream is over, the people will disperse, and when the people leave, the tea will get cold. This deeply remembered dream will eventually fade away with the flow of time, and finally there will be no trace of it. He stood up again, came back from there, and faced his own life. Sometimes he felt extremely unfamiliar, but he also thought that this was the life trajectory he should have. Gu Bai tried to open his eyes. Now that he had woken up, he could not indulge in the cognition of wanting to return to the dream. After delivering the documents to the manager's office, Gu Bai buried himself in the sand of work again. Only by dealing with everything endlessly could he not have other thoughts. This method is very effective. He works overtime until late at night every day, and falls asleep immediately when he gets home. All he has in his eyes is the reality of daily life. He really seems to be about to forget about it. Except for the dreams that I can't control every day. Xiao Li, I heard that there has been a change in the company. The female colleague in front whispered to the person next to her. When did it happen? How come I didn't know about it? The girl next to him was a little surprised. I also heard about it in the group in the past few days. Hey, it is said that the new boss is very young. Handsome guy. Do you have a photo? Do you have a photo? Yes, someone in the group has posted it, but it feels like a scam. I think it looks like a photo of a celebrity to attract attention in the group. I'll go and take a look. Are you done? I'm a little anxious now. Gu Bai interrupted the conversation between the two and asked politely. We're done. Sorry, we're blocking the way. The female colleague answered somewhat embarrassedly, then immediately made room for her and walked out with another colleague beside her. The two continued talking about what had just happened. After working in the company for a long time, you will always be faced with endless documents and endless tables to count, so that the printing room has become a space for temporary relaxation. The smallest gossip can arouse your curiosity and you will talk about it with relish, just like when you were a student, a group of people sat in the classroom, and you found even the news broadcast interesting. Gu Bai stared at the printer expressionlessly, the humming sound of the machine filled his ears. Everything was so boring. It was already noon when he returned to his seat. Many people had already gone out to eat, some brought their own lunch, and of course there were also colleagues like him who gave up lunch. Gu Bai rubbed his eyebrows. He was in an unusually bad state today. He had been in endless fatigue since morning. The reason was that he dreamed of Zhou Yunxing again last night. He slapped his forehead a few times and simply lay down on the table to take a nap. Maybe he would be in a much better mental state in the afternoon. Gu Bai was indeed tired. He fell asleep less than 5 minutes after lying down. When he woke up again, someone was patting him. He just woke up and his mind was in a mess. He didn't know what day it was. He pushed himself up too hard and dropped a large stack of documents next to his elbow on the ground. The loud noise made Gu Bai sober up a lot, so he subconsciously picked up the things on the ground. He bent down and found a person standing in front of him. His shiny leather shoes were spotless, his trouser legs were straight and firm. Before his fingertips touched the fallen papers, he raised his head to find out what was going on. But this look up made Gu Bai unable to take his eyes away. It was the most perfect face he had ever seen in his life. It didn't feel strange, but rather extremely familiar. He had just seen it in his dream yesterday, and it was exactly the same face as in his memory. Zhou Yongxing. Gu Bai's lips slightly opened in shock, his eyes widened, full of disbelief, his body remained motionless as if he was picking up something. But not long after, Gu Bai's eyes turned red, and in an instant, all the repression and grievances of the past 3 months rushed to him. These countless emotions were like an unstoppable torrent, eager to break free and see the light of day. Compared to Gu Bai's loss of composure, the person in front of him was calmer. He even looked at the person picking up things on the ground with confusion, his eyes red and tears streaming down his face. Seeing that Gu Bai was reluctant to move, the man simply helped him pick it up. Not feeling well, Gu Bai choked a little as he spoke without changing his voice. I opened my mouth to respond to the other person, but found that I couldn't even utter a complete sentence due to my uncontrollable emotions. If you feel unwell, just ask for leave. The company is not that unreasonable. It's not appropriate to sleep here during work. It's not good for your health. The other party put the things in his hand on his desk and turned to leave. Wait. Gu Bai grabbed his hand with great strength and held it tightly, causing the person in front of him to frown. What's the matter? I'm Gu Bai. He eagerly revealed his identity to him. But the man was not as excited as he had imagined, instead he became impatient. I'm sorry, I don't know you. Maybe we may get to know each other in the future, but that would only be limited to the relationship between a boss and his subordinates. I hope you can focus on your work. Don't have these useless little thoughts. The coldness in the voice and words did not make Gu Bai feel as cold as before. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. He looked so familiar, but why was there so much strangeness in his eyes? How is that possible? Could it be that he doesn't remember me? He watched the other person's back disappear at the end of the office. After recovering from his shock, Gu Bai really asked for leave. He needed some quiet time. Back in his rental house, he threw himself onto the sofa, closed his eyes and thought about what had just happened. The throbbing in his heart had not completely dissipated, and as long as he was still thinking about it, it would remain hot. Lasts a long time. Looking at Zhou Yongxing's situation, there was a 99% chance that he didn't know him. Gu Bai couldn't understand why he met him here. If they simply looked alike, it would be impossible for them to be cast in the same mold as they are now. And that familiar feeling couldn't be wrong. But he didn't remember him, which was really ridiculous. Gu Bai smiled, and wiped his eyes while smiling. He had tried every possible way to forget everything. Fortunately, he appeared again. He was happy, happier than winning the lottery, and he was happy alone for a long time. It doesn't matter if they don't know him anymore, they can get to know him again. As long as there is a chance, they can start from now on. Gu Baipiao's cheerful mood made him go out happily. The streets were full of cars, and his steps were much easier than before. The huge rock pressing on him disappeared, leaving only a light feeling. Gu Bai, who was usually stingy, spent a lot of money to eat at a high-end restaurant. If it had been before, he would have regretted it after the meal. But not now. This was the beginning of his respect for life. After the meal, he did not forget to go shopping in the mall and bought himself a new outfit. He was dreaming again. The dreams always seemed like reality until he woke up. He was in the hospital. Yes, he dreamed about that thing again. Beside him was the sound of Mother Gu's heart-wrenching cries. He saw Zhou Yongxing standing beside him motionless, like a still human sculpture, and he couldn't understand the expression on his face. People around him were sighing and shaking their heads, and he knew he was dead. The scene spun rapidly and came to a sea. He knew. This might be the place where Zhou Yongxing took him on his last trip. The other person was sitting on the balcony, gazing into the distance. He used to do the same thing, but in fact he couldn't see anything. He just subconsciously looked in that direction. Gu Bai just looked at the other person, sitting from day to night. Everything around him was changing, the white clouds turned into bright stars, the scorching sun turned into cold moonlight. Only the man sitting on the balcony did not change. The scene changed again, and Zhou Yongxing seemed to have aged a lot. Gu Bai could even see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. This should be Zhou Yongxing, who is 40 years old. At this moment, he was standing in front of a cold and ruthless stone tablet, wondering what he was thinking. In his hand was a bouquet of flowers, and he seemed to be able to smell the faint fragrance of flowers in the cold air. The other party finally took action. He squatted down and placed the flowers in front of the stone tablet. Gu Bai saw the ring on his hand. It turns out it's still there. No, it might be the half that belongs to another person. I didn't want to give you flowers, you liar. Zhou Yongxing took out a pack of cigarettes, lit it and took a puff. Gu Bai remembered that he never smoked. In the smoke, Zhou Yongxing's eyes were blurred, but when I thought you liked this, I brought it to you unconsciously. I was so good to you, but only you, I left without hesitation. You are more ruthless than anyone else. That's not the case, Gu Bai shouted in his heart. He didn't mean to leave without saying a word. You kept telling me to wait for you, but in the end you broke your promise and didn't even ask me in advance if I allowed it. That's just how you are. The cigarette between his fingers burned silently, wisps swirling upwards, and Zhou Yongxing suddenly said, I'm so sad. Fragile, helpless and helpless. Gu Bai had never seen such a lover before. In his impression, the other party had always been like a mountain, solid and reliable. But at this moment, the mountain turned into a small hill surrounded by sea water, and said with a slightly trembling voice he was so sad. Unable to hold back his tears, Gu Bai ran over and wanted to hug the person in front of him, but he couldn't move. He could only watch the other person helplessly, and all he could do was stand by and watch. Chapter 68 The Finale. The next day, Gu Bai went to work as usual. He would run upstairs when he had nothing to do and deliver a document from time to time. Others thought that he was scolded by his boss and started to work wholeheartedly. In fact, only he knew that his real intention was not to work. He just wanted to meet her by chance. Coincidentally, he bumped into her. When the two met, Zhou Yongxing walked straight ahead without even looking at her. On the other hand, Gu Bai ran over there, pretending to bump into her, and then hurriedly said sorry. After a few words back and forth, they finally exchanged a few words. Gu Bai encouraged himself in his heart, well done, continue tomorrow. So every day, the two of them met and communicated inexplicably. What Zhou Yongxing didn't know was that every seemingly accidental encounter was the result of Gu Bai's careful planning. Zhou Yongxing was also impressed by this employee who was always rash and not serious, and remembered Gu Bai over time. At first, he thought Gu Bai was always lazy, but after careful observation, he found that his business ability was not bad. After a few months of this, Zhou Yongxing was impressed by Gu Bai's work ability and simply promoted him to be his assistant. He was surprisingly adept at his job, as if he had done it many times. Here, only Gu Bai knew how skilled he was. He knew exactly what Zhou Yongxing was unhappy about and what he was satisfied with. Not only that. The weather forecast says it will rain tonight, so remember to stay waterproof. It's time to get off work. I'll be leaving first, Mr. Zhou. After Gu Bai finished speaking, he walked out, leaving Zhou Yongxing alone in the office with an indescribable expression on his face. Gu Bai returned home and sat for a while as usual. In that world, Zhou Yongxing would put a glass of water by the bed every rainy night. Gu Bai only knew that he had this habit, but didn't know the reason behind it. Every rainy night, Zhou Yongxing would think of the car accident 10 years ago. He released the water so that he could calm down after waking up from the dream. But now Zhou Yongxing didn't understand how he knew such a private matter. In the evening, Zhou Yongxing actually realized it belatedly and put a glass of water in the pot, and it really rained that night. This was a habit he had developed since childhood. Even he himself didn't know why. Why did that man know it so clearly? Ever since Gu Bai's last reminder, their relationship has become closer and closer over time. Zhou Yongxing always feels that Gu Bai has an inexplicable desire to get close to him, which makes him very confused. So with this doubt and exploration, just like that world, from some point on, the hearts of both of them were developing in an uncontrollable direction, which was so similar to that time. At noon that day, Gu Bai was about to go to eat, but was kept by Zhou Yunxing. Gu Bai stared at the man in front of him who had been looking at him for 10 minutes without saying anything, feeling helpless. Just when he was about to find an excuse to leave, Zhou Yunxing finally spoke. I think our relationship should be closer. With just a few words, the other party remained calm, but Gu Bai's eyes almost popped out and gradually began to turn red. He finally waited for that moment, and God did not disappoint him. Come with me to lunch. Everything seemed to have returned to that time, the same conversation, but a different scene. Gu Bai sniffed and smiled. Even though his eyes were wet, the corners of his mouth were still curled up. Good. He finally said this belated okay to the other party. End of the book.